Chapter 101, The Underground City-State. After successfully luring the 100-armed monster out, Sunan released all of his golems and ordered them to encircle the creature. As the monster stood bewildered, Sunan quickly uttered an incantation and let out a resonant shout. In an instant, a visible wave of sound materialized, rippling through the air like a cannonball and striking the 100-armed monster with force. Boom! One of the monster's many arms exploded, spraying flesh and blood. Ah! The monster's numerous heads screamed in pain, their overlapping, booming cries echoing through the vast basin, causing a sense of pressure in the chest of anyone who heard it. Realizing what had happened, the enraged monster turned its heads, dozens of eyes glaring venomously at Sunan, and charged towards him with a shriek. An elite stone golem immediately stepped forward to block its path. Boom! Boom! The 100-armed monster's multitude of swords and hammers rained down on the stone golem with the force of a storm, forcing it to stagger back, shedding fragments of rock and quickly becoming covered in cracks. What tremendous power! Sunan grimaced but continued to cast crushing wave spells. Wave after wave of distorted sound struck the monster, targeting its arms, heads, and torso. Some waves were preemptively blocked by the monster's swinging weapons or absorbed by its magical armor, but the rest shattered an arm or a head. Sunan noticed keenly that when a head was destroyed, the arm beneath it continued to attack, unaffected. Each arm could be controlled by any head, so destroying a single head was ineffective. Moreover, the magical armor worn by the monster offered formidable protection. When hit by a crushing wave, the armor only bore a fist-sized dent, leaving the monster unharmed. Microglow-grade enchanted armor. Sunan was taken aback. Such armor was rarer than microglow-grade magical items primarily because no wizard, apprentice, would waste effort crafting it. Where on earth did the monster find it? We must deal with those arms first. In just 4 to 5 minutes, the monster had smashed an elite stone golem to pieces. Though surrounded by numerous golems, it seemed as though the roles were reversed. The multitude of heads on its upper body left the monster with no blind spots. With hundreds of arms, it could parry attacks from any direction and counterattack, making it difficult for the golems to land a hit. Only the intangible, elusive crushing waves could occasionally breach its defenses. Truly formidable. Though Sunan had anticipated a tough fight, the monster's strength still left him worried. Against this creature, even 1,000-strong Black Rock cavalry might struggle. Taking a deep breath, Sunan's expression hardened as he readied a high-level rune gem in his palm. The next moment, the rune gem left his hand, bursting in midair into numerous black beams that rained down on the monster like a storm. The monster frantically swung its weapons to intercept the beams, but they passed through unimpeded. The beams struck the monster, casting a dark hue over its body, and its once rapid attacks visibly slowed. With the monster's combat prowess weakened by the Shadow Rune Gem, Sunan immediately hurled a Thunder Rune Gem, unleashing a meter-wide lightning bolt. Boom! The bolt struck several heads and arms, instantly charring them. Lightning erupted across the monster's body, sending electric arcs crackling and hissing. The monster's massive, fearsome form froze momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the hidden dragon, which had been lying in wait, emerged with jaws wide, sparks flashing between its teeth. Whoosh! A torrent of flame spewed from its mouth. The raging fire engulfed over half of the monster's body. A piercing, agonized howl erupted. At least a dozen arms and several heads were incinerated. Other heads and arms suffered varying degrees of burns. The intense pain snapped the monster out of its paralysis, pushing it into a frenzy. With its remaining heads roaring furiously, it swung its weapons wildly at the hidden dragon. But the dragon had already phased out of sight, slipping into the void. Swords and hammers struck the ground, leaving large cracks. With the dragon gone, the monster turned its rage on Sunan, charging at him with a roar. Boom! Boom! 2 steel golems lumbered forward, stepping into the monster's path. Frustrated, the monster hurled a sword straight at Sunan. The sharp weapon tore through the air with a piercing whine, heading for Sunan at a speed even his Grand Knight-level physique couldn't evade. Thunk! A dull sound echoed as the sword pierced through shield and the energy particle layer, only to be halted by an invisible force field, clattering to the ground. Seeing the extreme protection ring's defense drop by over 300 points, Sunan grimaced. Even after breaking through 2 layers of defense, the attack could still shave off over 300 defense points. What kind of strength was this? Without preparation, a hit like that would have left him in pieces. As the monster prepared to hurl another weapon, Sunan cast mirror image, splitting into 5 identical figures that scattered in different directions. The monster hesitated, unsure of which target to pursue, and finally threw its weapon at Sunan on the right. The weapon passed through, and the Sunan twisted and dissipated into the air. Roar! Frustrated, the monster refrained from randomly throwing more weapons. After all, it had limited weapons, and without one, an arm would be left to face the golems barehanded. With his images distracting the monster, Sunan could focus on his attack. 2 more high-level rune gems flew from his hand, manifesting as thunder and flame upon the monster. The air filled with its agonized howls. By now, the monster had lost about half of its arms and over a third of its heads, its body riddled with wounds. It wanted to eliminate Sunan, but surrounded by golems, it couldn't get near. With its weapon-throwing tactic thwarted, it posed no threat to Sunan, who continued his assault. It also had to guard against the hidden dragon's surprise attacks. Even in the perilous underground world, it had never faced such a humiliating battle. Crunch! The monster smashed another elite stone golem. With fewer arms, its combat ability had diminished significantly. Where once it took 3 or 4 concentrated strikes to destroy a golem, now it struggled to bring one down even after prolonged effort. By this point, Sunan had thrown his 7th high-level rune gem. Under the blinding thunder strike, another set of arms turned to ash. As the monster staggered, the hidden dragon struck with cunning, biting off 3 more arms before vanishing into the void. Gravely injured, the monster sensed impending death. As soon as it recovered from its daze, it tried to flee. Seeing this, Sunan ordered the golems to abandon defense and block the monster's escape, while the hidden dragon attacked head-on. Simultaneously, Sunan readied his 8th high-level rune gem. In a coordinated assault from Sunan, his pet, and the golems, the monster's arms were quickly destroyed. With no means of attack left, it couldn't escape or turn the tide, and its heads were destroyed one by one. With a final, abruptly silenced howl, the monster's massive body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sunan didn't relax until he unleashed several crushing waves, reducing the monster's upper body home to its heads and arms to rubble, confirming its death. Finally took it down. Sunan surveyed the scene. The battle had cost him 4 elite stone golems and 1 steel golem. The loss of these 4 golems alone exceeded 9,000 gold coins. With the addition of 8 high-level rune gems, Sunan had expended nearly 13,000 gold coins in this fight. He couldn't help but grimace at the expense. It wasn't until he remembered the silver and gold mines in the cave that he felt better. Once those mines were developed, he could quickly recoup the 13,000 gold coins. Collecting his thoughts, Sunan approached the monster's corpse, his gaze falling on the enchanted armor. Up close, it was clear the armor didn't fit the monster. For its massive body, the armor was too small, already deformed from being stretched. It seems the monster found the armor somewhere and forced it on. With his biological modification skill at level 3, Sunan was adept in this area. After examining the body, he concluded that the monster's grotesque form was natural or a mutation, not the product of some wizard's, apprentice's, modification. Coupled with the ill-fitting armor, it was unlikely the monster was a construct of some wizard, apprentice. Sunan used Mage Hand to strip the armor from the monster. Although he couldn't use it, the armor appeared valuable, and dismantling it might yield rare metals. As for the monster's body, it held no utility for Sunan, so he incinerated it to ash. With that done, Sunan turned his attention to the cave from which the monster had emerged. After some thought, he decided to explore it. Storing the golems in his cube, Sunan had the hidden dragon phase forward while he followed. The passage beyond the cave entrance was surprisingly spacious, twice as wide as the one they had traversed earlier. It made sense, given the monster's size and its need to navigate the passage. After traveling 200 or 300 meters, Sunan entered a vast cave. The floor was littered with gnawed bones, and a foul odor lingered in the air. Clearly, this had been the monster's lair. At the cave's far end was a dark opening, leading who knew where. Having come this far, Sunan pressed on, delving deeper inside. The next passage was also wide and long. Sunan estimated he traveled several hundred meters without seeing an end. After about 700 or 800 meters, the passage took a sudden downward turn. Sunan frowned, opting not to send the hidden dragon ahead. Instead, he cast levitation on himself and slowly descended. After descending about 20 meters, he found a narrow opening, just wide enough for one person, with faint light visible beyond. Pausing briefly, Sunan continued to float downward, but the space grew increasingly cramped, eventually impassable for a regular person. Using a stone imbued with light, he saw that the passage below was sealed, with no exit. Seeing this, Sunan returned to the narrow opening and passed through. His view expanded dramatically. He found himself in a massive, bell-shaped cave, with sharp, sword-like stalactites hanging down. Surveying the area, Sunan realized he was in a vast dome-like cavern, and the stalactites were descending from the ceiling. The passage he had emerged from was a hollow stalactite. The stalactites were adorned with countless sparkling crystals, casting a soft glow and bathing the cavern in a gentle light. Below, the cavern floor held a vast, dark lake, like a jewel nestled within the cave. At the lake's center lay an island. The island was dotted with stone structures, and Sunan could make out figures moving in and out of the buildings. This is an underground city-state. Sunan's eyes widened. Intelligent creatures in the underground world often lived in city-states to fend off external threats. The vast underground world was home to countless city-states of varying sizes. Small city-states might house only a few thousand inhabitants. Large ones could boast populations exceeding 10,000. The island before him was undoubtedly a small city-state. Sunan never imagined that just beneath the forest near Shimmering City lay a city-state from the underground world. This was. For a moment, Sunan was at a loss for words. The city-state's presence wasn't good news for Shimmering City. Underground dwellers often harbored ill intentions towards surface neighbors, with potential invasions bringing war and calamity. But for Sunan, it might not be entirely bad. With some luck, he could find many rare materials in this city-state that were hard to come by on the surface. Chapter 102, Caution and Awe. Ultimately, Sunan chose to leave quietly. Although he was tempted to investigate the island, he had just been through an intense battle, his mental reserves were depleted, and he only had 7 high-level rune gems left, hardly his peak condition. To play it safe, he decided to return and prepare thoroughly before conducting further exploration. Back in Shimmering City, Sunan headed straight to the Lord's Manor. Qi had been waiting in the council chamber ever since he learned Sunan had gone to the cave. Seeing Sunan return unharmed, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He eagerly asked, "Is it resolved?" "It's resolved," Sunan nodded. But before Qi could celebrate, Sunan added, "However, I discovered something new." Qi paused, "What is it?" Sunan gave a brief account of the underground city-state he had discovered. Hearing this, Qi was utterly stunned. He had thought having a monster comparable to a Third Circle legendary knight near Shimmering City was bad enough. But now that the monster was dealt with, an underground city-state had emerged. The threat posed by the latter was undoubtedly greater than that of the 100-armed monster. Qi began to regret having designated Shimmering City as the provincial center. Had he known there was an entrance to the underground world nearby, he would have stayed as far away as possible. If I'm correct, the 100-armed monster may have had dealings with that city-state, Sunan recalled what he had overheard the kobolds saying. They mined to exchange ore for food to sustain the monster. In the cave, the only possible trading partners were the people of the underground city-state. The inhabitants of that city-state are likely aware that the cave connects to the surface. Since they haven't invaded the surface all this time, they probably don't plan to do so anytime soon, Sunan reassured Qi. Of course, it was also possible that the monster had been blocking the passage, preventing the city-state's inhabitants from passing through. If so, it would be even simpler, indicating that the city-state's power couldn't even suppress the monster, reducing the threat they posed. With Sunan's explanation, Qi's worry eased somewhat. "What do you plan to do with the veins in the cave?" Qi asked. "Start mining immediately," Sunan replied without hesitation. The cave wasn't entirely safe, so the sooner the veins were extracted, the better. "Do you need help recruiting miners from Blackstone City?" Qi offered. "No need, just prepare a set of mining equipment for me. I'll handle the mining with clay golems," Sunan replied. A single clay golem could mine as efficiently as dozens of skilled miners, making them ideal for the task. Sunan aimed to extract the cave's veins quickly since the battle had cost him a substantial sum, and he needed to recoup his losses swiftly. Additionally, if he had to guard against an invasion from the underground city-state, he would need to craft another batch of golems to station in the cave, which would also require funds. "All right, just let me know if you need anything," Qi said, turning to instruct his guards. The next day, Sunan transferred 30 clay golems from the base to the cave to begin preliminary expansion work, facilitating future mining operations. Although kobolds were natural miners, their techniques and equipment were far inferior to those of humans. The veins they had mined looked jagged and uneven, like they'd been chewed by dogs. In 3 days, Sunan successfully completed the cave's expansion and modification. The mining equipment arrived just in time, even including mining rails. Once set up, the area began to resemble a proper mining site. Although there weren't many miners, they didn't require rest or food, allowing them to work continuously for 24 hours, which kept the mining progress steady. Sunan estimated that 30 clay golems could extract over 100 gold coins worth of silver and gold ore daily. The value could increase further with refinement before sale. At this rate, he expected to recoup his expenses from defeating the monster within 3 months, with pure profit to follow. To secure the area near the underground city-state, Sunan stationed 5 steel golems in the former lair of the 100-armed monster and set up a magical alarm to alert him of any intruders. For the next 2 months, everything remained calm. Mining operations proceeded smoothly, and there was no activity from the underground city-state, allowing Qi to gradually relax. Time flew by, and soon it was the last day of the month of slumber. On the Starlight continent, this day was known as the Day of Rest, marking the year's end and the transition between the old and new years. People, whether commoners or nobles, began to reduce their activities, including work and social visits, as if the year's bustle settled on this day. With the arrival of the new year's first month, people would start holding various celebrations and banquets to herald the year's arrival. On the 3rd day after the New Year's celebrations, Sunan successfully constructed his 11th star ring. His mental strength also broke past 34, meeting the requirements to use high-grade 3rd circle transcendence potions. Sunan immediately switched to these potions, boosting his star ring meditation method proficiency to over 2,300 per day. However, the proficiency needed to construct the 12th star ring had risen to 800,000, projecting nearly a year to completion. Additionally, his magic item manufacturing skill finally reached level 4, meeting another requirement for crafting the magic rune core. Finally got this skill to level 4, Sunan remarked in the workshop, glancing at his panel. He picked up a standard longsword and a silver ingot. Under the bright lights, the silver ingot turned into threads between his fingers, weaving into the sword and imbuing it with a silvery white sheen. In no time, the sword exuded a spiritual aura. Temporary enchanted weapon. A new technique Sunan mastered with magic item manufacturing at level 4. With silver and gold on hand, he could temporarily enchant weapons at will. Not particularly practical, but better than nothing, Sunan noted, setting the weapon aside. His efficiency in crafting enchanted weapons had improved significantly. If he wished, he could easily make 7 or 8 in a day. However, he no longer handled this task. The work of crafting enchanted weapons had been delegated to Shaman and Kori. Both Shaman and Kori had grasped certain magical item manufacturing techniques. While they couldn't yet craft high-difficulty magical items, they could independently produce enchanted weapons, albeit slowly. As for Atil, over time, her aptitude differences compared to Shaman and Kori had become more apparent. Her progress in meditation and spell learning lagged behind theirs. Her performance in potion making, puppet crafting, and magical item manufacturing was also average. On the contrary, a few promising students emerged from the second batch, such as Ethan. He constructed his first star ring within just over 7 months, only slightly slower than Shaman. Moreover, Ethan exhibited exceptional talent in potion making, already proficient in extracting silver moonflower essence. It wouldn't be long before he could start producing zero-circle potions. Once Ethan and the second batch of students matured and learned to make potions, Sunan could expand potion sales, leading to a significant income surge. Now, I'm only short of the materials for crafting the magic rune core. After his last forest cabin gathering, Sunan had collected 80 types of rare metals. Over the following months, he researched 4 more and extracted 3 from the 100-armed monster's enchanted armor. Now, he only needed 2 more. The experiment's progress is almost complete. In a few days, it should be done, Sunan mused with a hint of a smile. Once he fused the magic rune core, his strength would soar significantly. Despite his impressive progress since arriving in this world, Sunan had never felt entirely secure. The Starlight continent was vast. Even after a millennium of elemental desolation, the once thriving wizard civilization's land remained formidable. No one knew how many powerful beings roamed this expansive continent. For instance, the perilous underground world, with the entrance alone harboring a creature as formidable as the 100-armed monster. What other fearsome creatures might dwell within its vastness? And then there was Forest Cabin. Sunan never underestimated Night Owl and the other level 3 wizard apprentices. Breaking through to become a level 3 wizard apprentice in such a resource-poor environment required extraordinary talent. These individuals might have lived for over a century, during which they could have amassed countless aces up their sleeves. Underestimating them because of his resource abundance could lead to significant setbacks. Moreover, if Forest Cabin existed, there could be other wizard apprentice organizations out there. Sunan felt it prudent to maintain caution and respect towards this continent. Once he became a full-fledged wizard, he could afford to act more freely. In the manor of Giant Nan City, 3 high priests of the Spark Church sat facing each other in a brightly lit hall. The atmosphere was tense, each priest deeply furrowed in thought. After a long silence, Joris finally spoke up. In just 2 months, 18 of our sect's strongholds have been attacked. We've lost 14 priests and countless regular believers, yet we haven't identified the perpetrators. How are we supposed to report this to High Priest Hui? Jensen, seated on the right, snorted, is there any need to investigate? Among the attackers were individuals capable of casting spells, clearly wizards. This is an assault by a wizard organization against our sect. I suspect it's either Forest Cabin or the Immortal Society. Brack pondered aloud, but why would they attack us? We haven't wronged them. Those selfing bastards don't adhere to principles. They'll seize any opportunity for gain. Have you forgotten what was stolen during the attacks? You mean the divine blood embers? Joris and Brack immediately realized, their expressions turning grave. Since losing over 20 divine blood embers last time, the sect had tightened their security. Yet, despite the recent spate of attacks, over 30 more had been stolen. Initially, they thought the stolen embers were incidental, considering other items were taken as well. But Jensen's reminder made them reconsider. Perhaps the enemy was specifically targeting the divine blood embers. To those outside the sect, divine blood held no value, only wizards might find use in it. In ancient times, it was said that wizards frequently experimented with divine blood. After contemplating, Joris suddenly suggested, do you think Sunan might be involved? When he attacked the Stone Bell City stronghold, he also took over 20 divine blood embers. Are you suggesting Sunan joined Forest Cabin, and they're the ones attacking us? Isn't that a possibility? But even if Sunan joined Forest Cabin, how could he persuade other wizards to act? Forest Cabin has been discreet for years, with no large-scale operations. In any case, we must stop those wizards. The recent attacks have severely impacted our missionary work. Without resolving the attacks, our missionary efforts can't proceed. We also need to retrieve the stolen divine blood embers quickly. If High Priest Hui holds us accountable, we can't bear the consequences. Joris rubbed his temples wearily. If Sunan was indeed behind this, he was proving to be a relentless adversary. They hadn't even sought retribution against Sunan, yet he had already targeted them, brazenly so. Joris recalled the words of the Marquis of Golden Rock before he died, feeling a flicker of realization. But he quickly dismissed it, looking at the others. High Priest Hui has been in seclusion for nearly half a year. When will it end? Who knows, Brack shrugged. The royal wizard was formidable, and High Priest Hui used 3 sacred artifacts to defeat him, resulting in severe backlash. Recovery will take time. Jensen scoffed, that old fool dared to belittle the great star god. Killing him was merciful. If it were up to me, we shouldn't have promised the Grand Duke of Starry blood-infused fortification. After killing the wizard, the royal family would have been more compliant. Would they dare oppose us? That's not entirely correct, Brack smiled slightly. It's better to have the royal family willingly cooperate than to force them reluctantly. Besides, the Starry royal family has a deep legacy spanning centuries. Even without that wizard, they have formidable power. I heard they had a third circle legendary knight 50 years ago. If he's still alive, he's no easier to deal with than a wizard. In any case, showing some strength is enough. There's no need to push too hard. If the Starry royal family decides to fight back, it would be troublesome for us. Joris agreed, indeed, this is the best approach. As long as the Grand Duke of Starry values his life, he has no choice but to cooperate with us. Seeing the other two in agreement, Jensen shrugged and said no more. The 3 quickly shifted their discussion to the missionary efforts. Chapter 103, The Valuable Magic Rune Core. In the workshop, the monocrystal forge roared continuously. Looking at the neatly arranged rare metals on the workbench, Sunan's face lit up with a smile of joy. After so much time and effort, I finally have all the materials. Calming his excitement, Sunan composed himself and began the process of crafting the magic rune core. He had long memorized the techniques involved, so he set to work without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the rare metals and various auxiliary materials on the workbench melted like snow, eventually forming a fist-sized silver liquid that floated above his palm. Sunan extended a finger towards the silvery liquid, and with a flick, a thin silver thread emerged and began sketching out a complex and intricate enchanted rune in mid-air. Then came the second, and the third rune. The number of runes increased rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Every second, a new rune shimmered into existence in the air before Sunan, glowing faintly. The densely packed runes intertwined, gradually forming a hollow sphere, which continued to fill with more runes over time, solidifying its internal structure. It was unclear how much time had passed when the last silver thread transformed into a rune, but the original silver liquid had long vanished. In its place was a flawlessly smooth silver sphere. It looked like a ball made of silver, but under a magnifying glass, one could see that it was composed of countless tiny, intricately detailed runes. The fist-sized silver sphere, in reality, contained over 100,000 runes. Gazing at the magic rune core before him, Sunan exhaled deeply, a genuine smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. As he relaxed, a profound fatigue washed over him, a testament to the intense mental exertion of spending over 20 hours crafting runes. After securing the magic rune core, Sunan decided to rest. He slept for a while, then meditated for several hours until both his physical and mental states returned to their peak, ready to fuse with the magic rune core. Compared to the meticulous and error-free crafting process, the fusion was much simpler. Sunan guided the magic rune core into his chest, where it disappeared beneath the skin, leaving a coin-sized silver circular mark at its center. Done. Sunan snapped his fingers, leaving the workshop for the spell training area. It was time to test the power of the magic rune core. Standing at the center of the training ground, Sunan focused his mind. Silvery metal filament emerged rapidly from his pores, twisting and forming a gleaming knight's sword. The next moment, he flung the sword. With a sharp whistle, the knight's sword shattered into countless metallic droplets, swiftly reforming mid-air into metal spikes the length of chopsticks, which shot through a distant humanoid target like bullets. In the blink of an eye, the target was riddled with holes. In the next instant, the silver metal particles reformed into a half-human-sized metal shield in front of Sunan, exuding a sense of unyielding solidity. Metal domes, armor, heavy hammers, arrows. Sunan manipulated the metal liquid to transform into various weapons, finally stopping with a satisfied smile. The magic rune core's ability to morph was undeniably useful. It could be used for both offense and defense, offering a versatile balance of attack and protection. Its remarkable flexibility allowed for surprising tactics in battle. When an opponent believed they were attacking a metal shield, they might suddenly face a barrage of metal spikes. Without prior warning, they would be caught off guard. Sunan then tested the magic rune core's offensive and defensive capabilities. The test subject, as always, was the diligent steel golem. The results were very satisfying. At full power, the magic rune core's weapons nearly pierced through the steel golem's arm with a single strike. Such an attack could easily dispatch a first circle legendary knight if aimed at a vital point. Not even a combat or a shield or elemental force could withstand it. Moreover, the core's defensive forms were impressively sturdy, surpassing the defense of the extreme protection ring. Converted to defense points, it ranged between 1,500 and 1,600. Crucially, unlike the extreme protection ring, the magic rune core's defense did not diminish with attacks. Before Sunan's mental energy was exhausted, any attack with instant damage below 1,500 defense points could not breach the magic rune core's defense. Even second circle spells had a power of less than 100 defense points. In other words, as long as his mental power held, Sunan could withstand any second circle spell without harm. The only issue is the high consumption. Routine transformations were manageable, with minimal energy drain. However, when used for attacks and defense, the consumption skyrocketed. With mental power exceeding 34, Sunan felt nearly drained after a short trial. In full combat, my current mental power might last only about 2 minutes. With more intense attacks, that duration would shorten. But in an evenly matched battle, 2 minutes is enough to turn the tide. Sunan retracted the magic rune core, feeling elated. Though the materials were hard to gather and the fusion process was demanding, the core's power justified the effort. If he had the magic rune core during the fight with the 100-armed monster, he wouldn't have needed so many high-level rune gems. While not on par with a wizard's innate abilities, it's impressive. Sunan had witnessed the formidable power of a full-fledged wizard's innate abilities. The magic rune core was potent but still far from such capabilities. The author of Magic Rune Core had exaggerated its prowess somewhat. However, Sunan was confident he could enhance the core's power to match or even surpass the book's descriptions. After all, the core could be synthesized and strengthened. By crafting enough cores and synthesizing them, he could enhance its capabilities. Perhaps synthesis will also reduce its consumption. If so, it would be a tremendous gain. But the materials pose a challenge. Sunan sighed. Gathering the materials for the core involved significant effort, time, and expense. Although substitute materials had been researched, easing the financial burden, many rare metals remained elusive. Collecting a second, third, or fourth set would be equally challenging. One step at a time. The day after completing the magic rune core, Sunan received good news. Key's wife was pregnant. He would soon have a nephew or niece. In celebration, Key invited Sunan to a dinner party. After the meal, once the maid had helped Key's wife retire, Key turned serious and asked, "Is the Spark Church incident you're doing?" Sunan raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Key smiled and handed Sunan a battle report. Reading it, Sunan smiled too. The report detailed the recent series of attacks on the Spark Church by unknown assailants. Since going public, the church's secret strongholds had transformed into local town branches. In recent months, these branches had been repeatedly attacked, with heavy casualties. Some nobles initially inclined to embrace the Spark Church's faith were now reconsidering. Consequently, the church's public standing had taken a significant hit. The attacks had dealt a severe blow to the church's missionary activities just as they were gaining momentum. "The Spark Church has suffered considerable losses," Key remarked with schadenfreude, then repeated his earlier question. Not long ago, Sunan had mentioned handling the Spark Church's missionary efforts. Given the subsequent events, it seemed unlikely he wasn't involved. Sunan knew this was Night Owl and the others at work. Judging by the report, their efforts had been fruitful. It appeared he would acquire a good number of divine blood ambers at the next gathering. "It has something to do with me," Sunan admitted candidly. Key, expecting as much, grinned. "I knew you'd have a way. With such heavy losses, the Spark Church's missionary efforts will likely stall for some time." After discussing the church, Sunan shifted the topic. "I'm planning to establish a knight academy, recruiting students from among the commoners and farmers to train them as knights." Key was puzzled. "If you need knights, just draw from the army. Why go to the trouble of training them yourself? A few times is fine, but I can't keep pulling people from the army. The base needs its own night guard for convenience in future endeavors." Sunan didn't reveal his true reasons. It wasn't the right time. Fortunately, Key didn't press the issue, but asked, "Why not recruit from noble children? They have better innate talents than commoners and farmers." "That would mean competing with the territory for recruits," Sunan waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, don't forget we have dragon blood fruit. Talent isn't an issue." Key agreed, pondering briefly before nodding. "All right, leave it to me. Just choose a location for the academy, and I'll handle the rest." If the Knight Academy could produce more knights, it would benefit Shimmering Territory as well. A stronger base naturally benefited the territory. Late at night, the third forest cabin gathering took place. Sunan slowly opened his eyes, surveying the table. Unexpectedly, only 5 attendees were present, including himself. Night Owl, Scepter, Redheart, and Wraith. Rose was absent. After the customary introductions, the gathering quickly shifted to trading. Redheart was the first, placing 5 divine blood ambers on the table and fixing her gaze on Sunan. "As promised, I've brought the divine blood ambers. It's your turn to fulfill the agreement." "Of course." Sunan smiled slightly, handing over 100 magic stones to Redheart. Seeing this, the other 3 also presented their divine blood ambers. Sunan glanced at them, his smile deepening. As he expected, Forest Cabin had reaped a bountiful harvest. Wraith offered 3 divine blood ambers. Scepter had 7. To Sunan's surprise, Night Owl produced 18. How many Spark Church branches did he raid? Sunan marveled. The founder of Forest Cabin clearly possessed substantial resources and strength. Following the agreed price, Sunan paid for each in magic stones. In total, he acquired 33 divine blood ambers, surpassing the number he had obtained from the Stone Bell City raid. With this many, I can at least double the original effect. The thought of further enhancing his meditation efficiency filled Sunan with joy. Meanwhile, Night Owl and the others were equally pleased with their substantial haul of magic stones. Yet, they were also struck by Player's extravagant spending. In such a brief exchange, Player had dispensed over 600 magic stones. His opulence was astounding. Who knew how many magic stones he possessed? Ladies and gentlemen, the offer to purchase divine blood ambers remains open, Sunan announced with a smile. Next time, if you bring more, I'll buy them at the same price of 20 magic stones each. The others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. With the divine blood amber transactions complete, the gathering returned to regular trading. Unfortunately, the items Night Owl and the others offered didn't particularly interest Sunan. Ultimately, he traded for a few valuable materials and 2 miniature soul crystals before stopping. Back in the meditation room after the gathering, Sunan immediately took out the divine blood ambers for synthesis. Divine blood amber contains 2.95 milliliters of divine blood. When exposed to air, it attracts free energy particles, creating a high concentration energy zone. From the description, the synthesized divine blood amber seemed unchanged, except for the elimination of mild auditory and visual hallucinations, completely eradicating contamination. Unable to discern much, Sunan proceeded with practical testing. The results thrilled him. With the divine blood amber and high-grade third circle transcendence potion, his meditation efficiency increased by about a quarter. Even though the amber couldn't always be kept nearby, especially while making potions, crafting magical items, or creating puppets, as it would interfere with rune inscription, the combination with the transcendent state allowed for 24-hour passive meditation, further enhancing efficiency. Even so, Sunan's daily star ring meditation method proficiency soared to over 2,900 points. At this rate, I'll construct the 12th star ring by the autumn twilight month. Sunan caressed the divine blood amber in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed the bounty for divine blood ambers would continue indefinitely. Chapter 104, The Man-Faced Lion. Deep within the cave. In the low basin, the diligent clay golems were hard at work. The crisp sound of pickaxes striking the rock was unending. The clay golems pushed carts filled with ore along mining tracks, clattering as they moved outside. Over 2 months, this mining area had contributed nearly 15,000 gold coins to Sunan's coffers, more than covering the expenses of defeating the 100-armed monster with surplus to spare. To Sunan's delight, the ore deposits were even richer than he had anticipated. Sunan estimated that by the time the veins were fully depleted, they could yield over 80,000 gold coins in profit. That's equivalent to 3 to 4 years' worth of potion sales. If the mining area weren't too small to accommodate more clay golems, he would have considered deploying even more to hasten the mining process. After inspecting the mining area and finding no issues, Sunan proceeded to the monitoring point. The so-called monitoring point was the former lair of the 100-armed monster. The area was now cleared out, with 5 steel golems standing vigilantly motionless, like statues. The magical alarms remained intact. Sunan approached the entrance to the underground world without stepping inside. Having delayed for nearly 3 months, he felt it was time to investigate the city-state's situation. Now, armed with the powerful magic rune core and carrying 20 high-level rune gems, Sunan was well prepared. Additionally, the income from mining over the past few months had been invested in crafting more golems. Currently, his cube housed 2 steel golems, 8 elite stone golems, and 100 stone golems. With these assets, Sunan felt confident. Even if danger arose in the underground city-state, he was certain of his ability to escape. At the entrance leading downward, Sunan cast levitation on himself, followed by featherfall and invisibility. The latter 2 were his newly mastered 5th and 6th second circle spells, prepared specifically for this investigation. As the spells took effect, Sunan vanished from sight, becoming invisible in the air. His body felt lighter. With a leap, he floated down into the passage. Before long, Sunan emerged from the stalactite, once again facing the peculiar island city-state. Activating the extreme protection ring on his hand, he also cast shield and an energy particle layer on himself before cautiously flying forward. The lake at the cavern's bottom was eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. The dim glow from the fluorite embedded in the stalactites failed to reach the lake bed, making the lake appear like a pitch-black curtain, exuding an unsettling stillness. One couldn't help but wonder if any creatures lived within the lake. Sunan observed his surroundings but found no bridges or roads crossing the lake. He wondered how the city's inhabitants left the island and accessed the stalactite entrance above. However, it wasn't long before Sunan noticed a strange flying creature approaching. It resembled a furred manta ray, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, carrying 2 half-human, half-lion creatures on its broad back. They appeared to be a fusion of handsome humans and powerful lions, with humanoid upper bodies and lion-like lower bodies. Man-faced lions. Sunan's eyes narrowed as he recognized the creatures. Man-faced lions were cunning, evil beings known for their robust bodies and adept combat skills, making them natural warriors. Some man-faced lions possessed innate spell-like abilities, such as illusions and invisibility. Man-faced lions with these abilities were feared assassins in the underground world. In addition to their strength, man-faced lions were highly intelligent and spoke multiple languages. A mature man-faced lion had strength comparable to a knight, easily capable of defeating 4 or 5 apprentice knights alone. Elite warriors or nobles among them could reach the level of grand knights or even legendary knights. It seems that's the transportation for this city-state's residents. Sunan watched as the manta ray-like creature leisurely flew to a stalactite with an opening, where the 2 man-faced lions disembarked. Once the man-faced lions left, the manta ray descended to the lake's surface, floating idly. Sunan's eyes gleamed with contemplation. He soon turned back to the stalactite's entrance and slipped inside. Beyond the entrance lay an upward passage, leading to a spacious cave. Unexpectedly, the cave contained a mineral vein. The uneven rock walls revealed patches of reddish metal, stretching across the area. The 2 man-faced lions were using scimitars to strike at the rock walls, seemingly surveying or engaged in some task. Sunan swiftly cast 2 weakening rays, incapacitating the man-faced lions before they could react. When they saw Sunan appear out of thin air, they were equally shocked, their eyes widening in fear. Human! Who are you? Sunan didn't bother with pleasantries, knocking out one of the man-faced lions before interrogating the other. Don't try to lie. I'll ask your companion the same questions later. If I catch you lying, trust me, you'll regret it. Under the effects of the comprehend languages spell, the man-faced lion understood Sunan perfectly, a look of terror crossing its face. After some coercion, the man-faced lion eventually broke down and answered Sunan's questions. Once he obtained the information, Sunan knocked out the remaining man-faced lion and repeated the interrogation. His caution was warranted, given the man-faced lion's notorious cunning, evil nature, and lack of trustworthiness. Without some precautions, they might have led him into a trap. Unfortunately, charm person only worked on humanoid or human-like bipedal creatures, so it was ineffective against the man-faced lions. Otherwise, things would have been simpler. Having gathered the necessary intel, Sunan unhesitatingly disposed of the man-faced lions. After burning the bodies to ash, he stared at the scorched marks on the ground, lost in thought. According to the man-faced lions, the island in the lake's center was ruled by a man-faced lion city-state, home to around 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants. About 2/5 of them were man-faced lions, with the rest being various slaves. A city-state ruled by man-faced lions. This complicates things, Sunan thought, frowning. Though most inhabitants of the underground world were inherently evil and had terrible reputations, there were exceptions, such as fire dwarves and golden dwarves, who were not as malevolent and could be reasoned with. Sunan had initially hoped that if he encountered a reasonable race, they could establish a friendly trade relationship. But dealing with man-faced lions was a different story. They were entirely untrustworthy and beyond negotiation. Sunan was certain that if the man-faced lions discovered the entrance to the surface, they would invade, plundering people and resources. Or perhaps they already knew of the entrance and were sharpening their blades. Regardless, as long as the entrance existed, a conflict with the man-faced lions was inevitable. My brother needs to prepare for this, Sunan mused. The man-faced lion city-state's defense force posed a significant challenge, even for someone like Sunan. After all, it consisted of nearly 2,000 knight-level combatants. Among them were elite man-faced lions and man-faced lion nobles. There were likely several legendary-level combatants. I should infiltrate the city and investigate further. Sunan left the cave, flying toward the island. He crossed the lake without incident, landing at the island's edge. The city-state occupied about 4/5 of the island, with the remaining fifth being an open lakeshore. Whether approaching by water or air, any creature landing on the island would be spotted by guards on the distant city walls. Aware of this, Sunan had prioritized learning invisibility. Strolling openly across the lake shore, Sunan soon reached the vicinity of the city-state. The towering city walls stood over 20 meters high, constructed from neatly arranged blue stones. The craftsmanship was surprisingly good, appearing more solid and sturdy than many human towns' walls on the surface. Sunan wasn't surprised. After all, a significant portion of the underground world's inhabitants were dwarves. Including grey dwarves, fire dwarves, duro dwarves, shield dwarves, and golden dwarves. Dwarves were renowned for their skill in forging and construction. As a result, the underground world's weapons and architecture were not inferior to those of the surface. On the city walls, many man-faced lion warriors patrolled, bare-chested. A group of man-faced lions with scimitars stood at the gate, inspecting residents entering the city. But what drew Sunan's attention was a black lion crouched beside the gate. It was pitch black, even its eyes were a deep black, blending perfectly into the shadows. If not for Sunan's keen perception, he might have overlooked it. After observing for a while, Sunan couldn't identify the creature. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it. The underground world's geomantic radiation often resulted in various mutant creatures, and even the most knowledgeable individuals couldn't recognize them all. Encountering unfamiliar creatures was normal. He turned his gaze to the queue of creatures waiting to enter the city. There were various beings, including lizard folk, kobolds, minotaurs, and even ogres. Under the man-faced lion's intimidation, these strange and diverse creatures stood quietly together, lining up to enter the city. Fortune smiles on me, Sunan thought, his spirits lifting. Like charm person, disguise self could only transform him into a human, humanoid, or other human-like bipedal creature, not a man-faced lion. Sunan had initially planned to use invisibility to try and sneak into the city. But seeing lizard folk among the crowd made things easier. Just as Sunan was about to find a place to disguise himself as a lizard folk and rejoin the line, a commotion erupted at the gate. The black lion, previously lounging beside the gate, suddenly rose, its black eyes fixating on a lizard folk in the queue. It then let out a deafening roar. From over 200 meters away, the sound reached Sunan's ears, making his head throb as if struck hard. Simultaneously, the lizard folk targeted by the black lion staggered back with a muffled grunt. The man-faced lions, having sensed something amiss the moment the black lion moved, now focused sharply on the staggering lizard folk. Something's off with that one. Seize him! With a shout, over a dozen man-faced lions drew their scimitars, roaring as they charged at the lizard folk. Chaos erupted at the gate as the crowd of creatures retreated, isolating the lizard folk. Realizing its cover was blown, the lizard folk ceased its disguise. Its form twisted and blurred, revealing a figure clad in a grey robe with a grey mask. The next second, a massive fireball shot from the figure's hand, slamming into a man-faced lion, turning it into a living torch that writhed on the ground. Fireball! Sunan's eyes narrowed. The grey-robed figure was a wizard apprentice. Whoosh! 6 magic missiles tore through the gloom, blasting apart the heads of 4 or 5 man-faced lions. Despite the casualties, the man-faced lions showed no fear. Instead, their ferocity was stoked, and they charged with scimitars in each hand, claws digging into the ground as they surrounded the grey-robed figure. The grey-robed figure drew a staff, releasing magic missiles with one hand while casting spells with the other. Scorching ray! Fireball! The searing heat waves spread rapidly, the air temperature soaring. Though the man-faced lions outnumbered their opponent, they were driven back by the magical onslaught. But then, a burly figure appeared silently behind the grey-robed figure. With crossed blades, the man-faced lion slashed wildly, delivering 7 or 8 heavy blows almost simultaneously to the figure's back. Thump! 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 The dull sound of blades striking leather echoed repeatedly. The invisible shield behind the grey-robed figure shattered instantly, but the powerful slashes were stopped by an unseen force field mere centimeters from the figure's back. Seizing the opportunity, the grey-robed figure glowed red and spun, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man-faced lion flying over 20 meters. Bull's strength! The surrounding man-faced lions were stunned by the frail-seeming human's surprising strength, their assault momentarily halted. Taking advantage of the pause, the grey-robed figure leaped upward, hovering briefly before darting away. The man-faced lions, regaining their wits, pursued but were halted by the lake. By the time a man-faced lion arrived on the manta ray, the grey-robed figure had vanished. Damn it! The dual-wielding man-faced lion stood up, cursing as it slashed a trembling kobold in half. In the passage of a hollow stalactite high above the cavern, the grey-robed figure paused, glancing back. "Come out." Sunan emerged from the shadows. He hadn't bothered to hide, making it easy for the grey-robed figure to notice him. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" the grey-robed figure asked coldly. The voice beneath the mask was neutral. Sunan smiled faintly. "Long time no see, Rose." Chapter 105, No Choice But to Act. As soon as Sunan finished speaking, the grey-robed figure stiffened. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice reverting to its original melodious female tone. "Is it Scepter? Or Player?" Sunan brushed his mask lightly and smiled, "It's Player." "How did you recognize me?" Rose asked, puzzled. She hadn't worn her rose mask, and her voice had been disguised. "How did Player identify her?" "The staff you used," Sunan replied succinctly. The staff capable of casting magic missiles was an item Scepter had offered for trade during the second gathering. Sunan clearly remembered Rose acquiring it. Thus, upon seeing the staff, he deduced the grey-robed person's identity. Rose fell silent for a moment. She hadn't expected her identity to be revealed because of the staff. Fortunately, only someone from Forest Cabin could recognize it, not an enemy. "What brings you here?" Rose inquired. "The same as you," Sunan replied directly. "You want to enter the city, right?" Rose's eyes flashed with surprise, apparently not expecting Sunan to share her goal. After a brief contemplation, she proposed, "How about we cooperate? You saw it earlier. The island city is heavily guarded, with a soul-eating hunter that can see through invisibility and illusions. Neither of us can sneak in alone. Why not work together and achieve our respective goals?" "Soul-eating hunter?" Sunan quickly caught on. "You mean that black lion?" "Exactly," Rose nodded. "I extracted the information from a man-faced lion. It's said to be a rare beast they breed, capable of sensing soul auras. Unless one can alter their soul aura, all disguises are useless against it. I initially thought the man-faced lion exaggerated, but after my invisibility and magic disguise failed, it's clear they're ineffective." Sunan understood and felt slightly exasperated. The man-faced lions were indeed cunning. During the interrogation, both had conveniently omitted this critical information, hoping he'd run headlong into trouble. Luckily, Rose had taken the hit first. "We can cooperate. I have a way to sneak into the city, but you must first tell me why you want to infiltrate the island city," Sunan said, his gaze steady on Rose. Rose hesitated briefly before agreeing, "All right, but you must swear not to tell anyone else." "No problem." The two then signed a vow contract. Afterward, Rose explained, "I discovered a wizard's legacy in the underground world. According to my investigation, the key to unlocking it is hidden somewhere in that city, which is why I want to infiltrate it." "A wizard's legacy?" Sunan's eyes subtly widened. Was there really a wizard's legacy nearby? "Aren't you worried I'll want to get my hands on the legacy too?" Sunan asked, raising an eyebrow. Rose chuckled, "If you're willing, we can explore the wizard's legacy together. Would you be so generous?" "I don't have a choice," Rose sighed. "The guardians there are excessively strong. Just guarding the entrance is an adamantine golem, and I can't defeat it alone." "An adamantine golem?" Sunan was taken aback. This was a higher-tier metallic golem than a steel golem, and likely as formidable as the 100-armed monster. Even for him, dealing with an adamantine golem wouldn't be easy. With an adamantine golem guarding the entrance, the forces inside are likely stronger. "I can't secure the wizard's legacy alone. I originally planned to invite 1 or 2 people from Forest Cabin to help after acquiring the key. Running into you here was fortuitous. So, what do you say? Will you cooperate?" Rose's eyes held a hopeful glint as she looked at Sunan. While she didn't know Player's exact strength, given his wealth of resources and the fact he'd killed Heb, he was certainly not weaker than her. If Player joined the exploration, their chances of securing the legacy would increase significantly. "How will the items in the legacy be divided?" Sunan cut to the chase. He wouldn't miss the chance to explore a wizard's legacy. Even if it meant taking some risks, it was worth it. Moreover, with numerous contingencies, he felt confident in his safety. "I take 2/3 since I provided the information." Sunan immediately rejected, "I want half." Seeing Rose about to speak, he interrupted, I'll figure out how to infiltrate the city, and I'll handle the adamantine golem, but it'll cost me. I need half of the legacy. All right, half it is. After a lengthy pause, Rose agreed. If Sunan could solve her two biggest obstacles, a 50-50 split was fair. With the most crucial distribution settled, the rest came easily. They discussed details and signed another vow contract. With the contract in place, the tension eased, and the atmosphere lightened. Bound by the contract, they needn't fear betrayal during the exploration or after obtaining the legacy. The power of a contract is absolute for wizards at least, for those not yet powerful enough to defy it. So why do you want to infiltrate the city? Rose asked. I want to investigate its interior, Sunan replied. Though still curious, Rose didn't press further, shifting the conversation to their plan. So, what will you do next? Rose was curious about how player intended to sneak past the soul-eating hunter's senses. However, Sunan had no intention of doing so. Since stealth was impossible, there was no need to attempt it. He'd charge in head-on and create chaos. The two returned to the lakeshore. When Rose saw Sunan summon 100 stone golems out of thin air, her eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you store all these stone golems? Rose asked, her shock evident. Even a microglow-grade spatial magic item couldn't hold so many stone golems. As for alchemical-grade spatial magic items, they couldn't even store one. How did player manage it? Secret, Sunan replied casually, turning his gaze to the island city. More than 100 massive figures suddenly appeared on the open lakeshore, noticeable to anyone who wasn't blind. The man-faced lion sentries noticed the stone golems immediately, causing a commotion atop the city walls. Rumble. The stone golem army charged, kicking up a cloud of dust as they thundered toward the walls, a fearsome sight. What are those creatures? They're coming at us. Sound the horn. We're under attack. The sudden turn of events threw the man-faced lions into chaos. Quickly, a man-faced lion grabbed a horn and blew it, the long, deep sound echoing through the cavern. Meanwhile, the stone golem army reached the base of the walls and collided with them like an unstoppable force. The sturdy blue stone walls crumbled almost instantly, sending man-faced lions tumbling down, bloodied and broken, only to be crushed underfoot by the stone golems, coughing up blood. The cave echoed with pained screams. In the distance, Rose was stunned. Though she'd seen stone golems before, witnessing a full-scale charge was a first. The sheer power and momentum left her in awe. So, this is a golem army. For a moment, Rose couldn't help but consider learning puppet crafting. Let's go, Sunan's voice broke through her shock. They maintained their invisibility as they dashed toward the walls. The man-faced lions were preoccupied with the stone golems, oblivious to the two intruders. Sunan and Rose deftly avoided conflicts, their bodies agile as they slipped through the battlefield. Suddenly, Sunan raised his hand, and a flash of silver zipped forth, followed by a heavy thud. Rose turned to see the soul-eating hunter lying on the ground. Its head had been skewered by a silver spear, pinning it to the earth, unmistakably dead. In Rose's astonished gaze, the silver spear shattered and vanished. Sunan retracted his hand, signaling Rose to continue. Regaining her senses, Rose followed closely, increasingly impressed. Whether it was the 100 stone golems or the swift, deadly strike she hadn't anticipated, players' abilities thus far were deeply impressive. Even when facing Night Owl, the founder of Forest Cabin, she hadn't felt this level of inscrutability. Just who was player? Taking advantage of the chaos, Sunan and Rose infiltrated the city, brushing past a group of man-faced lions rushing to assist. After running some distance, the lead man-faced lion suddenly glanced back, a puzzled expression on its handsome face. Lord Angus? Queried a nearby man-faced lion. It's nothing, Angus shook his head, continuing toward the walls. After passing through the buffer zone adjacent to the walls, Sunan and Rose finally entered the city proper. The city was more a sprawl of low stone houses on the island. This area seemed to be the slave quarters, with filthy kobolds and ogres peering curiously from their huts, watching the commotion at the walls. The air was thick with stench, making Rose wrinkle her nose. Where's the key stored? Sunan asked, turning to Rose. Up ahead, Rose pointed. They ran further, entering a clean, wide street. The area was quiet and somber, maintaining order. The street was lined with taverns, shops, and places of entertainment. The passers-by were mostly man-faced lions, with the occasional chained members of other races. Clearly, this was the domain of the city-state's rulers, the man-faced lions. Sunan looked up. In the city's center, a massive stone pillar, 300 to 400 meters in diameter, stretched to the cavern ceiling. Its surface was engraved with runes, and its interior was a labyrinth of rooms and vertical tunnels. This was the palace of the man-faced lion nobles, as Sunan had learned from the interrogated man-faced lions. The key is under a man-faced lion statue. I know it's in the upper city, but not its exact location. A statue, Sunan murmured, frowning. Though they'd successfully infiltrated during the chaos, there was no telling when the man-faced lions might regroup. They had little time to search and needed to find the statue quickly. Surveying the area, Sunan's eyes suddenly brightened. This way! He whispered and darted into a nearby building, slipping through a window. Rose hesitated but followed swiftly. Inside, she immediately saw Sunan gripping a short figure by the neck, holding him in a vice grip to keep him silent. A grey dwarf. Recognizing the stout limbs, grey skin, and long beard, Rose's eyes lit up. Compared to other dwarves, grey dwarves had a much worse reputation, often deemed evil. As a result, they were shunned by other dwarves. Judging by his attire and residence, this dwarf held a decent status, likely an associate of the man-faced lions, not a slave. After a moment's thought, Rose's eyes gleamed with understanding. Unlike the man-faced lions, grey dwarves were humanoid. In other words, charm person would work on them. Indeed, Sunan cast charm person, and the grey dwarf quickly stopped struggling, his expression slackening. Sunan released the dwarf, asking quietly, "Where is there a man-faced lion statue in the upper city?" "A large statue stands in the central square." "Anywhere else?" "Nowhere else." Sunan and Rose exchanged a glance, both smiling with relief. It seemed the key was likely beneath the central square statue. After learning the central square's location, Sunan snapped the grey dwarf's neck. They hurried out and made for the central square. The square was only 500 to 600 meters from the towering stone pillar. From the rooms atop the pillar, one could overlook the entire central square. Sunan and Rose reached the square quickly but frowned upon arrival. The man-faced lion statue was enormous, towering over 10 meters high, made entirely of obsidian. Its sheer presence suggested it was incredibly heavy, likely impossible for a grand knight to move alone. Moving or toppling such a heavy statue would undoubtedly attract the man-faced lion's attention. Why is the wizard's legacy key in such a place? Sunan mused. I don't know, Rose admitted. I found the legacy information in a biography, but the author wasn't the wizard who left it. I suspect someone else placed the key here. What a twisted sense of humor, Sunan muttered, his lips twitching. Placing the key in a man-faced lion city-state required great power and a twisted sense of humor. He couldn't fathom such a mindset. What now? Rose asked. Sunan sighed. We have no choice but to act. Chapter 106, Carolina. Once they decided to act, Sunan and Rose hesitated no more and immediately set their plan in motion. The man-faced lion statue was extremely heavy, and even with Sunan's Grand Knight level strength, moving it was near impossible. Fortunately, he had another solution. Boom! An elite stone golem appeared out of thin air, wrapping its arms around the statue. With a powerful heave, it lifted the statue and moved it aside, much to Rose's astonishment. That's a stone golem? Rose thought, bewildered. Since when did stone golems possess such immense strength? Even a legendary knight would struggle with such a feat. But there was no time to ponder this. Rose pushed her surprise aside and placed her hand on the ground. Instantly, the ground within a 10-meter radius rippled like water. Moments later, a fist-sized crystal orb slowly emerged from the ground. Rose grabbed the crystal orb and examined it closely, then exclaimed joyfully, "This is it. Good, let's get out of here." In the brief moments they had been there, the commotion in the central square had already attracted the attention of the man-faced lions. From all directions, man-faced lions were rushing towards them. Sunan ordered the elite stone golem to stay behind and hold off the pursuers while he and Rose made their escape. They chose a direction opposite the gate they had entered through. After all, the gate was now teeming with man-faced lions, and heading there would be akin to walking into a trap. They needed to escape in a different direction. Since the island city was surrounded by a lake, it didn't matter which direction they left from. Intruders! Capture them! Over a dozen man-faced lions charged at them, brandishing scimitars with savage expressions. However, Sunan and Rose had little regard for ordinary man-faced lion warriors. Without breaking stride, they waved their hands, unleashing a torrent of lightning that instantly turned the attackers into charred husks. Against 2 level 3 wizard apprentices, these man-faced lions, with strength only approaching that of a knight, were no match, falling in droves with no chance to retaliate. Sunan and Rose swiftly crossed the city center. To avoid the towering pillar that marked the man-faced lion noble's residence, they took a longer, circular route around it. But suddenly, a flash of fire erupted ahead, a wave of flames rushing towards them, the intense heat almost singeing their hair. Instinctively, Rose began to halt, but Sunan's steady voice reached her ears. "It's an illusion, keep moving." Without hesitation, Rose activated her protective magic items and charged forward. Sure enough, as Sunan predicted, the blazing wave proved insubstantial, passing harmlessly over them. They emerged from the flames unscathed. Rose gave Sunan a curious glance. Man-faced lions don't have innate spell-like abilities for manipulating fire, nor do they cast spells. They only know minor illusions to confuse, Sunan explained without looking back. He then flicked his hand, sending a bolt of lightning into an empty space. A pained cry rang out as a man-faced lion stumbled out of thin air, its body blackened, lying lifeless on the ground. Rose, a step behind Sunan, sensed something was off. The ring on her right index finger glowed faintly, emitting a greyish light that spread outward. Wherever the light passed, man-faced lions appeared, their faces twisted in pain. They collapsed to the ground, their scimitars clattering down. Their skin cracked open, but instead of blood, thin grey thorns sprouted, spreading across their bodies, enveloping them completely. In moments, the street was filled with large clusters of grey thorns. Whoosh! More man-faced lions appeared in the air, all wielding scimitars, growling as they charged. These differed from the ones Sunan had encountered earlier. They were larger and more muscular, their upper bodies adorned with intricate patterns that glowed eerily in the dim light. Their scimitars were of higher quality, and all wielded dual blades. Clearly, these were the elite warriors among the man-faced lions. Despite being surrounded by elite man-faced lions, Sunan and Rose remained unfazed. 2 elite stone golems materialized, stepping forward to meet the man-faced lions. Rose tossed a handful of seeds ahead, which quickly sprouted into vines, intertwining to form humanoid shapes. Soon, the street was filled with dozens of creatures made entirely of green vines. They swung their thick vine arms, roaring as they engaged the man-faced lions. Meanwhile, Sunan and Rose kept their focus on a figure atop a nearby rooftop. There stood a peculiar man-faced lion. Unlike the others, this one had the upper body of a human female, with striking features, slanted eyes, and a beautiful, exotic face. Around her snowy neck was a silver collar, and her deep blue hair added to her allure. She wore black leather armor, her chest prominently outlined. To be honest, from the waist up, she was the kind of beauty that could ignite a man's desires with a single glance. However, any such thoughts vanished upon seeing the thick, green snake tail below, swaying on the ground. "Is that a man-faced lion too?" Rose asked, puzzled. "That's a noble among the man-faced lions," Sunan replied calmly. "Most man-faced lions are half human, half lion. Only the nobles are half human, half snake, and mostly female. That one is likely part of the ruling class of this city-state. The illusion earlier was probably her doing." Man-faced lion nobles not only excelled in close combat but also possessed illusionary spell-like abilities, making them formidable legendary-level opponents. Rose examined the man-faced lion noble and noted that in addition to the black snake-shaped short sword at her waist, she also held a long staff adorned with silver serpentine motifs. Rose gave Sunan a curious look, asking, "How do you know so much?" "I read it in a book," Sunan replied offhandedly. Rose was half convinced. At that moment, the man-faced lion noble spoke up. "Impressive. If I'm not mistaken, you two must be wizards." She smiled seductively, her eyes filled with allure, as if she were greeting long-lost lovers rather than facing deadly adversaries. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Carolina. It's been many years since wizards have visited our city-state. Today, two come at once, how rare. Still, barging into our territory and killing so many of my kin, isn't that a bit much? Even wizards shouldn't be so reckless." Rose sneered, "Coming from you, that's disgusting. Didn't you just invade the surface and massacre an entire village? Why didn't you care about reason then?" Carolina's face lit up with understanding. "You're from the Thornflower Duchy. Sunan glanced at Rose. It seemed Rose had found the underground world's entrance because of this incident. Was she from the Thornflower Duchy? So you're here for revenge, Carolina laughed, her voice like silver bells. Then there's nothing more to say. Neither of you will. Before she could finish, Sunan and Rose attacked simultaneously, firing over a dozen magic missiles at Carolina, silencing her. Carolina's expression darkened as her snake tail twisted, dodging most of the missiles. The remaining missiles struck her, rippling across her body like leaves on a pond, vanishing without a trace. Unscathed, Carolina leapt from the rooftop, landing gracefully. She smirked, swinging her staff and striking the ground heavily. In an instant, illusions of man-faced lions appeared around each of the original warriors, then solidified and attacked. Suddenly, the number of enemies had multiplied. This was clearly an illusion. Carolina couldn't summon so many kin instantly. Yet opponents rarely had time to discern which were illusions and which were real. Carolina had used this tactic to defeat many formidable foes. But this time, she was destined for disappointment. She faced wizard apprentices with far more versatile means. Sunan unhesitatingly activated his ice necklace, unleashing a bone-chilling wave of frost that spread outward from him. The wave shattered illusions like bursting bubbles, freezing the real man-faced lions solid. In moments, the street was lined with ice sculptures. Seeing this, Carolina and even Rose were taken aback. A microglow-grade magic item. Rose inhaled sharply, her eyes a mix of envy and surprise. These days, acquiring a microglow-grade magic item was incredibly difficult, and making one was unthinkable. Despite years of accumulation, Rose owned over a dozen magic items, none of which were microglow-grade, all were alchemical grade. Witnessing the item's incredible power, she couldn't help but feel envious. Player even has something this valuable. Rose's understanding of players' wealth deepened. With a single strike, Sunan shattered Carolina's illusions. As the man-faced lions fell into disarray, he flicked his fingers, launching a gleaming gem like a bullet. Boom! In midair, the gem burst into brilliant azure light, transforming into a massive bolt of lightning that crashed down on Carolina, engulfing her. Let's go! Sunan commanded sharply, leaving two elite stone golems to hold the enemy while he and Rose made their escape. This was the enemy's stronghold, lingering too long was unwise. They needed to leave quickly. In moments, the two vanished at the street's end. Simultaneously, a piercing shriek erupted. The wind blew away the dust, revealing Carolina. Her body was covered in blackened wounds, her snake-tail scales mostly gone, leaving her looking far from her earlier seductive beauty and utterly disheveled. Damned wizards! Damned humans! Carolina glared venomously at the direction Sunan and Rose had fled, knowing it was too late to pursue them. In her rage, she angrily struck the ground with her staff. Lady Carolina! A group of man-faced lions approached, led by a tall one. He was shocked to see Carolina injured. In his memory, the powerful Lady Carolina had never been in such a state. Who were these intruders that could wound Lady Carolina so? Carolina glanced at him, her face dark. Angus, how's the situation at the gate? Angus lowered his gaze respectfully. The enemies have been dealt with. He hesitated before adding, but Lady Carolina, those enemies were strange. They didn't seem like real sentient beings. Carolina replied coldly, they were golems, puppets created by wizards. Wizards? Angus was startled. Wizards had attacked their city-state, no wonder even Lady Carolina was wounded. In the vast underground world, many legends about wizards persisted. They were more fearsome than dragon demons, dark elves, or frost wights. Take the wounded for treatment, and have people watch the lower city's slaves to prevent any trouble. I need to report this to the Lord. Yes, Lady Carolina. Watching Carolina depart, Angus turned to the devastated street, his gaze lingering on the two shattered golems, frowning. Someone, clean this up quickly. After breaking through, Sunan and Rose used invisibility, vanishing again. With the pursuers held off by the two elite stone golems, they encountered only a few stray man-faced lions and quickly escaped the city. Once back in the original cave, Sunan and Rose finally relaxed. Thanks to you, Rose smiled at Sunan. Their successful retrieval of the key from the man-faced lion city-state was entirely thanks to Sunan. Without his golem assault on the gate, drawing away the man-faced lion forces, and his devastating strike on the man-faced lion noble, their escape wouldn't have been so smooth. Sunan's strength was even greater than she'd imagined. Especially the powerful attack on the man-faced lion noble, resembling energy runes yet far stronger, left Rose deeply impressed. Sunan shook his head, saying nothing. Mainly, he was feeling the pinch. The 3 elite stone golems and 100 stone golems left in the city-state were worth over 10,000 gold coins. Equivalent to a month's profit from the mines. To get the key to the wizard's legacy, he'd paid a hefty price. Hope the wizard's legacy compensates for my losses, Sunan thought silently. Chapter 107, Blood Soul Bugs in a 5,000 defense point shell. Where is the wizard's legacy located? After a brief rest, Sunan began discussing the main issue. Rose took out a scroll of parchment and opened it to reveal a map filled with lines and text. This is the city-state of the man-faced lions, Rose pointed to a spot on the map, then moved her finger to another point not far away. This is where the wizard's legacy is located. Sunan gave her a surprised look. It seems you've spent quite a bit of time in the underground world, to have even drawn a map. It's just a small area, probably not even 1% of the total underground world, Rose shrugged, then seemed to remember something and smiled. Do you want it? 10 magic stones and it's yours. Deal. Sunan agreed without hesitation. This was invaluable information. Even with his past life's memories, he couldn't possibly memorize the entire vast underground world's geography. He had no recollection of the area around the man-faced lion city-state. With Rose's map, future actions would undoubtedly encounter fewer obstacles. Crucially, the map indicated several known mineral veins and their approximate reserves. With this map, once the threat of the man-faced lion city-state was eliminated, he could systematically exploit the area's mineral resources. For this reason alone, 10 magic stones were well worth it. And there are also the divine blood ambers, 6 in total. I'll give them to you along with the map. In the end, Sunan paid a total of 130 magic stones for a map and 6 divine blood ambers. When do you plan to move? Rose asked. No time like the present, let's go now, Sunan replied. He didn't want to delay too long, especially with the looming threat of the man-faced lion city-state. He needed to quickly resolve the issue of the wizard's legacy and then prepare to deal with the city-state. Rose had no objections to this. After a brief rest, they set out. Considering that the man-faced lions might still be searching for them, they cautiously avoided the island, using levitation to take a wide arc across the lake. With Rose leading, they soon found a cave entrance on the rock wall deep in the cavern and entered. Beyond the cave was a long tunnel. Rose took out a glowing crystal to light the way, occasionally checking the map. Traveling in the underground world differed greatly from the surface. There were no clear landmarks or open vistas, only a labyrinthine network of passages and pervasive darkness. Even the most seasoned travelers, with detailed maps, found it difficult to navigate such a place. Due to the interference of geomantic radiation, instruments like compasses were useless. Thus, getting lost was a common challenge in the underground world. Even its native inhabitants weren't immune to this issue. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem for level 3 wizard apprentices. Their powerful mental abilities endowed them with eidetic memory. Once they traversed a route, no matter how complex, they could recognize it on subsequent visits. Using the map and their memories, Rose navigated without getting lost once. After traveling for half a day, they finally reached their destination. That's where I found the wizard's legacy, Rose pointed to a dark cave entrance in the distance. Sunan squinted at the entrance, which was unexpectedly large, with a semicircular shape and a radius of about 10 meters. The dim light outside didn't penetrate far inside, making it resemble a silent black hole, an unsettling sight. The adamantine golem is inside. It appears and gives a warning if you get within 50 meters of the entrance. If you don't leave in 30 seconds or attack it, it will attack intruders. But if you leave the entrance by more than 100 meters, it stops pursuing. Sunan understood. Golems were essentially like robots. Without a controller's orders, they operated only according to preset instructions. The adamantine golem's role was clearly to guard this wizard's legacy, similar to the Black Rock Panther that had attacked them when he discovered the legacy in the Black Rock City mine 4 years ago. Let's get started, Sunan said. Be careful. That adamantine golem is formidable, Rose warned seriously, indicating she'd had significant trouble with it before. Sunan nodded and approached the entrance. As soon as he stepped within 50 meters, heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness, and a massive figure, 7 to 8 meters tall, slowly emerged. The adamantine golem resembled a steel golem but was dark red all over, its metallic gleam cold and intimidating in the dim light. Intruder detected. Warning. Leave this area immediately, or you will be exterminated. Intruder detected. The golem's cold, mechanical voice repeated. Sunan wasted no time, launching an attack immediately. And he started with his most powerful move. In an instant, countless silvery liquid streams emerged from Sunan's pores, swirling around him and quickly forming into sharp spikes. The next second, they shot out with a deafening sonic boom, a storm of metal engulfing the adamantine golem. Rib! 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 Although the spikes looked slender, their power was immense. The golem's body, known for its formidable defense, was riddled with cracks. The metal storm raged for over a minute. When it finally ceased and the spikes returned to Sunan in liquid form, the once magnificent golem was a wreck, riddled with holes, with hardly a piece intact. Its massive arms were reduced to stubs, and even its head was half shattered. Rose stood frozen, stunned, and speechless. What was that just now? A spell? A magic item? The power was ridiculous. A golem nearly at third circle legendary level was crippled in an instant. Sunan exhaled lightly, his face pale, but his spirits high. The minute-long bombardment had nearly drained his mental energy, but the outcome was satisfactory. Adamantine golems were renowned for their defense, even a third circle legendary knight with earth elemental mastery couldn't match their toughness. Yet this seemingly invincible golem couldn't withstand the magic rune core's onslaught. His efforts to fuse the core had paid off. Though severely damaged, the golem wasn't completely destroyed, so Sunan hurled a high-level rune gem to shatter its soul core, finishing it off. Afterward, Sunan collected the golem's remnants. Restoring the golem was impossible, but the remains could yield rare metals. Only then did Rose recover, looking at Sunan as if he were a monster. The golem she had struggled so much with had been effortlessly dealt with by Sunan. It felt like a dream. Rose now truly realized the vast gulf in strength between her and Sunan. Despite her disappointment and frustration, she felt a sense of relief. With someone as powerful as Sunan on their side, their chances of exploring the wizard's legacy seemed much greater. I need some time to recover my mental energy, Sunan said, finding a spot away from the entrance, where he released 2 elite stone golems to stand guard as he sat cross-legged to meditate. Rose watched him with a complex expression, then found her own place to rest. In the underground world, day and night were indistinguishable, always cloaked in shadow. The pervasive darkness made the passage of time difficult to perceive. After an indeterminate period, Sunan opened his eyes and stood up. All right, let's go. Rose, eager to proceed, quickly got up. Standing at the entrance, they expertly cast protective spells and energy particles on themselves and activated magic items before stepping inside together. Inside was a spacious tunnel, about 100 meters long. At its end stood a massive semicircular metal door, tightly sealed and covered in intricate runes. Sunan and Rose exchanged glances and approached to inspect it. It has arcane locks and magical traps, but they're heavily worn. Judging by the wear, these arcane locks and traps must be over a century old. Rose ran her hand over the door's grooves and sighed. The older a wizard's legacy, the less likely it was to contain intact rare materials, potions, or magic items. Time often degraded or damaged such things, rendering them unusable. The good news was that it might still hold valuable knowledge. The closer the knowledge's origin to the wizarding golden age a millennium ago, the more complete and powerful it tended to be. With little effort, they dismantled the door's arcane locks and traps and pushed it open. Before them lay an ancient cavern. The walls glowed with natural phosphorescent crystals. On either side were open doorways leading to 6 rooms. Through the doors, they glimpsed shelves and workbenches, suggesting laboratories or workshops. Directly ahead were 2 dark passageways, from which came faint squeaking sounds, their source unknown. Without needing to remind each other, Sunan and Rose prepared for battle. The next instant, countless blood-red shadows poured from the left passageway, surging toward them like a tide. Under the glow from the crystals, Sunan quickly discerned the true nature of the shadows. They were fist-sized bugs, blood-red with sharp, deadly teeth. Blood soul bugs. Sunan's face changed, and he quickly warned Rose. Don't let them touch you. They can devour souls. Blood soul bugs were said to be descendants of the ancient beast Scarlet Fang, carrying a trace of its bloodline. Though the bloodline was now extremely thin, it didn't stop the bugs from being terrifying creatures. They fed on souls. Any creature bitten by them suffered not only physical harm but soul damage as well. If a person's body was devoured by them, their soul would be completely annihilated. Swarms of blood soul bugs were a nightmare for any creature with a soul. Hearing Sunan's warning, Rose's face paled. These bugs could attack souls. Soul damage required extensive recovery, even for a wizard apprentice, and severe damage could hinder future advancement. This was unacceptable to any wizard apprentice. Rose decisively scattered a dozen seeds around her, which quickly sprouted into strange plants with large petals and thorny vines. The plants surrounded Rose, thrashing their vines to fend off the bugs. But there were too many bugs, and the outermost plants were soon devoured. Rose had to scatter more seeds, casting spells to kill the bugs. During a lull in the battle, she glanced at Sunan's situation. What she saw widened her eyes. 3 steel golems had appeared beside Sunan, swinging massive fists at the bugs. Each punch turned a bug into a bloody mist. Steel golems. Player even has these. Rose was once again shocked. She'd been impressed by Player's wealth when he deployed over 100 stone golems, but the presence of steel golems was another level. These were legendary level puppets, 3 together could rival a weaker level 3 wizard apprentice. Rose had coveted steel golems, but their exorbitant cost and the high skill required to craft them made it impossible for most. Where does Player get so many golems? Could he have made them himself? Rose was filled with doubt and curiosity, as Player's mysteries only deepened. Steel golems, lacking souls and with their bodies impervious, were well suited against the bugs. Their only drawback was their slow movement, unable to stop all the bugs. Many bugs bypassed the golems, swarming toward Sunan. But they soon found this seemingly easier prey was an even tougher shell than the golems. Despite their relentless assault, they only managed to breach one of Sunan's invisible protective fields, only for another to immediately take its place. With 5 extreme protection rings, providing a total of 5,000 defense points, Sunan remained calm and composed, even as he stood amidst the swarm. Chapter 108, The Fatal Flaw of Immortality. With the defense provided by the extreme protection rings, Sunan could focus on offense. Facing the highly threatening blood soul bugs, he didn't hold back and immediately activated the disaster rings on his left hand. All 4 rings glowed simultaneously. Instantly, 4 massive grey claws appeared in the void, sweeping through the swarm like a gale. In a flash, countless bugs fell to the ground like dumplings in boiling water. The dense swarm noticeably thinned. Immediately afterward, a large amount of silvery metal liquid oozed from Sunan's body, transforming into sharp spikes. They radiated outwards from him, instantly killing hundreds of blood soul bugs. Under Sunan's relentless assault, the swarm diminished rapidly. In just over half a minute, Sunan had cleared the bugs around him and turned to check on Rose. Her situation was much more precarious. Despite using all her trump cards, Rose had only managed to kill fewer than 100 bugs, with over 100 still surrounding her. Her bizarre plants had been devoured, leaving her relying on magical items to fend off the swarm. Fortunately, most of the bugs were drawn to Sunan, allowing her to hold on until now. With Sunan's support, they quickly cleared the remaining bugs. A few surviving bugs were captured and placed in an iron cage Sunan had fashioned from refined iron. Such rare creatures needed to be studied thoroughly. With the danger past, Rose breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the thick layer of bug corpses where Sunan had been fighting. She couldn't help but marvel. No matter how many times she witnessed it, Sunan's power continued to amaze her. After the battle, 2 of Sunan's extreme protection rings were completely depleted and would need recharging. Another was halfway drained. All 4 disaster rings also needed recharging. 2 of the steel golems were damaged, but not severely. They could be repaired by absorbing energy at the base's geomantic node. He had about half his mental energy left, enough to use the magic rune core for roughly a minute. Overall, he still retained most of his combat strength. With a clear understanding of his status, Sunan gripped a high-level rune gem and cautiously advanced into the passage from which the bugs had emerged. The passage led to a room transformed into a bug nest, with walls riddled with honeycomb-like holes, containing many shed bug shells. After a thorough check revealed no remaining bugs, Sunan relaxed slightly. If another swarm had appeared, he might have had to consider retreating temporarily. Rose was equally relieved, she had no desire to face those fearsome bugs again. Exiting the left passage, they turned into the right one. This passage also led to a room converted into a bug nest, with walls lined with small holes containing bugs. Initially, upon seeing this, Sunan and Rose tensed, ready for battle. But they soon realized these weren't blood soul bugs but rather large beetle-like bugs with crystal-covered backs. They lay motionless in the holes, seemingly in a deep sleep. Sunan carefully extracted one bug, examined it, and shook his head at Rose. It's dead. This bug had no life signs. After checking them all, they found most were dead, with only 6 showing faint signs of life, as fragile as a candle in the wind. Sunan decided to take these bugs for study as well. Leaving the nest, they began searching the other rooms. The first was a storeroom with shelves holding various materials. As expected, most had degraded over time and were unusable. Only a few rare metals were still intact. Next were a meditation room, an indoor garden, and a potion room, but they yielded no discoveries. Finally, entering what seemed like a spell practice room, they made a find. Dust covered the room, and the walls, floor, and ceiling were cracked and pitted, as if a fierce battle had taken place. In one corner sat a skeletal corpse, still clad in a robe. Sunan immediately identified it as a magic robe, though it had long since lost its power. "Is this the owner?" Rose asked, pointing to the rings on the skeleton's hand, their runes blurred. "Perhaps," Sunan replied, scanning the battle scars in the room. "It doesn't rule out the presence of a second person here." After examining the remains and finding nothing valuable, they left the practice room for the final chamber. Seeing the large workbench inside, both felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, this was a laboratory. As a place for wizards, apprentices, to conduct experiments, it likely held experimental notes. With no library found, the laboratory's notes might be the most valuable items in the cave. After a search, they found several notebooks. The pages were made of a special material, resisting decay even after so many years. Opening the first notebook, they saw a bold title, "The Extraction and Fusion of Blood-Soul Bug Bloodlines." Sunan and Rose exchanged astonished glances. They had experienced the blood-soul bug's eerie and terrifying nature firsthand, and now someone had attempted to extract and fuse their bloodlines. Reading further, the author was revealed to be Avani Lucas. The notes detailed a series of experimental processes, progress, and psychological reflections by this wizard apprentice, Avani. According to the notes, Avani discovered the blood-soul bugs by chance. These strange creatures instinctively devoured the flesh and souls of living beings, using them as sustenance. With enough souls, they could theoretically live forever. Avani's experiments showed that a single human soul could sustain a blood-soul bug for a month without food. Stronger creatures' souls lasted even longer. Realizing this, Avani conceived the idea of fusing the bug's soul-devouring bloodline to achieve immortality. He quickly began experiments. Spanning over 2 decades and involving countless failures, Avani eventually succeeded in fusing the bug's bloodline, gaining the ability to extend his life by devouring souls. Seeing this, Sunan and Rose exchanged looks of wonder. Immortality. It was a dream cherished by many wizard apprentices. Only with a long enough life could they hope to become full-fledged wizards. Achieving immortality was incredibly difficult. Most apprentices could only aim to extend their lives as much as possible. But Avani had seemingly achieved this, attaining immortality. In comparison, the need to devour souls seemed trivial. Like humans needing food or vampires needing blood, it wasn't a flaw given his extended lifespan. But if Avani achieved immortality, then whose skeleton is in the practice room? Rose wondered. Sunan shook his head, unable to answer. With lingering questions, they continued reading. After his success, Avani's notes conveyed his euphoria and pride. He cultivated more blood-soul bugs as research samples, hoping to further enhance his bloodline abilities, reducing dependency on soul energy for perfect immortality. But this research failed. After fusing the bloodline, Avani soon noticed something wrong. His soul was polluted. Through experiments and investigation, Avani identified the cause. The blood-soul bug's bloodline had a fatal flaw. Continual soul consumption polluted the soul, causing it to distort, become violent, and eventually lose sanity, descending into madness. This explained the bug's relentless attacks on creatures with flesh and souls. They had lost self-awareness, driven only by instincts for survival and slaughter. Avani was experiencing this process. The good news was that stopping soul consumption halted the pollution, preserving sanity. The bad news was the pollution made it nearly impossible for him to become a full-fledged wizard. Realizing this, Avani despaired. He frantically sought a way to eliminate the bloodline flaw but failed. After over a decade, Avani felt his life nearing its end. Unwilling to die, he resumed soul consumption, hoping to find a solution before losing his mind. Subsequent notes grew increasingly twisted, reflecting his escalating madness. The last pages were filled with unintelligible scribbles, unsettling to behold. After finishing the notes, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Avani's fate was clear. He never found a solution and ultimately succumbed to madness. The scars in the practice room weren't from battle but Avani's own rampage. The skeleton in the corner was indeed Avani. What a pity, he was so close, Rose murmured regretfully. Sunan glanced at her, shaking his head silently. This wasn't a matter of being close. Avani's failure was inevitable. 1,000 years ago, in the wizarding golden age, blood soul bugs weren't uncommon. If fusing their bloodline granted immortality, more powerful wizards would have achieved it long ago. Yet no such method has been heard of, even in later wizard eras. This indicated no one had succeeded, the bloodline flaw was insurmountable. From the moment he fused it, Avani's fate was sealed. Don't sympathize with him. He wasn't a good person, Sunan said. Remember those blood soul bugs? Rose paused, then quickly realized, her expression darkening. Avani died over a century ago. The bugs, trapped in the cave without food, survived due to consuming countless souls while he lived. The soul energy needed for nearly 1,000 bugs to survive a century without food was staggering. The thought was chilling. Avani's hands were stained with immense blood. Setting aside the blood soul bug notes, Sunan picked up the second notebook. Its first page read, Genetic Modification and Cultivation of Gem Bugs. Gem bugs? The name piqued Sunan's interest. Reading on, the notes began with Avani discovering a bug in the underground world that fed on minerals. Their physiology was unique, capable of digesting minerals and expelling waste, while concentrating the essence on their backs, forming crystalline armor that enhanced survival. Avani found them fascinating and, to test a theory, captured many, using radiation fields to induce mutations, then magically altered their internal structures to convert the mineral essence into pure gemstones. After hundreds of generations, gem bugs were born. The gemstones they produced were as naturally imbued as natural ones, fully substitutable. Sunan and Rose were both astonished and delighted. Gems were invaluable to wizards, apprentices, used in many ways. Yet they were rare and precious, even with Sunan's resources, he had to use them sparingly. A creature that produced gems would be incredibly significant. Additionally, the notes mentioned gem bugs entering dormancy when food was scarce, reducing energy needs to an extremely low level, allowing them to survive a century without dying. Sunan and Rose immediately thought of the motionless bugs they'd seen earlier. Their appearance and crystalline backs matched the note's description of gem bugs. Didn't expect these little things to produce gems, Rose said, her gaze on the cage of bugs turning fervent, though tinged with regret. The bugs had been dormant too long, over a century, leaving only 6 survivors from hundreds. Fortunately, according to the notes, gem bugs could reproduce by splitting. Even one could eventually multiply into a large colony. Chapter 109, Bloodline Imprint and Twin Blade Spider. Sunan and Rose were overjoyed. The discovery of the gem bugs alone made the journey worthwhile. After collecting their thoughts, they turned to the third notebook. This notebook detailed how to extract the bloodline of ancient mythical beasts from magical creatures and transform it into a one-time use bloodline ability. Avani named this ability the Bloodline Imprint. Depending on the ancient beast's bloodline extracted, the resulting bloodline imprint varied in strength and effect. However, to create a bloodline imprint, the extracted ancient beast bloodline needed to reach a certain concentration. Avani had attempted to extract the Crimson Fang bloodline from the blood soul bugs, but the concentration was too low to succeed. An ancient beast's bloodline? That's incredibly rare, Rose shook her head. Many descendants of ancient beasts still existed on the Starlight continent, but their bloodlines were invariably diluted. If even Avani couldn't extract a suitable bloodline, it was unlikely she could either. Moreover, the few creatures with high bloodline inheritance were too powerful for her to handle. To her, this research was practically useless. But Sunan thought differently. Bloodline concentration wasn't a problem, with the cube, he could synthesize and increase it. He'd done it before. In this sense, the bloodline imprint seemed tailor-made for him. As long as he could find a population of ancient beast descendants, no matter how diluted their bloodline, he could use the cube to synthesize and elevate it to meet the bloodline imprint standard. Setting the notebook aside, Sunan couldn't help but admire Avani. He may have been ruthless and unscrupulous, but there was no denying his brilliance. Blood soul bug bloodline fusion, gem bugs, bloodline imprints. Any one of these would take an ordinary level 3 wizard apprentice a lifetime to research. But Avani achieved them all. Had he not been unlucky and chosen the wrong path, his achievements would have been remarkable. Even if the Starlight Continent's environment prevented him from becoming a full-fledged wizard, he would have been a renowned powerhouse. This man was truly a genius, Rose said, gently caressing the notebook's cover, feeling a touch of melancholy. If someone as talented as Avani fell on the path to becoming a wizard, what hope did she have? Would she ever become a full-fledged wizard in her lifetime? With different thoughts occupying them, the room fell silent. After a long pause, Sunan gathered his thoughts and said, "Let's search the rest of the place." Rose nodded in agreement. They thoroughly searched the entire cave but found nothing new, so they began dividing the spoils. They each copied the notebooks and took one of each. The gem bugs and blood soul bugs were evenly split. Sunan took all the rare metals, compensating Rose with some magic stones. After dividing the spoils, Rose's mood improved significantly. Although the knowledge gained, like bloodline imprints and blood soul bug bloodline fusion, wasn't particularly useful to her, the gem bugs alone made the trip worthwhile. Sunan had even more to be pleased about. He gained the additional knowledge of bloodline imprints. The over 10,000 gold coins spent were well worth it. Sunan felt satisfied. As they exited the cave, Rose smiled at Sunan, saying, "It was a pleasure working with you, player. If another opportunity like this arises, let's collaborate again." Sunan returned the smile, "I'd look forward to that. See you at the gathering." "See you at the gathering." After watching Rose leave, Sunan returned to the original cave. Crossing the lake, he glanced toward the man-faced lion city-state. Numerous kobolds and ogres were busy near the city gates, seemingly repairing the collapsed walls. On the island, patrols of man-faced lions were more numerous and vigilant than before. This increased security would likely be the norm for the city-state for some time. It seems a second infiltration won't be possible soon. Oh well, the information I gathered is sufficient for now. Taking one last look at the city-state, Sunan turned away. Back in Shimmer City, Sunan immediately met with Ki to explain the situation with the man-faced lion city-state. Hearing Sunan's report, Ki couldn't help but frown. "So you're saying the city-state can muster a force of 4,000 to 5,000? Pretty much. The inhabitants of the underground world are different from us humans, they're almost all warriors." Seeing Ki's expression grow more solemn, Sunan reassured him. "Most of the city-state slaves are kobolds and lizard folk, not much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Only the ogres are somewhat troublesome. The real threat is the 2,000 man-faced lions." "What do you plan to do?" Ki asked gravely. Sunan had already thought it through and replied without hesitation. "First, continue sealing off that forest. From now on, it's a military zone, off limits to unauthorized personnel. Second, build a camp in front of the cave. I'll need a bridgehead for the assault on the city-state. And I'll need a large supply of granite." Ki agreed to the requests and asked, "How many troops should I send to assist you?" He had long wanted to eliminate the threat of the underground city-state, even if it meant paying a high price. He was prepared for that. Surprisingly, Sunan shook his head. "No need. The underground world's environment isn't suitable for human combat. I'll use golems as the assault force." The dim lighting of the underground world was challenging for humans without dark vision. Even knights would only be able to exert 60 to 70% of their strength. Using Shimmer City's troops would result in heavy casualties, even if they managed to capture the city-state. It was better to use golems. With dark vision, golems could operate freely in the underground world. Sunan was unconcerned about the potential losses of war. Rose's map indicated that within 100 kilometers of the city-state, there were 7 mineral veins, including 1 large iron mine, 3 medium iron mines, 1 large copper mine, 1 small silver mine, and 1 small gold mine. Once the city-state threat was neutralized, he could exploit these resources. Future profits would easily cover the costs of war. With plans finalized, Ki began making arrangements. Sunan returned to the base and got busy. He merged the 6 divine blood ambers from Rose with the high-level amber he already had. As a result, his daily star ring meditation method proficiency increased to 3,100 points. Meanwhile, his progress in learning spell muting was steadily advancing. Sunan estimated that by the spring-dawn month, March, of the following year, he would likely master it. Notably, the establishment of the Night Academy was also underway. Considering the commuting and logistical challenges for teachers and students, the academy couldn't be located outside the city. After careful selection, Sunan chose a site in Shimmer City's suburbs, near the northern gate. Construction had begun, and the project was managed by others, with Sunan occasionally checking in. Based on the construction schedule, it would be completed by the flowing fire month, when enrollment could begin. He worked efficiently. Before the spring dawn month was over, a new camp had been built on the original mining site. Sunan named it Camp 1 and established a new puppet factory there, ramping up the production of stone golems. The production of steel golems was limited by the availability of soul crystals, preventing mass production. However, stone golems could be produced indefinitely with enough gems and stones. All profits from the cave's mining operations were invested in stone golem production. To hasten the resolution of the city-state threat, Qi allocated a significant portion of the territory's income to support the golem army's construction. With ample funding, the golem army's numbers grew rapidly. Meanwhile, Sunan considered creating a new type of puppet. While steel and stone golems were powerful and durable, they were slow-moving. This was evident in the battle against the man-faced lion city-state. The nimble man-faced lions had a natural advantage over the cumbersome stone and elite stone golems. To address this, Sunan felt he needed to design a more agile puppet. Traditional golems were typically bulky and humanoid, with short, thick limbs. Aside from a few that could fly, most had slow movements. Thus, a new puppet design had to be more animal-like, with greater agility. Sunan's first thought was a spider. In the underground world, the most feared monsters were various mutant spiders and spider-like creatures. Dark elves transformed into spider-like beings, known as driders, were especially notorious throughout the underground world. They moved with ghostly speed and stealth, often launching surprise attacks from unexpected places, scaling cavern walls with ease, making them some of the most formidable assassins in the underground world. Designing a puppet with a spider form, with 8 legs, would better adapt to the complex terrain of the underground world. Sunan immediately began designing a spider puppet. His proficiency from mass-producing stone golems had already advanced his puppet crafting skill to level 4. Combined with his experience crafting the Black Rock Panther, Sunan quickly completed the spider puppet's design. The main challenge was material selection. To maximize the spider puppet's agility, the materials had to be lightweight metals. Of course, durability couldn't be compromised. Otherwise, they'd end up with fragile puppets that shattered upon impact. Black stone iron was an ideal choice, but its low production meant it couldn't support mass production, especially with the need for crafting Black Rock Panthers. After careful consideration, Sunan decided on tungsten steel for the new puppet. Tungsten steel was known for its high hardness, wear resistance, and toughness, as well as excellent heat and corrosion resistance. While not as hard as black stone iron, it was suitable for synthesis and reinforcement. Overall, the synthesized tungsten steel, with hardness and lightness similar to black stone iron, had a comparable cost, making it a viable substitute. With materials and design finalized, the crafting process was relatively straightforward. The completed spider puppet possessed dark vision, immunity to all mind-affecting effects, poison, sleep, paralysis, confusion, suffocation, and high elemental resistance similar to a golem. At this stage, the spider puppet's capabilities rivaled those of a stone golem. But Sunan wanted more. He enhanced the spider puppet's 2 front attacking legs with magic, adding black steel and sharpness traits to significantly increase hardness and sharpness. In other words, the spider puppet had 2 built-in enchanted weapons capable of simultaneous attacks. The final cost of crafting a spider puppet was 180 gold coins. Over 9 times that of a regular stone golem. But you get what you pay for. The spider puppet's combat prowess far exceeded that of a stone golem. Testing showed that in a one-on-one fight, the spider puppet could slice a stone golem into pieces in under 30 seconds, its vaunted defense no match for the enchanted leg blades. Overall, the spider puppet's combat power reached the level of a peak knight. It was a fitting match for its cost. This puppet shall be called the twin-blade spider. Gazing at the massive black spider, as large as a carriage, Sunan was pleased. With the twin-blade spider, the golem army's combat capabilities were more well-rounded. 2 bad flying puppets are rare. Without a blueprint, researching one is time-consuming, and crafting them requires high skill and materials. Adding an aerial unit would be perfect. Sunan's current puppet blueprints were primarily low-tier golems, lacking any flying designs. Even if he had one, his current skills and materials were insufficient for crafting. After all, flying puppets needed more than just flight, they required potent ranged attacks. Flying puppets without ranged capabilities were merely airborne targets. For example, metal golems with both flight and ranged attacks were at least at the level of shadow steel golems or mithril golems. These golems' combat power approached that of full-fledged wizards. Level 3 wizard apprentices generally couldn't craft them. It would be nice to have flying puppets with weaker ranged attacks. I could always synthesize them. I'll ask the others at the next forest cabin gathering. Chapter 110, The Golden Apple of Infinite Vitality. At the base, in a room converted into a bug nest, various minerals lay scattered across the floor. This newly established nest was designated for rearing gem bugs. Under the soft glow of magic stone lamps, 3 egg-sized bugs were leisurely feeding on the minerals, their backs adorned with nearly fully formed pure gemstones, which stood out prominently. After over 2 months of feeding, the 3 once near-death gem bugs had fully recovered and were now exceptionally healthy. Nowadays, all they needed was to feast on minerals daily, condensing various pure gemstones as a result. Depending on the type of minerals consumed, the resulting gemstones varied. Thanks to the notes left by Avani, Sunan avoided many detours in this process. It's noteworthy that a single gem bug could produce an average of 3 standard units of pure gemstones per month. With 3 gem bugs, that amounted to 9 per month. Frankly, this output was rather meager. Fortunately, gem bugs could self-replicate. However, this required a special diet. According to the notes, the main components of this special diet included abyssal black copper, rainbow iron, solar gold sand, mithril, and high-grade gemstones, among others. None of these are easy to find, Sunan sighed. But thinking of the benefits once the gem bug population increased, he felt motivated again. He wouldn't need many, just 30 gem bugs could produce 90 gemstones a month, over 1,000 a year, enough to manufacture more than 20 elite stone golems or 1,000 ordinary stone golems annually. If he had 200 to 300 gem bugs, he wouldn't have to worry about low-grade gemstones anymore. I'll collect them gradually, Sunan thought as he left the bug nest. Aside from the gem bugs, Sunan had also brought back a few blood soul bugs from Avani's cave. However, considering that nurturing them required a large number of souls, and he was unwilling to waste precious soul crystals on them, he decided to abandon the idea. After all, the only use blood soul bugs had for him was extracting bloodlines to make bloodline imprints. Although there weren't many creatures with ancient beast bloodlines on the Starlight continent, there were enough. He didn't need to limit himself to blood soul bugs. Originally, Sunan planned to extract and synthesize the blood soul bug bloodline, but ultimately, he couldn't solve the soul pollution issue. He speculated that the soul pollution wasn't caused by the blood soul bug's bloodline ability. The bloodline ability was to convert soul energy into lifespan, and the pollution was a side effect of absorbing souls. Without the ability to purify souls, absorbing them inevitably led to pollution. In the end, Sunan personally dissected a few blood soul bugs, collected data, and disposed of the remains. Leaving the bug nest, Sunan headed to the workshop. Teacher. Hello, teacher. Along the way, he encountered several apprentices. These youths, dressed in grey robes, immediately stopped and respectfully greeted him. Since implementing the talent detection policy in Shimmer territory, the base had welcomed a new recruit every few months. Currently, the base had a total of 36 students. With the various otherworldly creatures Sunan had summoned, the base felt livelier and no longer as desolate as before. Sunan didn't pay much attention to these students. He simply assigned tasks, prepared resources for them to exchange, and mostly acted as a hands-off manager. With the forest cabin platform, Sunan greatly expanded and refined his foundational knowledge. Night Owl and the others, through years of collection, had a wealth of wizard tomes, encompassing all the basic knowledge, zero-level potion formulas, and low-tier puppet designs needed by level 1 and level 2 wizard apprentices. With the knowledge he traded from them, Sunan was confident in training more apprentices. The base now operated with a comprehensive system, and with help from otherworldly beings like Gree and Madeline, it required little of Sunan's attention. Of course, he still occasionally guided students. One of the resources available for exchange was Sunan's guidance, though the contribution points required were high, and few students could afford it. In the workshop, Sunan approached the workbench. On the large workbench lay an unfinished magic robe. The experience of exploring the underground city-state reminded Sunan of the need to create a magic item for concealing his presence, to facilitate future explorations of the underground world. After much consideration, Sunan decided to craft a robe with a permanent invisibility enchantment. The robe itself was made by a renowned tailor in Shimmer City, noted for its excellent texture and feel. Sunan enchanted it with cleanse, silence, and invisibility. The first two were relatively easy, a 0-level spell and a first-level spell, but the second-level invisibility was significantly more challenging. Even with Sunan's magic item creation skill at level 4, he failed several times before succeeding. Afterward, he added an illusory appearance trait to the robe, allowing it to change appearance at will. Busy until evening, Sunan finally completed the robe. Admiring the exquisite robe on the workbench, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He donned the robe, and with a thought, vanished from sight. The room fell silent, and over 10 seconds later, Sunan reappeared at the other end. Not bad, Sunan nodded in approval. The robe's invisibility could be used twice a day, each lasting half an hour. The silence enchantment created a quiet zone with a 2-meter radius around him, preventing any sound from escaping. Additionally, Sunan added some scent-removing powder to the robe to eliminate the wearer's scent. Overall, the robe provided invisibility that concealed appearance, sound, and scent. While not as versatile as a shadow dragon's phased invisibility, and unable to hide soul auras, it sufficed for most situations. With this robe, infiltrating places will be much easier, Sunan mused with a smile, noting the late hour as he headed to the meditation chamber. Tonight marked the 4th quarterly forest cabin gathering since Sunan joined. After a moment of meditation, Sunan sensed the trading cabin open. With a thought, he found himself in the familiar little house. Looking around, Sunan was slightly surprised. This gathering had an unexpectedly large turnout, 7 attendees. Besides himself, Night Owl, Scepter, Wraith, Rose, and Red Heart, there was a new face. The newcomer wore a black wooden mask, with Black Forest inscribed on the table before him. "So, you're the newcomer," Night Owl mentioned. "Sorry, I've been busy and missed the previous gatherings." "Welcome to Forest Cabin," Black Forest greeted Sunan with a wave, appearing more cheerful than the others' reserved or gloomy demeanors. "I heard from Night Owl that you have some good stuff. I came prepared to trade with you." "Welcome," Sunan replied coolly. Night Owl cleared his throat and said, "Black Forest, let's finish the Divine Blood Amber transactions first." "Divine Blood Amber? What's that?" Black Forest asked, puzzled. Night Owl explained the transactions with Sunan. After hearing it, Black Forest felt regretful. "If I'd known about this, I'd have attended the earlier gatherings. 20 magic stones is quite a bit. I'll have to collect some Divine Blood Amber after this." Before he could finish, Red Heart interjected, "You might be disappointed." His voice was hoarse, and he seemed visibly weakened, indicating an injury. Seeing the others' attention, Red Heart coughed and said, "A month ago, I was ambushed while attacking a Spark Church branch. I was badly hurt and barely escaped." The others were taken aback. While they didn't know Red Heart's exact strength, as a level 3 wizard apprentice, he nearly died at the hands of the Spark Church. "Is the Spark Church that powerful?" Wraith was skeptical. Night Owl, Rose, and Scepter remained silent, but their expressions showed doubt. In previous attacks, the Spark Church hadn't shown the power to threaten their lives. The ambush was led by an old man, called Ovijo High Priest by the other cultists. He had several strange items, resembling artifacts mentioned in wizard tomes, quite troublesome. Artifacts. Everyone exchanged glances. Artifacts were said to be crafted by deities, possessing immense power. They doubted the Spark Church truly had such items, but from Red Heart's account, the church held items capable of threatening level 3 wizard apprentices. Such items were likely rare or had stringent usage conditions, which explained their previous absence. But now, the Spark Church seemed desperate, and wouldn't hesitate to use them. Seeing the group's reactions, Sunan sighed inwardly. Wizard apprentices were pragmatic. While magic stones were valuable, they paled against the risk of death. The group's choice was predictable. It seemed the actions against the Spark Church would end here. Unless Sunan could offer irresistible terms, he couldn't entice them to act against the church again. As expected, Night Owl said, "Unfortunately, this will be our last Divine Blood Amber transaction." "Really?" Black Forest muttered. "I didn't even get a taste." Wraith glanced at him, saying, "You can still raid the Spark Church for Divine Blood Amber. No one's stopping you." Black Forest shrugged, falling silent. After a brief pause, the group handed over their Divine Blood Amber to Sunan. Except for Black Forest and Rose, the others had varying amounts, with Night Owl having the most at 12. In total, Sunan acquired 25 more divine blood ambers. With that transaction complete, they moved to regular trading. "I'll go first," Black Forest said. Seeing no objections, Night Owl gestured for him to proceed. Sunan watched with interest, curious about Black Forest's offerings. Under their gaze, Black Forest produced a golden apple. A golden apple. Sunan's eyes narrowed. Black Forest glanced at Sunan, surprised. "You recognize this? I found it in a wizard apprentice's legacy. According to their notes, eating it grants infinite vitality, instantly restoring all physical and mental energy, lasting about an hour. Infinite mental energy." Everyone sat up straighter. Wizard apprentices knew well that in battle, mental energy often decided the outcome. With enough mental energy, they could cast spells without restraint. Even for just an hour, it could decide a battle's outcome. Everyone was intrigued. But they didn't notice Sunan's delight beneath his mask. To others, the golden apple was a powerful, one-time consumable. But for Sunan, it was a life-saving trump card. With his magic rune core's significant mental energy consumption, its proven power against the adamantine golem was undeniable. The only drawback was its high mental energy cost. But with the golden apple, this was no longer an issue. With an hour of unrestricted magic rune core use, even 10 adamantine golems wouldn't faze him. To others, it was useful; in his hands, it was a lifesaver. Sensing the group's interest, Black Forest said proudly, "Anyone interested?" Everyone looked at Sunan. From past experience, they knew that unless Sunan didn't want something, it usually ended up with him. His spending was unmatched. Sunan, unperturbed, asked Black Forest, "What do you want?" "Magic stones," Black Forest replied without hesitation. 50. Too much. 30. It's good stuff. 48. 33. After some haggling, they settled on 39 magic stones. Black Forest was satisfied; it was a good price for the golden apple. Sunan was equally pleased; 39 magic stones for a trump card was a bargain. The trading continued, with Night Owl, Scepter, and Red Heart offering items. Sunan bought up all rare metals and soul crystals, outspending the others. To his delight, Night Owl's rare metals included rainbow iron, vital for gem bug replication. As he acquired it, he felt Rose's envious gaze. She clearly wanted the rainbow iron for her gem bugs, but couldn't outbid Sunan. Unless Sunan skipped a gathering, she couldn't hope to trade for abyssal black copper or rainbow iron from the others. At the gathering's end, Sunan asked directly, "Does anyone have blueprints for specialized puppets, preferably flying types?" Chapter 111, An Outlandish Concept. A silence fell over the group. Finally, Black Forest cleared his throat and said, "I happen to have a design blueprint for a special type of puppet, but it's not for a flying type. Are you interested? Can I take a look first?" "Of course." Taking the blueprint from Black Forest, Sunan opened it and was momentarily taken aback. The top of the blueprint bore the name of the puppet, Gem Golem. This peculiar name immediately piqued his interest. As he examined further, his expression grew curious. Different golems are usually named based on their primary material. For example, a steel golem is made primarily from steel, and a stone golem from rock. Throughout the existence of wizardry, wizards have experimented with countless materials for crafting golems, some of which are quite bizarre, including flesh, bones, and even enchanted ropes and scrolls. The variety of materials is vast and diverse. However, using gemstones as a material was something Sunan had never heard of before. It's not that gemstones aren't suitable as a material, the main issue is their cost. Wizards, regardless of what they create, always consider cost-effectiveness first. Whether it's a magic item, puppet, or potion, no matter how potent its effects, if its cost far exceeds its inherent value, then the item is a failure. For this reason, no one had ever thought of using gemstones to create a golem. Yet the author of this blueprint dared to tread where others would not. Their concept involved constructing a golem body primarily from diamonds, supplemented by various gemstones, and then inscribing it with a certain number of second circle spells. By leveraging the techniques of the gem spell school, the gemstones would amplify the spell's power, creating a gem golem capable of casting multiple spells. One must admit, this idea is quite innovative. A golem constructed mainly from diamonds would have an incredibly hard body, likely surpassing even adamantine golems in durability. Using gemstones to enhance spell power is also a clever notion. With gemstone amplification, spells cast by the gem golem could rival third circle spells in power. A golem with an indestructible body, capable of casting spells as powerful as third circle ones, would possess combat capabilities that even most level 3 wizard apprentices might not match. However, upon closer consideration, 2 glaring flaws in this concept become apparent. The first is the difficulty in crafting. To inscribe second circle spells within a golem, enabling it to cast spells, is even more challenging than permanently enchanting a second circle spell on a magic item. With Sunan's level 4 magic item creation skill, he failed several times before successfully enchanting a second circle spell on a robe. Inscribing such spells would likely require dozens to hundreds of attempts to succeed. If even Sunan finds it challenging, other wizard apprentices surely would as well. Others don't have the abundant resources Sunan has to practice and enhance their magic item creation skills. For most level 3 wizard apprentices, reaching a level 2 standard in magic item creation is already considered highly talented. Moreover, to utilize gemstones to amplify spell power, the creator must possess knowledge of gem spells. However, this knowledge has long vanished from the Starlight continent with the disappearance of the gem spell school. Finding someone to teach this knowledge is currently impossible. The second flaw is, naturally, the cost. Creating a gem golem would require gemstones likely measured in tons, with the final cost potentially reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold coins. Even the wealthiest wizard couldn't sustain such an enormous expenditure. Even if one could scrape together the funds for crafting, spending so much just to create a golem slightly stronger than the average level 3 wizard apprentice? Only someone incredibly extravagant would do such a thing. Even in a future where gem bugs can mass-produce gemstones, Sunan wouldn't waste them on such endeavors. To him, this blueprint is practically impractical. In fact, according to the author's notes, they only conceptualized the gem golem and never actually crafted one. After reviewing the blueprint, Sunan contemplated for a moment and then asked Black Forest with a playful tone, "What do you want in exchange for this blueprint?" 3 magic stones. How about it? Black Forest was aware of the blueprint's impracticality, so he set a particularly low price for a puppet blueprint. After some thought, Sunan agreed. While the blueprint's idea was far-fetched, it wasn't entirely devoid of learning value. By thoroughly studying it, he might design a new puppet based on it. With the last transaction completed, the gathering came to an end. As they parted, Black Forest waved to Sunan and said with a smile, "Player, if you're interested in puppets, I have another rare puppet blueprint. I'll bring it to the next gathering." Sunan was slightly taken aback but nodded, "I'll look forward to it." Time flew by. As the month of Summerfield arrived, the sun hung high in the sky, and the weather turned particularly hot. At the base, Shaman had just left the potion lab when he bumped into Adil coming out of the room opposite. They exchanged glances and shared a small smile. "Are you making potions too?" "Yeah, after spending so much time, I finally succeeded in making my first lesser dragon blood potion." Adil shook the potion bottle, the red liquid inside swirling gently. As part of the first batch of students to join the base, Shaman, Corey and Adil had all learned to create zero-level potions. However, Shaman and Corey progressed faster, having already mastered the more challenging zero-level potions like lesser dragon blood and lesser vitality potions. Adil, on the other hand, was slower, only now managing to produce a lesser dragon blood potion. Potion making isn't all there is to being a wizard apprentice. Don't worry too much about it. Seeing Adil's dejected look, Shaman searched for comforting words but only managed this awkward line. Surprisingly, Adil chuckled. "Don't force it. I know myself well enough. My talent isn't as good as yours or Corey's. I'll probably just remain a level 2 wizard apprentice. But you and Corey might advance to level 3 wizard apprentices." Shaman grinned but said nothing. Advancing to a level 3 wizard apprentice required constructing 9 star rings. It had taken him over 3 years to not even finish his 3rd star ring, so 9 felt like a distant dream. "I heard the new Knight Academy started enrollment recently." Adil brought up another topic. "Yes," Shaman replied, smiling. "When I visited old Roger the other day, he mentioned many people were joining the enrollment." If there was one regret Shaman had about the base, it was the lack of students from backgrounds similar to his. Most students came from middle-class families or were noble children. He struggled to find friends who shared his perspective. This wasn't to say the others were unfriendly. Adil and Ethan, for instance, never looked down on him and were always warm and friendly. But their differing backgrounds meant their worldviews varied, making deep connections challenging. The newly established Knight Academy was said to only recruit students from commoner and farmer backgrounds, who would join the base's Night Guard after graduation. This meant the base wouldn't be populated solely by those from middle class and noble backgrounds. From a distance, laughter suddenly reached them. Turning, Shaman saw a group of young people walking toward them, led by Ethan, with whom he was on good terms. The group soon noticed Shaman and Adil, waving greetings. Senior Shaman. Sister Adil. Adil greeted them with a smile and asked, "What's got you all in such high spirits?" Ethan laughed, "Nothing much. Skinner finally mastered his first spell, so we're all happy for him." Skinner, one of the second batch of students at the base, was the youngest among them at just 13, with a clean, fair appearance that made him well loved and cared for by everyone. "What spell is it?" Adil asked, smiling at Skinner. "Mage Hand." Seemingly eager to impress Adil, the most popular senior, Skinner's face flushed with excitement as he prepared to demonstrate, but Shaman quickly stopped him. "Hold on." Shaman pointed to a tree not far away. A red-eyed raven perched on a branch, its deep eyes fixed on the group. Realizing the situation, Skinner quickly closed his mouth, startled. After the third batch of students joined the base, regulations were implemented to manage the increased numbers, with strict rules enforced. Violators faced penalties like confinement and contribution point deductions. One such rule prohibited casting spells outside designated areas like the spell practice zone and labs, with violators penalized through point deductions. For Skinner, losing points was a painful prospect. Coming to his senses, he thanked Shaman. "Don't worry about it," Shaman waved it off with a smile. "Just remember to be careful next time." The atmosphere relaxed again. After a few more exchanges, Ethan and the others left, heading for the spell practice zone. That had been their destination. "What are your plans now?" Adil asked. "I'm going to check the mission board and take on a few tasks. Coincidentally, I was planning to take on some tasks too. Let's go together." The two headed to the warehouse, greeting Miss Gree, who was sunbathing, before heading to the mission board. To their surprise, Corey was there too. Noticing Shaman and Adil, Corey nodded briefly in greeting, then continued scanning the board. Shaman approached to see several new tasks listed. Tasks like feeding minerals to the gem bugs, collecting the pure gemstones they produced, enchanting the twin-blade spider's forelimbs, and crafting stone golems. Over a dozen new tasks had been added. "Did you hear about the new camp built in the northern forest?" Corey suddenly asked. "I heard," Adil replied. Shaman nodded too. They had long known about the discovery of a mineral vein in the northern forest, which connected to an entrance to the underground world and a city-state ruled by man-faced lions. The newly established Camp 1 was reportedly for monitoring the city-state. The source of this information was none other than Lady Amy. Lady Amy often shared new insights and occasionally recounted the teacher's adventures, adding a bit of excitement to their otherwise monotonous training. "Lady Amy told me the teacher plans to wage war against the man-faced lion city-state." Shaman and Adil were taken aback. But upon reflection, this seemed to have been foreshadowed. For instance, all gemstones collected from the gem bug nest were sent to Camp 1, likely for crafting stone golems. The new task of crafting stone golems on the board was evidently for this reason. "I'm planning to ask the teacher to let me join the war," Corey's statement was surprising. "Join the war?" Adil and Shaman exchanged surprised glances. "Isn't that too risky?" "Yeah, that level of warfare isn't something we can participate in. The soldiers in such battles would either be man-faced lions with strength approaching a knight's or knight-level stone golems and twin-blade spiders. There were even grand knights and legendary knight-level combatants. A level 1 wizard apprentice in such a war could easily face death with the slightest mistake." "Exactly, meow. It's too soon for you to consider joining a war." A familiar voice sounded, and Adil felt a light weight on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Amy's snow-white feline form. "Lady Amy." Amy licked her paw and lazily said, "A level 1 wizard apprentice can barely handle a couple of knights. You might manage in a human war, but against man-faced lions, you'd be heading to your death. Wait until you're at least a level 2 wizard apprentice." Corey frowned. "Lady Amy, I just want the teacher to let me take this opportunity to earn more contribution points and accelerate my growth. Besides, battle might help me break through my bottleneck." That sounds like something a dark wizard would do. Amy tilted her head, waving a paw. Do as you wish. I can mention it to Sunan, but don't get your hopes up. A hint of joy flashed across Corey's face. Thank you, Lady Amy. What about you two? Amy turned to the others. Adil shook her head. Her spells were mostly supportive, with none suitable for combat. Going to war would be akin to suicide. Shaman also shook his head. He wasn't as fixated as Corey on rapidly gaining power. He enjoyed his current situation, learning new knowledge daily and feeling his progress. The process of gradually unveiling the mysteries of the world was something he found deeply absorbing. He preferred a steady, methodical approach over hasty advancement. Chapter 112, Asynchronized War. Join the war. Sunan was slightly taken aback when Amy relayed the message to him, but he quickly refused without hesitation. What a joke! This wasn't some dark wizard academy where students were tossed into fierce competitions to sift out the best. After putting so much effort into training a qualified apprentice, how could he possibly send them off to die on the battlefield? If they wanted more contribution points, they should honestly complete more tasks. Of course, Sunan didn't plan to turn his students into sheltered flowers. If they wanted experience, they could wait until they reached the level of a level 2 wizard apprentice, with some self-defense capability, before considering it. He instructed Amy to deliver his response, then turned back to his work. After integrating the 25 divine blood ambers obtained from the last gathering, his meditation efficiency soared again. Now, practicing the star ring meditation method daily increased his proficiency by over 3,800 points on average. The progress was astonishing. With only about 10,000 proficiency points needed to level up, Sunan estimated that he could construct his 12th star ring next month, bringing him closer to becoming a full-fledged wizard. His spell learning and silent casting training were also progressing steadily. Most of his remaining time and energy were devoted to building his puppet army. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Time flew by, and soon it was the month of fiery flow, July. As he successfully constructed his 12th star ring, he also attended his 5th forest cabin gathering. Unfortunately, Black Forest didn't attend, so the promised puppet blueprint remained unseen. Sunan purchased some rare metals and 3 miniature soul crystals, concluding the gathering. All the miniature soul crystals he acquired at these gatherings were used to craft steel golems. Currently, Sunan had 12 steel golems. He kept 3 to guard the base and 1 at Magic Plant Garden No. 2, while the remaining 8 were stationed at Camp No. 1. It wasn't until the month of autumn dusk that Sunan was ready to start the war. At Camp No. 1. Sunan took a deep breath as he looked at the neatly arranged puppet golem army before him. A total of 8 steel golems, 12 elite stone golems, 800 stone golems, and 50 twin-blade puppets. This army could sweep through any earl's territory or even a weaker marquis's territory on the surface. Now it was being used to deal with a single man-faced lion city-state, indicating the seriousness of the matter. To build this puppet army, Sunan poured all the profits from this year's mining operations and even tapped into the Shimmer Territory's funds. His cash reserves were depleted. But considering the 7 mineral veins surrounding the man-faced lion city-state, the investment seemed worthwhile. It's a pity there's not more time. If I could wait another 6 months and double the puppet army's numbers, it would be even easier to deal with the man-faced lion city-state. Sunan initially considered postponing the war to prepare more thoroughly. However, the man-faced lions had recently sent spies to probe the cave. They were cautious and retreated after spotting the elite stone golems, unaware that they had triggered a magical alarm and that Sunan was already aware of their actions. Sunan estimated that the man-faced lion city-state had its sights set on this entrance and would act soon. Rather than waiting for them to attack and responding passively, he decided to strike first and catch them off guard. Gathering his thoughts, Sunan stored all the puppet golems in the cube and entered the cave. Reaching a vantage point, he paused, and the air beside him rippled as the massive, menacing form of the shadow dragon appeared. Be careful. Once the battle starts, I may not be able to watch over you, Sunan cautioned, casting a levitate spell on the shadow dragon. Roar! The shadow dragon growled lowly in response. Since evolving into a draconic bloodline, its calls increasingly resembled dragon roars, imbued with a sense of domineering majesty. Sunan smiled, activated his invisibility robe, and vanished from sight. The shadow dragon also disappeared into the air. The pair soon emerged from the stalactites, hovering in mid-air. Surprisingly, the previously empty skies above the lake were now filled with many flying rays, each carrying a man-faced lion wielding a scimitar. In the distance, near the rebuilt city wall, large groups of kobolds, lizard folk, and ogres were being herded into formation along the lake shore, their shouts and cries echoing. Nearby stood the man-faced lion army, orderly and imposing, exuding a chilling menace. This is... Sunan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile forming. It seemed the man-faced lions were in sync with him, choosing the same day to initiate war. Perfect, no siege required. A battle on open ground favored the golem army's capabilities. His eyes gleamed as he slowly floated forward. The man-faced lions had no idea an intruder had breached their territory, remaining poised on their flying rays. On the city wall, 3 half-human, half-snake man-faced lion nobles looked down at the slave army, flanked by 2 soul devourer hunters lazily swishing their tails. Watching the chaotic slave army, Perida frowned in disdain. A bunch of lowly slaves. Can these guys really invade the surface world? Beside her, Carolina chuckled, these guys aren't as brave as our warriors, but they're good enough as cannon fodder. The surface world's human soldiers aren't much better than kobolds and lizard folk. Don't underestimate them, warned Uzela, the city-state's ruler. Humans aren't the real threat, it's the surface world's wizards we must take seriously. Mentioning wizards made both Perida and Carolina somber. The memory of the battle months ago was still fresh, just 2 wizards had toyed with the entire city-state, killing many of their kin and escaping unscathed. It was a bitter humiliation, but also instilled a deep fear of wizards' power. Wizards were said to be among the most powerful beings on the continent, a claim they once dismissed as exaggeration but now understood all too well. We interrogated the Thornflower Duchy's captives. The exit above leads to the Starlight Duchy's territory, specifically a marquisate called Shimmer Territory. A marquisate? That's not weak, Carolina noted. The surface world marquisates' overall strength rivaled their city-state, mainly due to the larger number of soldiers they could muster. Yet despite this, Carolina showed no concern. After all, their goal wasn't to occupy surface towns, just to plunder and leave. They only needed to face a town's army. Not only that, the nearest city to the exit is Shimmer City's capital, where the Marquis resides, so its defenses will be very strong. I also sent spies to investigate. Stone golems are guarding the exit, meaning there's definitely a wizard in Shimmer City. It's likely related to the 2 wizards who infiltrated our city-state. Perida looked at Carolina, who pondered before replying, one of those wizards is probably from the Thornflower Duchy. The other, we don't know, but it's likely they're a wizard from Shimmer Territory. Carolina's face twisted in a cold smile, if that's the case, even better. We can avenge our previous defeat. She'd never forgotten the injury she received, waiting to peel the skin and break the bones of the wizard responsible. What's happening in the south? Uzela interrupted their conversation. Perida hesitated, I'm not sure. The scouts can't get near Kasham, those bugs have pheromones spread within 5 kilometers, and our scouts are immediately detected. It seems they're recovering from the war 2 years ago and are becoming restless. Uzela frowned, then shifted topics. What about the Red Widow and Black Duke? They're just monitoring, no other actions. After a moment's thought, Uzela said, send a message proposing an alliance. Perida hesitated, after we betrayed them 2 years ago, will they trust us? They have no choice, Uzela replied coldly. Neither Yahoo, Matu, nor Orson city-states can face Kasham alone. If they don't join us, we'll all be destroyed. I'm sure the Red Widow and Black Duke will make the right choice. Yes, my lord, Perida replied respectfully. Everything's ready. Give the order to march. Uzela commanded. But as soon as he spoke, the 2 soul devourer hunters nearby suddenly rose, baring their fangs and growling toward the lakeshore. Carolina's expression changed, and she shouted, we're under attack. As she spoke, a deafening thunderclap echoed from afar. Blinding lightning tore through the darkness, crashing into the dense ranks of the man-faced lion army. In an instant, hundreds of man-faced lion warriors were incinerated, unable to utter a scream before falling lifeless. We're under attack. Where's the attack coming from? Find the enemy, quickly. Chaos ensued among the man-faced lions. The slave army, painstakingly assembled, also fell into disarray due to the sudden turn of events. The man-faced lion overseers drew their scimitars, shouting to quell the slaves' panic. But the appearance of the puppet army rendered their efforts futile. As soon as it appeared, the puppet army launched a fierce charge at the man-faced lion troops. Over 800 golems charged simultaneously, kicking up a cloud of dust, advancing with the force of a tidal wave. The terrifying momentum caused many man-faced lions to blanch, some trembling and turning pale with fear. The attack was too sudden. None expected such a large enemy force to appear out of nowhere. At such close range, they had little time to react, no psychological preparation for the fierce combat that ensued. In a matter of moments, the man-faced lions were pushed back, suffering heavy casualties. The slave army fared even worse. Sunan hadn't even deployed much force, a mere dozen stone golems charging sent the slaves scattering, their overseers' shouts unable to stop them. Once the overseers were engaged by stone golems, the slaves fled even more desperately. How does the saying go, blessed by heaven? Seeing the advantageous situation, Sunan couldn't help but smile. He'd expected a tough battle, but the man-faced lions had conveniently handed him an opening. It seemed the war would end quickly. While Sunan was pleased, the mood on the city wall among the three man-faced lion nobles was anything but. Seeing their kin slaughtered, they were filled with anger and despair. Carolina immediately recognized Sunan, who had shed his invisibility. Though he'd worn a mask before, she couldn't mistake his aura. "It's you again." Carolina glared at Sunan, seething with rage. Ursula and Perida quickly realized this was one of the wizards who had attacked their city-state. Fueled by old and new grievances, the three stared at Sunan with intense hatred. With a cry, they levitated and charged toward him. Mid-flight, their staffs gleamed with eerie light, shining brilliantly in the darkness. Countless bolts of lightning, flames, and snow manifested, surging toward Sunan like a tide. Man-faced lion nobles couldn't control elemental forces, these were illusions. Yet deadly attacks often lurked among such illusions. The man-faced lions excelled in deceptive, alternating real and fake attacks, where carelessness could lead to disaster. Sunan noticed several black snakes hidden in the fiery waves, their tongues flicking, ready to strike if he let his guard down. But he was unconcerned. With the extreme protection rings, he wasn't worried about the man-faced lion nobles' attacks harming him. Without any defensive moves, Sunan activated the disaster rings on his left hand without hesitation. Boom! Lightning, flames, and snow engulfed Sunan. Seeing this, the three man-faced lion nobles smiled, but something was amiss. The expected screams of agony never came. Instead, a series of cracks, like ice forming, reached their ears. In the next moment, the illusions vanished entirely. A visible white shockwave erupted outward. Caught off guard, the three man-faced lion nobles were struck by the shockwave, momentarily freezing, their bodies coated in frost. Simultaneously, four massive grey claw shadows appeared, lunging toward Perida. The four grey claws tore through the air from different directions, viciously grasping at Perida. Disaster Claws X4. Chapter 113, You finish off the rest for me. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as 10 bloody gashes appeared on Perida's body. The rich aura of death seeped through the wounds, corroding her flesh, with grey blood gushing out like a spring. Ah! Perida let out a piercing scream. The dense negative energy from the disaster claws immediately invaded her organs, flesh, and bones. One disaster claw could easily kill a peak grand knight. Struck by 4 disaster claws without any defense, even Perida, with her legendary level strength, was severely injured in an instant. Before she could catch her breath, Sunan hurled a high-level rune gem. As it left his hand, the gem burst into blinding light, transforming into a cyan blue lightning spear that shot through the air like an arrow, piercing through Perida's forehead with a hiss. Crack! The violent lightning exploded, turning her into charcoal. In less than a breath, Perida was dead. This scene sent chills down Ursula and Carolina's spines, and their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Sunan. After swiftly dispatching one enemy with thunderous speed, Sunan's assault didn't stop. A large amount of silvery metal liquid seeped from his pores, forming sharp spikes in mid-air. After a brief pause, the dense barrage of spikes shot out like a storm, raining down on Ursula and Carolina. Man-faced lion nobles were legendary knight-level powerhouses. A man-faced lion noble capable of ruling a city had at least second circle legendary power. 2 first circle legends and 1 second circle legend combined were enough to rival a level 3 wizard apprentice. Therefore, Sunan attacked with full force, aiming to eliminate 1 or 2 enemies as quickly as possible. Swish swish swish! The shrill whistling of the spikes filled the air, so intense it made one's scalp tingle. Feeling the threat of death, the 2 man-faced lion nobles' faces changed dramatically, and they let out ear-piercing screams. The crystals at the tips of their staffs suddenly glowed with deep light, quickly forming a sphere that enveloped them. In the next second, the storm of spikes slammed into the sphere. Thud thud thud. The dull thuds of the spikes piercing the sphere were relentless. In just over 10 seconds, Carolina's sphere shattered, and the spikes tore through her body, causing a burst of blood mist, and her tattered figure plummeted to the ground. Another one down. Sunan turned his attention to the remaining Uzula, redirecting the spikes that had attacked Carolina to focus on Uzula. Uzula instantly felt immense pressure. Realizing her dire situation, Uzula knew she was utterly defeated today. Neither the city-state nor she could contend with the young wizard before her. If she continued fighting, she would surely follow in Perida and Carolina's footsteps. Escape. She had to escape. With a decisive look, Uzula bit her lip and swung her staff at her tail. With a wet sound, her tail was severed at the midsection. Enduring the pain, Uzula chanted, and her severed tail exploded into a dense blood mist, enveloping her. Boom! The sphere exploded, and the powerful shockwave repelled the surrounding spikes. Seizing the opportunity, a cloud of blood mist shot out like lightning, fleeing into the darkness. Her speed was like a flash of lightning. But just as the blood mist was about to disappear into the darkness, a massive, menacing figure appeared nearby, opening its maw and spewing a torrent of fiery flames at the blood mist. It was the shadow dragon, lying in wait. Sizzle! The flames and blood mist clashed, mutually annihilating each other, their red and crimson hues intertwining and rapidly shrinking. In a blink, the blood mist thinned, revealing Uzula's shocked face. Whoosh! In a flash, Sunan reappeared before Uzula, gazing at him with indifferent eyes. Seeing this, despair filled Uzula's eyes, knowing she had missed her last chance to escape. Who would have thought this wizard had an invisible draconic pet? And its invisibility was undetectable even to her. Swish swish! The barrage of spikes closed in, crashing over Uzula and disappearing back into Sunan. When the noise ceased, Uzula's figure was gone, leaving only a faint blood mist and the staff falling to the ground. This man-faced lion noble had been shredded to pieces, leaving no remains. The shadow dragon caught the falling staff and obediently handed it to Sunan. Well done! Sunan praised. If the shadow dragon hadn't intercepted the man-faced lion noble, he would have needed another high-level rune gem to catch her. The battle had erupted suddenly and ended just as abruptly. With Sunan deploying most of his trump cards, the fight concluded in just 2 to 3 minutes. This gave him a clear understanding of his recent strength growth. With his current power, enemies below Third Circle Legendary Knights were no longer a threat. Even against Third Circle Legendary Knights, he had a fair chance of victory. Now, among level 3 wizard apprentices, I'm among the top tier. Sunan smiled, turning his gaze downward. With the death of the 3 man-faced lion nobles, the man-faced lions along the lake shore lost their will to fight and scattered in retreat. But they didn't get far before the twin-blade spiders caught up, slicing off their heads with razor-sharp limbs. On the flat lake shore, the 4-legged man-faced lions were no match for the 8-legged twin-blade spiders. In desperation, some man-faced lions turned to fight, swinging their scimitars at the spiders, only to be bisected by the spiders' limbs, which then effortlessly severed their heads. Against the swift and resilient twin-blade spiders, armed with razor-sharp weapons, man-faced lions below Grand Knight level had no chance. The fleeing man-faced lions were quickly exterminated by the twin-blade spiders. Under Sunan's control, the golems and twin-blade spiders spared the surrendering man-faced lions, while mercilessly killing those who resisted or fled. The war ended even faster than Sunan anticipated. In less than an hour. Besides the puppet army's exceptional combat prowess, the man-faced lions' decision to gather outside the city amplified the success of Sunan's surprise attack. What should I do with these guys? Sunan pondered, looking down at the kneeling man-faced lions below. After the slaughter, only about 100 man-faced lions survived, including 7 or 8 elite Grand Knights. This was a considerable force. Killing them all would be simple but wasteful. But if he spared them, he had to find a good way to handle them, or risk future trouble. As he pondered, Sunan's expression shifted, turning to look at a spot nearby with surprise. Not dead yet. Quite tenacious. Sunan descended to the ground and approached Carolina, who lay there, studying her with a playful gaze. Though the man-faced lion noble was bloodied and riddled with wounds, her head, throat and heart were untouched. Sunan was sure he hadn't spared these vital areas, meaning she must have used some method to protect them. However, while she survived, Carolina was completely incapacitated, left to cling to life on the ground. "Spare me, please spare my life," Carolina begged weakly. "Give me a reason," Sunan replied, raising an eyebrow. "I can serve you, become your slave," Carolina said, her spirit seemingly lifted by hope, her speech more coherent. "I can help you manage the city-state. You need an assistant familiar with this place. I can also provide intelligence about the surrounding areas." Sunan snorted, "Sounds nice, but your man-faced lion kind are notoriously deceitful and untrustworthy. Why should I believe you? I can sign a soul contract," Carolina offered weakly. "You know quite a bit," Sunan said, narrowing his eyes. A soul contract, essentially a slave contract, involved splitting a wisp of one's soul and giving it to another as a contract, placing one's life in the other's hands. With a thought, the controller could extinguish the controlled party's soul. Moreover, if the controller died, the controlled would also perish. Overall, it was a harsh contract. Both parties had to willingly agree to it. With the soul contract, Sunan could fully control Carolina, without fear of betrayal. And he did need someone to help manage the city-state. The slaves needed someone to oversee them. Puppets couldn't handle city management. The students at the base were still developing and lacked the ability. Requesting personnel from Key was also unfeasible. Territory officers weren't familiar with the underground world, and assigning them to manage an underground city-state might backfire. On reflection, using a local to manage the city-state was the best choice. "All right, sign the soul contract, and I'll spare your life." Under Carolina's pleading gaze, Sunan considered briefly before nodding. Hearing this, Carolina's face lit up with joy. Sunan flipped his wrist, producing a gemstone. With a rub of his thumb and forefinger, the gemstone melted into translucent threads, forming intricate patterns as he traced them in the air. Completing the final stroke, Sunan pointed, and the patterns drifted to Carolina, merging into her brow and vanishing. In the next second, Carolina shuddered, feeling a faint connection with the wizard before her. A one-way connection. From this day on, her life was at his mercy. After the contract was completed, Sunan tossed Carolina several healing potions. After drinking them, Carolina regained some mobility. "My kin." Carolina glanced at her kin nearby and cautiously asked Sunan. Sunan's lips curled in a half-smile as he approached the kneeling man-faced lions, selecting the 50 weakest, then turned to the puzzled Carolina. "I'm only keeping these 50. You finish off the rest for me." To manage the city-state, Carolina needed some subordinates, not just the title. But not many were needed, just enough to manage the slaves and handle some tasks. 50 man-faced lions should suffice. The golem army would handle city defense. Though the soul contract ensured Carolina wouldn't betray him, Sunan didn't want to give her the means to cause trouble. Hearing Sunan's words, Carolina's face changed. The unchosen man-faced lions' faces fell, and they prepared to fight back, but as they stood, an invisible wave enveloped them. Mass fear. A spell inducing fear in all creatures within a certain range. Sunan had recently mastered this second circle spell. In an instant, the man-faced lions' faces filled with terror, as if seeing something horrifying, some collapsing in place, others trembling on the ground, all losing the will to fight. Sunan turned his gaze to Carolina, his eyes cold. Carolina's expression shifted, her hesitation vanishing. She picked up a scimitar and reluctantly approached her terrified kin. Despite her injuries, Carolina was a skilled killer. Her strikes were swift and lethal, each blow severing a throat. The sudden pain jolted the man-faced lions from their fear, but it was too late. Their throats gurgled, eyes filled with disbelief and anger at Carolina, before collapsing lifelessly. In a short time, 60 to 70 man-faced lions lay dead. Carolina stood, scimitar stained with blood, panting and pale. The surviving man-faced lions looked at her with mixed emotions. Anger, indifference, sorrow, hostility. Sunan observed, nodding inwardly. This was partly why he had Carolina do it. With a wedge driven between them, they wouldn't easily unite. Afterward, Sunan had the remaining man-faced lions sign soul contracts, using up 50 gemstones. His stash of backup gemstones in his space ring was nearly depleted. With this done, Sunan ordered the man-faced lions to clean up the battlefield and round up the fleeing slaves. Fortunately, the island was surrounded by a lake, so the slaves couldn't escape far. A few squads of man-faced lions quickly gathered them back. Chapter 114, a new territory, construction of base 2. After the battle, Sunan took stock of the golems. Thanks to the unexpectedly smooth surprise attack, the golem army suffered minimal losses. Irreparable losses included 1 steel golem, 3 elite stone golems, 325 stone golems, and 4 twin-blade spiders. The remaining golems and twin-blade spiders sustained varying degrees of damage, but the lightly injured could self-repair, and the heavily injured could be fixed back at the base, so it wasn't a major issue. In fact, had the man-faced lions not left the city to assemble, the golem casualties during a normal surprise attack would have at least doubled. This was already a favorable outcome. Sunan stored the damaged golems in the cube, leaving the rest on the island for defense, and then headed towards the city with Carolina. With the war over, it was time to inspect his new territory. This was Sunan's first truly owned territory. Unlike last time, when he had to sneak in, this time he walked openly through the city gates, leisurely observing the city's architecture. However, most buildings in the lower city were low and simple, offering little to admire. It wasn't until they reached the upper city that the buildings became orderly and displayed some artistic style practicality over aesthetics, a common theme in the underground world. As they walked, city residents stared in shock at Carolina, who followed the human with deference. But none dared to question them. Sunan glanced at Carolina, noting the high regard the man-faced lion noble held here. Ignoring them, he headed straight for the central stone pillar. Inside the pillar, Sunan found the environment far more luxurious than outside, with an abundance of rooms. Living quarters, dining rooms, lounges, bathrooms, kitchens, common areas, council chambers, everything was fully equipped. Such a large place housed only 3 nobles and their servant slaves. One had to admit, the lifestyle of man-faced lion nobles was far more opulent than most human nobility. These rooms could be converted into labs and potion rooms. Sunan mused silently. The spacious interior could easily be transformed into another base. He would inevitably spend a lot of time in the underground world, so having a place for study and training would be highly convenient. Ideally, he would establish another magic plant garden, workshop, and puppet factory here. After a tour, Sunan formed a rough plan in his mind and then asked without looking back, "Where is the storeroom?" "In the basement," Carolina replied. "Lead the way." Under Carolina's guidance, Sunan soon reached a warehouse. Before him were heaps of gold coins, crates of gemstones, and various metals. "Master, this is the storeroom inventory." Carolina handed over a list. In the short time since entering the city, this man-faced lion noble had quickly adjusted her mindset, accepting her slave status and actively trying to please Sunan. Sunan gave Carolina a deep look before taking the list and reviewing it. From Carolina, he learned the city-state was named Yahulake. Due to its significant dwarven population, Yahulake boasted advanced mining and smelting techniques. They consistently mined from surrounding veins, trading with other city-states for food and necessities. They could also smelt their own metals and mint coins. The coins in the storeroom were minted at Yahulake, featuring the image of a half-human, half-snake man-faced lion noble on one side and crossed scimitars on the other, a distinct man-faced lion style. Due to their high gold content, Yahulake's coins were well regarded among surrounding city-states. However, to use them on the surface, they would need to be reminted. Sunan weighed a coin in his hand, quickly estimating its value. Converted to surface world currency, these coins were worth about 50,000 gold pieces. A substantial sum. Additionally, there were 236 mid to low-grade gemstones, 5 high-grade gemstones, and over 100 types of rare metals. To Sunan's delight, it included rare metals like abyssal black copper, rainbow iron, and solar gold sand. Estimating the quantities, Sunan realized he had enough to create the special feed needed for 8 gem bugs to split once. Indeed, it's easier to collect rare metals in the underground world. Sunan reflected. Moreover, the list included 12 miniature soul crystals. This was unexpected. Man-faced lions weren't known for extracting souls to make crystals. Where did these soul crystals come from? Sunan asked. Traded from Orson. The Black Duke and his subordinates excel at making soul crystals, Carolina explained. The Black Duke. Sunan raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. Carolina quickly elaborated. From her account, Sunan learned about the region surrounding Yahulake. There were 3 neighboring city-states, Orson, Matu, and Kasham. Orson was ruled by a group of ghouls, with the city lord known as the Black Duke, a frost ghoul. Matu was governed by vampires, led by the Red Widow. As for Kasham, it was more of a bug nest than a city-state. It housed only insects, with other races existing merely as food reserves. Overall, Yahulake, Orson, and Matu traded and occasionally clashed over resources. However, they united against Kasham. Because the bugs of Kasham frequently invaded, expanding outward, attacking other city-states periodically, only to be repelled by the allied city-states, retreating to lick their wounds before launching another invasion in a never-ending cycle. This pattern had repeated countless times over the years. Have you ever considered eliminating the threat of Kasham? Sunan asked. Carolina replied with a wry smile, we've thought about it, but Kasham is riddled with tunnels, making its terrain complex. Fighting the bugs outside is manageable, but once inside Kasham, our troops get lost, unable to deploy effectively, and always return defeated. Eventually, no one wanted to attack Kasham anymore. These bugs seemed quite troublesome. Sunan pondered this, then asked, how long until Kasham attacks again? Carolina hesitated before answering, based on past patterns, we have 2 to 3 years. Sunan nodded. That was enough time to prepare. After consideration, Sunan decided to keep the coins for trade with other city-states. However, future mined gold would need to be transported to surface camp number 1. As for the gemstones and rare metals, Sunan unabashedly took them all. I'll give you 5 days to handle the aftermath of the war. I want to see a stable Yahulake. Before leaving, Sunan left this instruction. Yes, Master, Carolina replied promptly. Watching Sunan's figure disappear, Carolina stood by the window, gazing at the view below, her expression conflicted, before ending with a deep sigh. At this point, she had no choice but to accept her fate. The only consolation was that being the slave of a powerful wizard wasn't the worst outcome. Back in Shimmer City, Sunan met with Ki to report the capture of Yahulake. Ki was overjoyed to hear the man-faced lion threat was resolved, visibly relieved. That's one problem solved. Sunan raised an eyebrow. From the sound of it, there are more problems. Ki shook his head with a sigh. The Spark Church seems to have influenced the Grand Duke. Just days ago, he decreed that all nobility must convert to the Spark Church. This has caused quite a stir, with many nobles resisting the decree. This is surprising, Sunan admitted. This was even more controversial than allowing the Spark Church to freely spread its faith across provinces. What benefits had the Spark Church offered the Grand Duke to prompt such a rash decree? After some thought, Sunan had an idea. Given the Grand Duke's status, what hadn't he enjoyed? The only thing worth such a drastic decision was likely longevity. The Spark Church, with its divine blood, could indeed offer extended life, but typically at the cost of mental and emotional erosion. Gaining longer life often meant losing oneself to some extent, becoming a devoted follower of the deity. If the Spark Church employed such methods, the Grand Duke might soon become their puppet. When that happened, the Starlight Duchy could face significant turmoil. Sunan shared his suspicions with Ki. Hearing this, Ki's expression shifted, lost in thought. Sunan said no more, patting Ki's shoulder before leaving. Afterward, Sunan returned to the base and immediately prepared the special feed using abyssal black copper and other rare metals, feeding it to the gem bugs. In about 3 days, the gem bugs will split, increasing to 6. The remaining 5 portions of feed will be given later, increasing the swarm to 11. Sunan was thrilled. The gains from this war were nothing short of a windfall. Even the current haul was enough to offset the cost of crafting the golems and twin-blade spiders before the war, especially since the losses were minimal, leaving a significant profit. Plus, there were future profits to consider, with the 7 mineral veins around Yahulake awaiting exploitation. Developing all 7 veins requires many clay golems and mining equipment. The clay golems can be assigned as tasks for the base's students to craft. Mining equipment can be arranged through my brother. These are easily solved, the key is the garrison. The underground world teemed with monsters, and any tunnel or cavern could house them, so all mines needed garrisons. Not to mention Orson and Matu. According to Carolina, these 2 city-states frequently raided Yahulake for resources, and vice versa, so mines near them required extra security. Preliminary estimates suggested guarding and escorting operations for the 7 mines required at least 500 stone golems. To be safe, some twin-blade spiders should be added. Including the garrison for Yahulake, the demand for golem puppets was significant. Looks like I'll be working overtime crafting again. Sunan sighed. He couldn't escape his busy fate. But it was all for more resources. He needed to gather enough before Kasham's bugs attacked. In the following days, Sunan was back to his relentless pace. After Carolina stabilized the city's residents, Sunan began transforming the former man-faced lion palace, stone pillar, into a base, designating labs, potion rooms, meditation chambers, and spell practice areas. He also built a new workshop beside the palace and relocated Camp No. 1's puppet factory next door. Additionally, Sunan established a new magic plant garden in the city, named Magic Plant Garden No. 3. Due to the underground world's unique environment, lack of sunlight, constant low temperature, and humidity, Garden No. 3 could only grow certain special magic plants, like mandrake grass and calming flowers. With this, a small base was completed. Sunan named it Base 2. Base 2 lacked the comprehensive facilities and functions of Base 1 but sufficed as a temporary residence in the underground world. Not long after Base 2's completion, a large batch of clay golems arrived at Yahoo Lake, marking the official start of developing the surrounding mineral veins. With troops still somewhat lacking, Sunan didn't immediately develop all 7 veins, opting to start with the 4 nearest Yahoo Lake. These included a large iron mine, a medium iron mine, a large copper mine, and a small gold mine. Just these 4 required a garrison of 3 elite stone golems, 350 stone golems, and 50 twin-blade spiders. The elite stone golems primarily guarded the large iron, large copper, and small gold mines. The twin-blade spiders, with their agile mobility, were primarily used for ore transport. By the month of Dormant Moon, Yahoo Lake's operations were running smoothly. The 4 veins yielded substantial profits daily, with increasing revenue boosting Sunan's spirits each day. With the mine's profits, many experiments and research projects could commence. And this was just the beginning. As the remaining 3 veins were developed and more discovered in the future, Yahoo Lake's funds would only grow. With such a gold mine, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. Chapter 115, The Puppet, A Chance to Change Fate. Starlight Calendar 1254, Month of Winter Harp. This year's New Year's celebration was exceptionally grand, far surpassing previous years. The main reason was the birth of the Lord's son. To celebrate the birth of his son, the Lord threw several days of feasts in the square, celebrating with the people. Sunan went to see his newborn nephew. It was too early to determine the child's mental aptitude, but he seemed to have good physical potential. It made sense, as the little one's father was a peak grand knight. Over the years, with Sunan's continuous feeding, Ki's strength had grown rapidly, now just a step away from becoming a legendary knight. Sunan planned to reserve all the dragon blood fruits from Magic Plant Garden No. 2 for the next 6 months. By synthesizing them into a high-grade dragon blood fruit with 3rd-tier potion effects for Ki, he could likely break through to become a legendary knight. A 26-year-old first circle legendary knight would be unique in the entire Starlight Duchy. Base 1, Bug Nest. In a room converted to resemble a mining pit, 11 plump gem bugs crawled slowly. As they passed scattered chunks of ore, they stopped to nibble before moving on. With the number increased to 11, the annual gemstone yield from the nest had soared to nearly 400, becoming quite substantial. In addition, Carolina, following Sunan's orders, was collecting rare metals like abyssal black copper and rainbow iron. Given the richness of metals in the underground world, Sunan believed he would soon have enough new feed to further expand the gem bug population. Additionally, he had gathered many rare metals needed for crafting a second magic rune core. He estimated it wouldn't be long before he gathered all the materials required for crafting the second magic rune core. Leaving the bug nest, Sunan headed straight for the laboratory. Just a few days ago, he attended the forest cabin gathering. After skipping 2 gatherings, Black Forest finally appeared this time. But as Night Owl mentioned, Black Forest attended only 2 out of every 10 gatherings, so this was normal. At that gathering, Sunan finally traded with Black Forest for a supposedly rare puppet blueprint. Upon reading the blueprint in detail, Sunan confirmed Black Forest's claim it was indeed rare. Rather than a puppet blueprint, it was more like a puppet crafting technique. Simply put, it was a golem miniaturization technique. The overall concept was to use very lightweight metals like mithril to craft the puppet, minimizing weight while greatly reducing its size to closely resemble a human form. A medium or large soul crystal would serve as the soul core to drive it. This approach resulted in a nimble, agile golem with enough intelligence to pass as a living person if disguised well. Moreover, it could incorporate more combat techniques and spells, making it far stronger than ordinary golems. Due to the use of mithril for most of its body, This miniaturized golem was called a secret puppet. According to the blueprint, a secret puppet crafted with a medium soul crystal possessed combat power not inferior to a full-fledged wizard. Admittedly, this description was very tempting to Sunan. However, after careful study, he had to abandon the idea of crafting a secret puppet. Beyond the prerequisite skill levels, the most critical factor was the cost. Since a secret puppet's body was mostly mithril, even with maximum thrift, crafting one would require at least 30 to 40 kilograms of mithril. Mithril typically occurred as an associated mineral in silver mines. As an isotope of silver, mithril's value far exceeded the latter. It had incredible ductility and magical conductivity, never tarnishing once refined. Its physical properties were extremely stable, allowing mithril-crafted magic items to last hundreds of years without natural wear. Adding even a small amount of mithril during magic item crafting significantly enhanced quality. In addition, mithril was used to craft metal golems or magical constructs. One of the highest regarded golems, the Mithril Sage, was primarily made from mithril. Moreover, constructing wizard towers and floating cities required large quantities of mithril. In floating rings, anti-gravity devices, and elemental drive systems, mithril was an essential rare material. However, mithril was extremely scarce. Associated mithril deposits often contained low concentrations and were highly dispersed. Mining an entire large silver vein might yield only a few kilograms of mithril. As a result, mithril was exceptionally precious. Ordinary wizard apprentices measured out mithril in grams when crafting magic items. Tens of kilograms was a staggering amount. Even Sunan, with control over 2 silver mines, currently had less than 3 kilograms of mithril. Most of his mithril was consumed in crafting golem puppets and feeding gem bugs. Accumulating 30 to 40 kilograms of mithril would take an indefinite amount of time. In conclusion, the secret puppet blueprint was not feasible. Realizing this left Sunan a bit speechless. The previous gemstone golem blueprint was one thing, but now there was another impractical secret puppet blueprint. Who knew where Black Forest got these blueprints? Ingenious concepts with no practical feasibility, offering only a tantalizing glimpse, leaving Sunan at a loss. However, they aren't completely worthless. Although impractical, the 2 blueprints offered some reference value. After thorough study, Sunan realized he might combine the 2, merging their advantages to create a miniaturized gemstone golem. This approach would significantly reduce costs. Sunan had been researching the feasibility of combining the 2, and he was beginning to see some progress. If successful, I might craft a puppet much stronger than an adamantine golem. A sense of anticipation arose within Sunan. Time flew by, and soon it was the month of spring dawn. The snow melted, and life renewed. Fields were bustling with busy farmers. On the 3rd day of spring dawn, Sunan finally mastered silent casting. In the spell practice room, Sunan raised a hand, and 7 magic missiles appeared before him, whistling as they struck a distant humanoid target, shattering it with a boom. As the echo faded, Sunan pointed again, and a dazzling red light bloomed from his fingertip, transforming into a crimson ray that shot out, striking another humanoid target, which instantly melted into molten iron. Scorching ray. Excellent. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Silent casting didn't shorten casting preparation time but allowed for preparing another spell while casting, significantly reducing casting intervals and improving casting efficiency. Mastering silent casting was akin to becoming a walking artillery piece. A wizard apprentice without silent casting would be utterly outmatched by one who had mastered it. This was the power of metamagic. Next is quickened casting. Complete a quickened casting practice, spell quickening training progress plus 0.01%. By the time he'd nearly exhausted his mental energy, the quickened casting training progress reached 0.04%. Sunan estimated that 2 practice sessions a day could increase progress by up to 0.08%. At this rate, it would take 3 to 4 years to master quickened casting. Yet, mastering silent casting had taken only 2 years. This is expected, as quickened casting is an advanced technique beyond silent casting and one of the most challenging metamagics, requiring more time. Refocusing, Sunan summoned his status panel. Sunaniest, human male. Mental strength 36.58/constitution 33.23. Skills. Star Ring Meditation LV13, 885724/12000000. Potion Crafting LV4, 6034/10000. Biomodification LV3, 2492/6000. Puppet crafting LV4, 6982/10,000. Magic item crafting LV4, 3945/10,000. At level 13, the Star Ring meditation method required a staggering 1.2 million proficiency to level up. Fortunately, with the enhancement from Divine Blood Amber and the growth in mental strength, Sunan's daily meditation increased proficiency by about 4,000 points, so progress wasn't slow. In a little over 2 months, I should be able to form the 13th Star Ring. Sunan pondered. Notably, due to extensive puppet crafting, Sunan's puppet crafting skill had surpassed his initial potion crafting in proficiency. He anticipated it would be his first skill to reach level 5. At that point, he might attempt crafting higher-tier puppets. Closing the panel, Sunan left the spell practice area, looking up at the clear sky. Speaking of which, the Night Academy has been running for over half a year. I wonder how it's doing. Master Shaman, Master Adil, welcome to Dragonheart Night Academy. At the Academy gate, Moritz bowed slightly to the approaching Shaman and Adil, smiling warmly. Good day, Headmaster Moritz. Adil and Shaman returned the bow. Please, follow me. Moritz was one of the few in the army from a commoner background, yet through his efforts, he became a mid-level knight by his 30s. When Sunan decided to establish the Night Academy, he pulled Moritz from the army, enhancing him to peak knight with dragon blood fruit and appointing him as headmaster. Moritz had no complaints about the arrangement, instead, he was overjoyed. Everyone knew Sunan was the pillar supporting the territory's growth. In Shimmer territory, Sunan's status was no less than the Lord's. Joining Sunan's faction, even without a noble title, was worthwhile. As headmaster of Dragonheart Night Academy, Moritz felt his status soar. Even Viscount Braid, the Lord's most trusted, treated him with warmth. Barons and knights greeted him with smiles and flattery. Though lacking a noble title, he was practically nobility. Thus, Moritz felt genuine gratitude and respect for Sunan. If not for this opportunity, his commoner status might never have led to nobility. So, hearing Sunan sent 2 students to inspect, Moritz personally awaited them at the academy gate early. Since the academy recruits from commoners and farmers, literacy is low, so we've established basic literacy courses and foundational subjects. Currently, students focus on building a foundation. Besides cultural courses, they spend half the day training physically. In the second year, they'll start learning martial skills, writing, and breathing techniques. As Shaman surveyed the surroundings, he casually asked, "How long is the academy program?" 4 years, Moritz replied with a smile. But those who become knights can graduate early. Shaman and Adil exchanged looks, offering no comment. Dragonheart Night Academy recruited 11 and 12-year-olds from common backgrounds with poor innate conditions. Those who became squire knights in 4 years would be considered talented. Becoming knights in 4 years was nearly impossible. Unless external influences intervened. I heard from the teacher that starting next year, the base will supply the academy with a batch of dragon blood fruit annually, Adil said with a smile. That's wonderful. Moritz was overjoyed. Having relied on dragon blood fruit to become a peak knight, he knew its potency. With dragon blood fruit, the students' growth would significantly accelerate. Perhaps a few might graduate early as elites. As they talked, they reached a wide field where many students ran laps. Everyone seems full of energy, Adil said with a smile. Moritz laughed heartily. Of course, these kids know this is their hard-won chance to change their fate, so they cherish it, studying and training diligently. Hearing this, Shaman couldn't help but reflect. He, too, was someone whose fate had changed. The base and Night Academy, both established by the teacher, had altered the destinies of hundreds of children like him from impoverished backgrounds. And it was foreseeable that this number would continue to grow. At that moment, the students on the field noticed the 3 observers. Seeing a man and woman in robes accompanied by Headmaster Moritz caused a stir. On the first day of classes, they were told that upon graduation, they'd join Sunan's Night Guard, serving powerful and mysterious wizards. One characteristic of wizards was their habit of wearing robes. With Headmaster Moritz accompanying them, the identities of the man and woman were clear. Many students instinctively slowed, craning their necks to get a glimpse of the rumored wizards. Until the supervising teacher ordered them to focus, the students reluctantly averted their gaze. Seeing this, Shaman and Adil couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go, Headmaster Moritz. Let's see the rest of the place and not disturb the students. Chapter 116, Overturn the board and replace the ruler. Shaman's inspection report was swiftly submitted. After reviewing it, Sunan was fairly satisfied. Cultivating knights isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. Although there are dragon blood fruits, most are supplied to the Shimmer Territory's military and the base's students. Only a portion can be allocated to Dragonheart Knight Academy, so it's impossible for hundreds to become knights in just 4 years. Sunan was prepared for a long-term effort. After all, establishing a comprehensive training system takes a considerable amount of time. Setting aside the matters of Dragonheart Knight Academy for now, Sunan returned to his cultivation and research. But just then, Ki suddenly approached him. "Something's not right," Ki said, placing a report in front of Sunan. Taking a look, Sunan's eyebrows rose slightly. The report mentioned that over the past 3 months, more than a dozen nobles in the Starlight Duchy had either died of illness or in accidents. A common trait among them was their staunch refusal to accept the Spark Church's faith. Apart from them, their direct bloodlines also died due to various reasons. As a result, upon their deaths, either their titles were seamlessly inherited by the sole remaining heir, or their lands and titles were directly reclaimed by higher-ranking nobles due to the absence of heirs. While such occurrences weren't rare, given the notorious chaos in noble circles, having over a dozen such cases in just 6 months was deeply unsettling. Undoubtedly, the Spark Church was behind this. They were using the same tactics as with Marquis Goldrock, but even more blatant and aggressive. The Spark Church isn't even bothering to cover it up. Aren't they afraid of provoking a backlash from other nobles? Sunan remarked with surprise. Ki shook his head and said, "These newly ascended nobles, along with those who annexed subordinate territories, have openly accepted the Spark Church's faith. With the Grand Duke's support, this might be what gives the Spark Church the audacity to employ such ruthless tactics. Upon reflection, you might be right, perhaps the Spark Church did promise the Grand Duke an extension of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow them to do this, as it's essentially undermining the foundation of the duchy. The Spark Church was no benevolent institution. Sunan had realized this long ago. He was not surprised that they would resort to violence to propagate their faith. What puzzled him was why the Spark Church was in such a hurry. They could have adopted a more gradual and covert approach instead of a method likely to provoke hostility and backlash from many nobles. After pondering for a moment without any result, Sunan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it, and instead asked, "What do you plan to do?" Ki gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I won't compromise with my father's killer, nor will I wait passively. If the Grand Duke is determined to aid the Spark Church, then I'll just overturn the board and replace the ruler of the duchy." If someone else were here, hearing Ki's words, they would likely be shocked. But Sunan remained calm, as if he had anticipated Ki would say this. In fact, he knew that Shimmer Territory's power had been expanding rapidly over the years. As far as he was aware, the Black Rock Cavalry had exceeded 1,000 men, reaching a staggering 1,300. This was a cavalry force where every member was a knight, riding knight-level puppet steeds. Such a force alone had the power to flatten any province. Not to mention the Golem army. Others might be in the dark, but Shimmer Territory's current strength was already the greatest among the 7 provinces of the Starlight Duchy. It possessed the power to overthrow the duchy. Most importantly, there was Sunan. His presence was Ki's greatest confidence in opposing the Starlight Duchy. Ki was confident that with Sunan, Shimmer Territory would stand undefeated. Even if they couldn't overthrow the Starlight Duchy, they could easily carve out a domain and become a regional power. "What about Marquis White Tower?" Sunan asked. "I've already spoken with him, and he supports my idea," Ki said seriously. Sunan nodded in understanding. Marquis White Tower was Ki's father-in-law through marriage, so their alliance wasn't surprising. Of course, this familial relationship wasn't the main reason. A single daughter meant little to a figure of Marquis White Tower's stature compared to family interests. The military strength displayed by Shimmer Territory was the key factor in convincing Marquis White Tower. In that case, go ahead and do what you need to do. With Sunan's endorsement, Ki's face lit up with determination, his spirits lifted. "With your support, I'm reassured." Though resolved, Ki didn't act rashly but began making preparations in secret. Meanwhile, Sunan arranged for Ki's protection. Given the Spark Church's current madness, they might attempt an attack on Ki, and Sunan couldn't always be by his side. The best solution was to provide Ki with sufficient protection. With profits from the mines flowing in, Sunan was in a position of financial strength, directly synthesizing 2 legendary-level Blackrock Panthers to guard Key at all times. Additionally, he stationed 3 steel golems, 20 twin-blade spiders, and over 100 stone golems at the Lord's residence, coordinating with the existing guards to create an impenetrable defense. With such a setup, even a third-circle legendary knight couldn't infiltrate unnoticed. Combined with Key's near-legendary knight strength, there was little cause for concern. As for the base, there was even less to worry about. With over 20 steel and elite stone golems, even a level 3 wizard apprentice like Heb would struggle to escape unscathed. As the month of thunder, April, arrived, Yahoo Lake City seemed to have adapted to life under wizard rule. Everything was orderly. Those who signed soul contracts with Sunan, including Carolina, behaved obediently, with no secret plots. The harsh environment of the underground world fostered a survival of the fittest mentality. The intelligent beings residing there generally respected strength and followed a code where might was right, often harboring an admiration for power. Having witnessed the continuous production of golems at the puppet factory, recognizing Sunan's power, Carolina grew increasingly respectful, gradually accepting her role. Individuals like her, aligned with the evil faction, often performed exceptionally well once they genuinely pledged loyalty. They would go to great lengths to accomplish their master's orders. By mid-month, Carolina had already gathered the materials needed to craft a magic rune core. Well done! Sunan nodded in satisfaction at the array of rare metals on the workbench, offering Carolina a rare compliment. Carolina beamed, recalling something, and said, "Master, traces of ghouls have been found near vein number 3, likely scouting the area. Vampires have also been spotted near vein No. 2. If they come again, don't hold back, kill them," Sunan said dismissively. Matu and Orson's combined strength wasn't much greater than Yahoo Lake City. Sunan had captured Yahoo Lake City before, and his strength had since grown significantly. Had it not been for the ongoing development of the mines around Yahoo Lake, and the inconvenience of Matu and Orson's distance, he would have conquered those city-states by now. Since they were making the first move, Sunan wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. In the underground world's survival of the fittest environment, a probing action should be met with a decisive counterattack, or risk being underestimated. "Yes, Master." Waving Carolina away, Sunan refocused on the materials before him. He swept a hand over the workbench, and the metal materials melted into a ball of liquid metal, floating before him. With previous experience, Sunan skillfully crafted the second magic rune core in just over a day. He then extracted the first magic rune core from his body and placed both in the cube for synthesis. Soon, a brand new magic rune core emerged. I'll call it the level 2 magic rune core. Though the synthesis interface still labeled it as a magic rune core, Sunan added a prefix for differentiation. The level 2 magic rune core appeared unchanged at first glance. After examining it, Sunan integrated the magic rune core into his body, then headed to the spell practice room for testing. The test subject was once again a steel golem. First, he tested its attack power. At full power, the metal spike storm formed by the magic rune core shredded the steel golem in just 10 seconds. Had Sunan not stopped in time, the golem would have been destroyed. Impressive, at least double the attack power. Had I this power against the adamantine golem, it would have taken just over half a minute to destroy it. Next, he tested its defense. In terms of defensive value, it ranged from about 3,200 to 3,500, far exceeding the defense of the extreme protection rings. Sunan estimated that no opponent below a full-fledged wizard could break through such a formidable defense provided his mental energy didn't run out. To Sunan's delight, the increase in mental energy consumption by the magic rune core was minimal. Though it didn't reduce consumption, the exponentially enhanced attack and defense marked a significant improvement. Otherwise, if mental energy consumption also doubled, the magic rune core would be akin to a one-time use item like the disaster rings. That would severely limit its practicality. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't occur. After constructing the 12th star ring, Sunan's mental energy had increased significantly, allowing him to use the magic rune core for 3 minutes at full capacity. Even in intense battles, 2 minutes would suffice. With the enhanced power of the magic rune core, 2 minutes was enough for Sunan to take down a third-circle legendary knight. This strengthens my trump card. Sunan was elated. With the synthesis cube, the magic rune core had unlimited potential for growth. However, his physique and mental strength had to keep pace. While integrating the level 2 magic rune core, Sunan felt a noticeable strain on his body and mind. Clearly, he couldn't integrate a third magic rune core just yet. Fortunately, gathering materials for the third magic rune core would take time, allowing him to continue strengthening his physique and mental strength until he met the integration standards. Sunan then took stock of his spatial ring. His trump cards, besides the magic rune core, included magic items and high-level rune gems. With financial stability, Sunan had recently crafted 6 more disaster rings, placing them in the spatial ring, all maximally enhanced, bringing the total to 10. This way, after using the 4 on his left hand in battle, he could immediately replace them from the spatial ring, relying on wealth to overwhelm opponents. The same applied to the extreme protection rings, with 10 available for wartime replacement. For high-level rune gems, as Sunan's mental strength grew, he synthesized 26, increasing their power. Currently, his spatial ring held 20 high-level rune gems. Using them all would be enough to take down a third circle legendary knight. Additionally, the cube held 20 elite stone golems and a twin blade spider enhanced to legendary knight level. This could also be considered a trump card. Overall, Sunan's overt strength placed him in the mid-tier among level 3 wizard apprentices, with silent casting being a notable advantage. But with his numerous trump cards, he ranked among the upper echelon. Even against the top few level 3 wizard apprentices, he could hold his own. Too bad synthesizing a second circle legendary level puppet requires so many, otherwise, synthesizing one would be a genuine trump card. Sunan had tested it, finding that synthesizing a second circle legendary stone golem required a staggering 456 stone golems. Nearly 10 times the amount needed for a first circle legendary elite stone golem. Clearly, at the legendary level, each advancement required an exponentially increasing number of syntheses. Ultimately, a second circle legendary stone golem cost nearly 20,000 gold. Even with Shimmer Territory's annual tax revenue, only a few could be synthesized. However, at the second circle legendary level, value surpassed monetary measures. If given the choice, Key or any other marquee would undoubtedly choose a second circle legendary ally over 20,000 gold. Sunan could synthesize one if he decided to. Yet, the demands on stone golems were too high, making it impractical to allocate so many at once. Furthermore, he preferred the agile twin blade spiders over the cumbersome stone golems. A peak knight level twin blade spider required relatively fewer at 118 for a second circle legendary synthesis. Nevertheless, Sunan needed to gather resources for a while. Slow and steady. The mines aren't near exhaustion, so money isn't a concern. Given enough time, I can synthesize a second circle legendary puppet. Chapter 117, Amy's Time to Shine. At the base entrance, the sound of horses neighing and people shouting filled the air. A group of merchants was busy unloading crates from their wagons, working up a sweat. Nearby, a steward was loudly reminding them, "Be careful, handle it gently. These are valuable goods. If you break anything, your salary for a whole month won't cover it." Among the crowd were over a dozen burly individuals with prominent beastly features and thick body hair, each easily carrying a heavy crate, looking relaxed. Mu Zhou observed from a distance, nodding to himself. It seemed that accepting these beastmen was a wise decision. They served as both guards and laborers, working hard without complaint. One salary could hire the equivalent of 2 or 3 human workers, making it very cost-effective. After the beastman calamity, beastmen found it impossible to stay in the Starlight Duchy, facing hatred and expulsion wherever they went. Thus, beastmen began migrating to neighboring countries. Many settled in the Thornflower Duchy. Thanks to Oda's plea, Mu Zhou decided to take in a group of beastmen, causing some controversy within the merchant guild at the time, but it turned out to be the right choice. As he pondered, a rumbling sound caught his attention. The base gate slowly opened, and towering clay golems emerged. Each carried several stacked crates, looking extremely heavy. Approaching the caravan, the clay golems gently placed the crates on the ground, yet still produced a dull thud, causing the nearby merchants to exclaim quietly, "These big guys are really strong. Those crates must weigh a ton. I heard these are called golems. Amazing." The merchants whispered among themselves, pointing at the clay golems. Especially those seeing them for the first time, who stared wide-eyed in curiosity. "Lord Shaman." Mu Zhou's eyes lit up as he spotted someone emerging from the base, and he quickly approached. Compared to a few years ago, when they first met, Shaman now exuded a calm and steady aura that commanded respect. "Long time no see, President Mu Zhou." After exchanging pleasantries, Shaman gestured to the crates on the ground and said with a smile. These are the metals for this transaction, all smelted into ingots. Have your people check them, and if everything's in order, we'll proceed at the previous price. After successfully developing the mineral veins around Yahoo Lake City, the trade between the Firefox Merchant Guild and Sunan expanded beyond potions to include metals. With 5 mineral veins, including the silver vein in the cave, and the high efficiency of clay golem mining, the monthly output of iron, copper, gold, and silver was astonishing. Shimmer territory alone couldn't consume it all, so most had to be sold externally. Mu Zhou nodded, instructed the steward to check the goods, then turned back to Shaman, deliberating before saying, Lord Shaman, I received a letter from Lord Sunan about increasing the quantity of potion transactions. Is this? The teacher already informed me. Shaman smiled slightly. Starting today, the base will double the number of potions sold externally. Can the Firefox Merchant Guild handle it? Of course. Mu Zhou replied firmly. Joking aside, they had to manage it somehow. Since opening the potion trade route, the Firefox Merchant Guild's profits had skyrocketed. The potions sold by the base were highly popular in the Thornflower Duchy, in short supply. Monopolizing this trade meant the Firefox Merchant Guild was raking in profits. Under such circumstances, Mu Zhou couldn't allow others to share in their gains. Even if the guild's capacity was stretched by the doubled potion supply, they could develop agents to distribute some of the potions, earning a profit margin. Anyone with common sense knew what to do. That's good to hear. Finding another trustworthy business partner would be troublesome. Shaman said with a smile. Rest assured, Lord Shaman, we at the Firefox Merchant Guild can handle any increase you send our way. Mu Zhou patted his chest in assurance, then cautiously added. A few days ago, I sent a letter to Lord Sunan, mentioning the possibility of acting as an agent for wizard potions. What did Lord Sunan say? When Mu Zhou referred to wizard potions, he wasn't talking about the diluted ones, but genuine wizard potions. The diluted potions were treasures for ordinary knights, but less effective for grand knights. Only undiluted, genuine wizard potions could pique grand knights' interest, expanding the customer base and increasing profits. Shaman smiled. The teacher agreed to your request, President Mu Zhou, allowing the Firefox Merchant Guild to receive a certain quantity of zero-level potions each month, but there are 2 conditions. Mu Zhou perked up and quickly said, please share them. The first condition is that the zero-level potions provided to the Firefox Merchant Guild must not enter the Starlight Duchy. If they're discovered there, for any reason, the zero-level potion agency will be terminated. Mu Zhou hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement, no problem. As a president of a large merchant guild with connections in many countries, he kept a close eye on the situation in each nation. He was well aware of the current delicate relationship between Shimmer Territory and the Starlight royal family. In the near future, a war might break out, so it was understandable that Shimmer Territory didn't want to aid the enemy. Shaman's condition was manageable, requiring strict control over trading partners. After all, the wizard potion trade was intended for high-end clients, a limited group, so with some effort, it was feasible. The second condition is that all zero-level potion transactions must be paid for in equivalent value gemstones. Mu Zhou was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood, agreeing without hesitation. Though puzzled about the insistence on gemstone payment, this condition was simpler than the first, so there was no reason to refuse. Here's to a successful partnership, President Mu Zhou. We'll deliver the first batch of zero-level potions with the next transaction. Thank you, Lord Shaman. With the main objective achieved, Mu Zhou was in high spirits. As they shook hands, he discreetly handed over a small pouch of gemstones. Shaman glanced at it but didn't refuse, accepting it with a smile. The base was currently mass-producing various golem puppets, leading to a shortage of gemstones for crafting soul cores. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't have stipulated gemstone payments. This small pouch of gemstones was enough to create a dozen soul cores, earning a tidy sum in contribution points. 2 hours later, the transaction was complete. Watching the caravan depart, Shaman ordered the clay golems to move the goods back to storage, then headed to Magic Plant Garden No. 4. Magic Plant Garden No. 4 was newly established 3 months ago. Today marked the first harvest of magic plants, which he needed to collect and bring back to the base. As more students learned to craft zero-level potions, the base's demand for various basic materials increased. In response, the teacher established 2 new magic plant gardens. One was near Shimmer City, and the other, he heard, was in the underground world. It's said that locations for magic plant gardens number 5 and number 6 are currently being scouted for construction. Since joining the base, Shaman had observed all its changes, feeling the prosperity and growth. Perhaps in the near future, the base could become the wizard tower described in books. He hoped to witness that day. In the underground world, Lake City. Central Palace, study. The quiet study was filled with the faint fragrance of calming flower tea. Sunan sat at the desk, focused on writing and drawing, with a cup of calming flower tea beside him. Tea with calming flowers helped center the mind, improving focus, beneficial for experiments and research. However, its more common use was aiding meditation. Only Sunan, with 3 magic plant gardens and 2 more under construction, could afford to brew calming flower tea. After a long while, Sunan set down his quill and drank the flower tea in one gulp. Setting the cup aside, he looked at the new blueprint on the desk, a satisfied smile on his lips. After months of research, he finally combined the gemstone golem and golem miniaturization technologies to design a new puppet. The new puppet's body, muscles, bones, and organs were primarily made of diamonds, with mithril replacing blood vessels and tendons. The heart was crafted from a high-level rune gem, supplemented by various rare metals and basic materials like silver and gold. The resulting puppet not only had an indestructible body but also possessed the ability to manipulate energy particles through the high-level rune gem. Additionally, it would be inscribed with multiple 0 circle, 1 circle, and 2 circle spells, granting it spell-casting abilities. According to Sunan's design, the final puppet wouldn't reach a full-fledged wizard's level but would be much stronger than an average level 3 wizard apprentice. Someone like Heb wouldn't stand a chance against the new puppet. The only issue is the cost. Despite reducing costs significantly, crafting such a puppet was preliminarily estimated to require 16 kilograms of mithril, over 1,000 standard units of diamonds, around 20 high-level rune gems, and a large amount of basic materials. Most importantly, it needed a small soul crystal as the soul core. Overall, the total cost was at least 80,000 gold. Diamonds and high-level rune gems are manageable, as they can be gathered over time. Small soul crystals can be synthesized from miniature soul crystals, needing about 20 to 30. The real problem is mithril. Sunan currently had 2 silver veins, both containing small amounts of mithril. However, both were small veins, and even if fully mined, would yield only about 11 or 12 kilograms of mithril. The rest would need to be collected elsewhere. Sunan had already announced his intention to purchase mithril at the forest cabin gatherings, but he didn't expect much response. After all, such a precious material as mithril was rarely traded by wizard apprentices. If I could find 1 or 2 more silver veins, even small ones, I might gather enough mithril. Sunan sighed softly, picking up a list nearby. It was an inventory list compiled by Gree, detailing this month's material inflows and outflows. The majority of outflows were various diluted potions. Despite the massive profits from the veins, Sunan continued potion sales, even expanding the scale. After all, no one would complain about having too many income streams. 5 magic plant gardens around Shimmer City is the limit. Any more would interfere with each other, reducing yields. The environment around Lake City is unsuitable for magic plants, so 1 garden is enough. New magic plant gardens would need to be established elsewhere. The Gold Rock province had plenty of suitable locations for magic plant gardens. The key issue was that if new gardens were too far from the base, they would require stationed troops, needing a substantial number of golems. Currently, most of Sunan's and the base's golems were committed to the underground world, yet there were still gaps to fill. Moreover, war with the Starlight royal family might break out soon, necessitating another round of golem production to expand the golem army, leaving no extra golems for new gardens far from Shimmer City. This plan would have to be postponed. Fortunately, the current magic plants were sufficient for the base's use and potion trade. Meow. A familiar call suddenly rang out, and Sunan felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Amy perched there, holding a dull grey stone in her mouth. Though the stone seemed unremarkable, Sunan sensed a rich concentration of energy particles within it. This is Earth Grey Stone. Sunan took the stone, examining it before recognizing its origin. Strictly speaking, Earth Grey Stone was an elemental crystal, formed from earth elements accumulating over time, typically buried deep underground and hard to find. Where did you find this? Sunan asked Amy, surprised. I dug it up underground, meow. Amy proudly lifted her head. While I was walking nearby, I sensed strong energy particles underground, so I got Carolina to help dig it up, and we found this. Sunan realized, recalling Amy's ability to sense energy particle fluctuations. Is it useful to you? Amy looked at Sunan expectantly. Very useful. Sunan smiled, nodding, as he petted Amy's head. Earth Grey Stone had many uses, in potion crafting, magic item creation, puppet crafting, and array setups, similar to magic stones. Meow, that's good. Amy rubbed against Sunan's hand, seeming to enjoy it. The underground world is much more interesting than above. If I find more good stuff, I'll bring it to you. The little one seemed very excited, as if she'd found her calling. Sunan chuckled softly. He recalled coaxing Amy back to Shimmer City. At the time, he intended to use Amy's ability to sense energy particle fluctuations to find wizard legacies or rare materials. However, he'd been too busy to explore, and now things had worked out unexpectedly. If Amy could find rare materials in the underground world, it would indeed be a delightful outcome. Chapter 118, Let Them Taste Their Own Medicine. Starlight Calendar 1254, Blossom Moon. A shocking event shook the entire Starlight Duchy. Marquis Keaniest of Shimmer Territory publicly opposed the Spark Church's faith, angrily accusing them of assassinating nobles and causing turmoil in the country. 3 days later, the Grand Duke of Starlight publicly rebuked Marquis Key during a court session for slandering the state religion, ordering him to immediately lift the ban on the Spark Church, allow them to spread their faith in the Gold Rock province, establish churches, and personally embrace the Spark Church's beliefs. Failure to comply would label him a rebel, and military action would be taken to suppress him. On the day the edict reached Shimmer Territory, Marquis Key directly raised the flag of rebellion. Marquis White Tower soon followed suit. Thus, following the rebellion of Marquis Goldrock, a second, even larger rebellion erupted in the Starlight Duchy. The Grand Duke of Starlight was furious, ordering Marquis Salmon, Marquis Purple Bamboo, and Marquis Lake Blue to send troops to quell the rebellion. War was imminent. In the council chamber, everyone gathered there. Besides Key and Sunan, the core nobles of Shimmer Territory, including Breton, Jotun, and Stalai, were present. They were all engaged in a heated discussion about strategic plans. Salmon Province and Purple Bamboo Province are behind us. I suggest we concentrate our forces to take these 2 provinces first, then focus on the others without worrying about attacks from the rear. No, Salmon Province and Purple Bamboo Province aren't strong. We can station a force in Mungguang City to hold them down. Lake Blue Province, however, is advancing aggressively and should be treated cautiously. That's right. During the Beastman calamity, Lake Blue Province's army suffered minimal losses and is much stronger than the other 2 provinces. Precisely because they're formidable, we should first deal with Salmon and Purple Bamboo Provinces. Once our rear is secure, we can focus on Lake Blue Province. That's not how it should be. The attendees quickly split into 2 camps, arguing with valid points on both sides. Key watched without anger, turning to Sunan with a calm demeanor. What do you think is best? Sunan pondered for a moment and replied with a question, what about Marquis White Tower? White Tower Province is near Red Leaf Province. He'll block the Red Leaf Province army for us. Among the 5 provinces, where is the Spark Church's influence the strongest? Sunan asked next. In Red Leaf Province and Lake Blue Province. Key answered without hesitation, clearly familiar with the intelligence. With royal support, the Spark Church's missionary work in Red Leaf Province is the most successful. It's where their influence is the widest and strongest. Next is Lake Blue Province. Many nobles there have been assassinated by the Spark Church, with the survivors being either their puppets or collaborators. Every medium to large town in the province has a Spark Church branch. Sunan's eyes glinted, and he suddenly smiled. In that case, first attack Salmon and Purple Bamboo Provinces. Secure the weakest territories first. Key hesitated, what about Lake Blue Province? I'll take a trip to Lake Blue Province and cause some trouble for the Spark Church and the nobles there, distracting them from the war. Sunan's face showed a playful smile. They can't always be the ones assassinating others without facing any consequences, right? It's time they tasted their own medicine. Hearing this, Key also smiled but then showed concern, asking. Are you sure? Those Spark Church folks aren't easy to deal with. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Sunan replied with a slight smile, his tone calm yet imbued with reassuring steadiness and strength. Hearing this, Ki nodded without further comment. Unbeknownst to them, the hall had fallen silent, everyone listening to their conversation. Seeing that the Lord and Sunan had finalized the strategy in a few words, the attendees stopped arguing and calmly accepted the decision. Moments later, the generals left the Lord's mansion in quick succession, heading in different directions. The war machine known as Shimmer Territory sprang into action. In the underground world, Lake City. Puppet Factory. Due to its proximity to the mines, Sunan had recently been crafting golems at the puppet factory there. At that moment, the corner of the puppet factory was filled with dense rows of twin-blade spiders, occupying nearly half the building. 108, 10 more to go. Sunan used Mage Hand to move ingots from the corner, beginning to craft twin-blade spiders. Before heading to Lake Blue Province, he needed to be well prepared. Crafting a secret puppet was out of the question, as the materials hadn't been gathered. But a second circle legendary level twin-blade spider was feasible. Sunan had been accumulating twin-blade spiders for some time. Had he not given Ki a badge in the middle, he would have already gathered the required 118. However, he was close, and it wouldn't take long to complete. With sufficient materials, Sunan spent only half a day crafting 8 twin-blade spiders. He then placed all 118 twin-blade spiders into the cube for synthesis. With a flash of black light, a giant, pitch-black spider appeared before him. The enhanced twin-blade spider's size hadn't changed much, but its body was now a deeper shade of black, exuding a cold metallic sheen under the magic stone lamps. Its sharp forelimbs gleamed with a chilling light, looking quite menacing. Not bad. It's enough to handle a level 3 wizard apprentice like Heb. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. A second circle legendary level puppet was sufficient to deal with weaker level 3 wizard apprentices. With this additional trump card, the upcoming action was more assured. At that moment, a knock came from the door. "Come in," Sunan said without turning around. Carolina slithered in, her eyes falling on the twin-blade spider before Sunan. Her body tensed momentarily. Her wild instincts from her bloodline sensed a strong threat from the twin-blade spider. She had only felt a similar feeling from her master and the former city lord, Uzela. Could this twin-blade spider possess combat power akin to Uzela's level? The thought startled Carolina. She had always known her master excelled at crafting puppets and even had first circle legendary level puppets, but she hadn't expected even second circle legendary level puppets. If these could be mass-produced, forget Matu and Orson ruling the entire underground world wouldn't be impossible. What is it? Seeing Carolina enter and stare silently at the twin-blade spider, Sunan frowned slightly. Carolina snapped out of it, quickly bowing with reverence, her gaze toward Sunan growing more respectful. "Master, envoys from the Red Widow and Black Duke have arrived, seeking an audience with you." Sunan raised an eyebrow. "What do they want?" "It seems they wish to discuss an alliance against Kasham." "An alliance?" Sunan pondered. It seemed the Red Widow and Black Duke were aware of Lake City's change in leadership. Otherwise, as Carolina mentioned, those two city-states, having been deceived by the man-faced lions in their last alliance against Kasham, wouldn't proactively seek cooperation. Recalling the two city-states' previous probing actions, Sunan smirked and waved dismissively, "Brush them off. I'm busy now and can't deal with this. We'll talk after I'm done with my current matters." Carolina hesitated to speak but ultimately complied respectfully. "Yes, master." After Carolina left, Sunan put away the twin-blade spider, preparing to fetch another batch of golems from the warehouse. He knew what Carolina wanted to say but didn't value the alliance much. Previously, the man-faced lions couldn't fight Kasham's bugs alone and needed cooperation. Now, Lake City's strength had greatly increased, capable of battling Kasham even without the other two city-states. Moreover, Lake City's strength would only grow with time. In another year or two, a counterattack against Kasham wouldn't be out of the question. With sufficient confidence, Sunan had no intention of engaging in a potentially deceitful alliance with the other two city-states. On deeper reflection, he might even use Kasham's aggression to weaken Matu and Orson, then annex these two city-states to expand his power. Sunan's ambitions extended beyond just a corner of the underground world like Lake City. But for now, these were just ideas, contingent on the situation with Kasham. First, let's deal with the Spark Church issue. Returning from the warehouse, Sunan emerged above ground, summoning the Shadow Dragon, which appeared soundlessly beside him. Sunan leaped onto the shadow dragon's back, casting a lightness spell on it. The shadow dragon growled lowly, sprinting forward. As she exited the workshop, Carolina frowned slightly. She vaguely knew about the impending war on the surface. The recent movements of the golem puppets corroborated this intelligence. While Kasham's bugs were restless, they showed no signs of invasion, so it wasn't surprising that the master focused on the surface. But outright rejecting the Red Widow and Black Duke's offer seemed somewhat contentious. Geographically, Yahoo Lake City was more threatened by Kasham. Previously, the Red Widow and Black Duke had exploited this, taking advantage of Yahoo Lake City, leading Uzela to deceive them. Flatly refusing them might provoke the Red Widow and Black Duke to retaliate, causing headaches for Yahoo Lake City. Despite her thoughts, Carolina dared not question her master's decision. When she entered the council chamber, her beautiful face was calm, showing no trace of her inner turmoil. Two individuals were seated inside. On the right was a stunning woman with blood-red eyes and pale skin devoid of color. She wore a black cloak, exuding a cold demeanor. This was the envoy from Matu, a vampire. On the left was a humanoid creature with a skull-like head, wrapped in dry flesh, its skin a strange bluish-gray. Its hands ended in sharp claws, and eerie blue flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. Most striking was the dark flame atop its head, encircling it like a corona. Though a flame, it emitted no heat, instead radiating a chilling aura. This was the envoy from Orson, a ghoul. "I'm sorry, but the master is busy and cannot meet you now. Please return another time," Carolina stated bluntly upon entering the chamber. Hearing this, the vampire envoy from Matu's face darkened, suppressing her displeasure as she said, "Are you joking, Carolina? I traveled all this way to Yahoo Lake City, and you dismiss me with such an absurd excuse? Do you think Matu is easy to bully?" Carolina replied calmly, "That's not my intention, but the master is indeed busy. You could stay here for a while, and once the master is free, he'll meet you." "Wait. How long?" The vampire's face grew darker. "Carolina, we didn't hold you accountable for last time and even came to discuss cooperation in good faith. Is this how you respond to our sincerity?" Carolina remained unmoved. "That was Uzela's doing, unrelated to my master." The vampire envoy, infuriated, was about to retort when the ghoul envoy from Orson interrupted. "It seems Yahoo Lake City has no intention of cooperating." The ghoul envoy stood, casting a cold glance at Carolina, the soul fire in its sockets glowing icily. "In that case, I have no reason to stay." With that, the ghoul envoy left the chamber without hesitation. The vampire envoy frowned but soon followed suit. "You'll regret this, Carolina." As the ghoul envoy exited Yahoo Lake City, she heard a gust behind her, the vampire catching up. "You seem rather calm. Carolina was clearly brushing us off, and you're not even angry." The ghoul envoy glanced at her, replying calmly, "What good would anger do? Were you planning to fight Carolina on her turf? Besides, Yahoo Lake City's stance is clear. My job is to report this to Lord Black Duke. What happens next is for him to decide." Hearing this, the vampire's expression softened, though she remained dissatisfied. That bitch Carolina, once so proud, now groveling to a human. How disgraceful! He's no ordinary human, he's a wizard. The soul fire in the ghoul's sockets flickered as if in thought. Judging by Carolina's demeanor, she seems willingly enslaved to this wizard. Only an exceptionally powerful being could make Carolina submit like that. This new lord of Yahoo Lake City might be even more formidable than we thought. Humph! The vampire snorted disdainfully. So what if he's powerful? Can he single-handedly fight Kasham's bugs? You'll see. When Kasham's bugs stir, they'll have to come begging us. Chapter 119, Don't Make It So Mysterious. Lake Blue Province, Yuan City. This medium-sized town is located near the border of Lake Blue Province, with the city of Jinmei in Gold Rock Province just ahead. Shortly after the Grand Duke of Starlight ordered the suppression of the Shimmer rebels, a large army took residence in the town. The looming storm made the once bustling town unusually quiet. Walking down the streets, aside from hurried soldiers, there wasn't a single pedestrian in sight. City Lord's mansion, council chamber. Over a dozen people sat facing each other. At the head was Count Noli, a confidant of Marquis Lake Blue and the commander of this vanguard army. To his left were his subordinates, all bearing the titles of viscounts and barons. This left the ruler of Yuan City, Viscount Bodeman, seated at the far end with a careful, flattering smile. On the right sat a group of people in dark blue robes. Their robes, without exception, were adorned with brilliant star maps, with a flame emblem on the chest. Anyone seeing this attire could guess their identity: the Spark Church followers. Leading them was Chief Priest Jensen Rosario of the Spark Church. His gaze slowly swept across the nobles opposite him, finally settling on Count Nolity. Count Nolity, when do you plan to deploy your troops? A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Count Nolity's eyes at Jensen's blunt use of his name, but considering Jensen's position, he suppressed it, responding with a forced smile. The movement of supplies will take a few more days. Chief Priest Jensen, please be patient. Once the supplies arrive, we'll immediately deploy. Is that really necessary? Jensen frowned slightly. As far as I know, Shimmer Territory seems to have concentrated its main forces in Mengguang City. Judging by their intentions, they plan to focus on taking Saman Province and Purple Bamboo Province first. The troops stationed in Jinmei City aren't many. While I'm not a military expert, I know this is a great opportunity. If we attack now, Jinmei City will fall within days, and a shortage of supplies won't matter. That's not quite right. Before Count Nolity could speak, a viscount with a serious expression interjected. The strength of Shimmer Territory is well known. Both the Golem Army and the Blackrock Cavalry are among the strongest forces on the continent today. Although Jinmei City doesn't have many troops, we can't be sure if those two armies aren't there. To be prudent, we should send scouts to confirm, and we can wait for the supplies in the meantime. That's right, it's better to be cautious. After all, the opponent is Shimmer Territory. War isn't child's play. Charging in recklessly will lead to disaster. The nobles echoed each other's sentiments. Seeing Jensen's darkened face and silence, Count Nolity coughed, speaking slowly, Chief Priest Jensen, like you, we wish to quickly eliminate the rebels, but we must proceed steadily. You wouldn't want us to end up like Marquis Goldrock, would you? At the mention of Marquis Goldrock, Jensen's eyes flickered. It was during that war that Shimmer Territory showcased its immense military power to all nobles, a memory that still stirred unease. Taking a deep breath, Jensen calmed his restless heart, his expression returning to tranquility. I overstepped. Matters of war should indeed be left to seasoned commanders like Count Nolity. Your battlefield reputation precedes you. Count Nolity waved dismissively with a smile, Chief Priest Jensen flatters me. Those days are past. Pausing, he grew serious, however, we must trouble Chief Priest Jensen with security matters. You've probably heard of Count Storm's disastrous defeat. If Sunan infiltrates us, the consequences would be dire. The name Sunan seemed to hold a certain power, causing the nobles present to adopt particularly serious expressions. Those familiar with Shimmer Territory's past victories understood the significant role Sunan played in his mysterious, formidable power. If Sunan managed to get close, they had no confidence in resisting him. If the commanders were taken out before the war began, there'd be no point in fighting. Rest assured, everyone. A confident smile spread across Jensen's lips. I've arranged sufficient personnel. If Sunan does come, we'll ensure he doesn't leave. Jensen's assertive words eased the nobles' expressions. Count Nolity glanced at the Spark Church followers seated to the right, noting their confident or composed demeanor, and felt slightly reassured. Then I leave it to Chief Priest Jensen. Before he could finish, a sudden loud crash echoed from outside. The sound seemed distant, like thunder, resonating deeply. What was that? What happened? Where are the guards? Go check it out. The sudden noise in such sensitive times caused a commotion among the nobles. Quiet. Count Nolity's stern command quickly silenced everyone. Someone, go see what happened. Yes, Count. Soon, a guard returned, kneeling in the hall to report. Count, a large number of stone monsters appeared at the military camp, injuring many soldiers. Viscount Boar is leading the army to eliminate them. Additionally, similar stone monsters appeared at the city gate, fighting the guards. Stone monsters? The attendees exchanged puzzled looks. Jensen promptly realized and said gravely. They're stone golems, puppets made by wizards. Sunan is here. The revelation startled everyone, with many nobles instinctively standing. Chief Priest Jensen. Count Nolity looked at Jensen seriously. Jensen shook his head slightly. Count Nolity, my duty is to protect you, so I can't easily leave your side. Besides, it's just some stone golems. The troops inside and outside the city can handle them. What if Sunan acts? A noble asked. Jensen sneered, isn't that better? We can gather a large force to encircle him. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand an army. The nobles, considering this, said no more. Truthfully, they preferred the Spark Church members remain by their side. Losing some ordinary soldiers was better than facing danger themselves. At that moment, an elderly man beside Jensen spoke up. Someone's infiltrated. The old man extended his palm, revealing a golden beetle, its wings buzzing rapidly. Hearing this, Jensen immediately opened the book in his hand, pressing his palm against the pages while chanting. In the next second, an invisible wave spread out, sweeping through the hall without hindrance, until it reached the door and seemed to collide with something, causing a distortion. It was as if an invisible curtain had been lifted, revealing a figure at the hall's entrance. Sunan. It's really you. Seeing the figure clearly, Jensen's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing. This was Sunan. The attendees stared wide-eyed at the young man at the entrance, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Though they'd heard Sunan was the younger brother of the Marquis of Shimmer, only in his 20s, seeing his youthful face firsthand still left them feeling disoriented. The supposedly mysterious and powerful wizard turned out to be such a seemingly gentle young man. Ignoring their gazes, Sunan's eyes curiously examined the book in Jensen's hand and the golden beetle in the old man's palm. Is this what Redheart mentioned, the items in the Spark Church's possession suspected to be artifacts? A book capable of dispelling invisibility effects over a wide area. A beetle that could sense soul auras or energy particle fluctuations. However, their effects fall far short of true artifacts, even inferior to lower-grade holy relics, at most considered sacred objects. Artifacts are items crafted by deities themselves. Holy relics are created by followers and blessed by a deity. Sacred objects are made by followers, placed before a deity's statue, and imbued with a trace of divine aura through years of prayer. The power disparity between these levels is immense. If these two followers held genuine artifacts, Sunan would turn and leave without hesitation. If they were holy relics, he might consider retreating. But as mere sacred objects, he could confront them with his numerous trump cards. Moreover, with the deity's whereabouts unknown, the authenticity of the Spark Church's sacred objects was questionable. Since you're here today, don't think of leaving. Annoyed by Sunan's disregard, Jensen signaled his companions. The Spark Church followers drew their weapons, forming a semicircle to surround Sunan. Each of them exuded a radiant aura of battle energy. Including Jensen, 4 of them also emanated elemental power. Seeing this, a playful smile appeared on Sunan's face. 4 legendary knights, 12 grand knights, quite the lineup. Noticing Sunan's demeanor, Jensen frowned but soon relaxed. They had studied Sunan's past battles, estimating his strength to assemble this lineup. 4 legendary knights, 12 grand knights, plus the sacred objects, were more than enough to deal with a level 3 wizard apprentice. With this in mind, Jensen acted decisively. In an instant, an invisible wave spread, enveloping the entire hall. Sunan blinked and found himself in a vast starry sky. Countless stars filled the surroundings, with a brilliant galaxy stretching across the sky, grand and majestic. A semi-dimensional space, hey. Sunan raised an eyebrow, attempting to sense his surroundings, only to find his connection with the shadow dragon completely severed. Such a situation only occurred when the master and pet were on different planes or dimensions. Kill him! With Jensen's command, the Spark Church followers charged with raised swords. Unflinching, Sunan unleashed his prepared magic missiles. To his surprise, the 7 missiles passed through the followers as if their bodies weren't in this space. Yet, their weapons struck Sunan, halted by his invisible force field. It's futile. This is the power granted by the great star god. You can't harm us here. Jensen sneered, his face full of confidence. Wizards were nothing special. Against sacred objects, they were mere targets. It's just temporary intangibility, no need to make it sound so mysterious. Sunan shook his head, unimpressed. Did they think he was an inexperienced wizard apprentice? Temporary intangibility resembled the shadow dragon's phase-shifting ability, turning the body and items intangible to avoid physical attacks. Yet, in this state, they couldn't attack either. The Spark Church members could attack, indicating they weren't constantly intangible, but shifted temporarily when attacked to evade. In other words, temporary intangibility. Sunan surmised this might be an ability of the semi-dimensional space. Additionally, he sensed his stamina and mental energy slowly depleting, indicating the space-absorbed enemy energy. But that was it. An average person might be awed and panicked by the Spark Church's methods. To Sunan, it was child's play. In the wizarding world, far more bizarre and challenging abilities existed. True intangibility posed some difficulty, but temporary intangibility was straightforward to counter. Sunan smirked, a silver glow flashing across his chest as countless silver metal droplets emerged, swirling around him and rapidly forming sharp spikes. After a brief pause, the spikes shot out. Instantly, a fierce metal storm enveloped a 100-meter radius around Sunan. Swish swish swish. The piercing sound of the spikes filled the air. As the silver light approached, the Spark Church members sensed something amiss, immediately entering intangibility. But as Sunan predicted, their intangibility couldn't last long. After just 4 or 5 seconds, they reverted to solid form. In an instant, the sound of blades tearing through flesh echoed repeatedly. The 12 Grand Knight level followers were shredded into a bloody mist in seconds, without a chance to scream, leaving no remains. Only 4 legendary knights struggled to hold on. Each was shrouded in a faint starlight. This starlight allowed them to survive. Otherwise, the power of Sunan's level 2 magic rune core would have sent them the way of their companions. Jensen's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Sunan, his earlier confidence replaced by disbelief and horror. Chapter 120, No Need to Wait. Jensen was in disbelief. Why was Sunan's displayed power so much stronger than their investigations and estimates? The difference was on an entirely different level. Even with so many experts dispatched and the assistance of sacred objects, they suffered heavy casualties in just one encounter. Such power was utterly terrifying. What was going on? While Jensen was still in shock and uncertainty, a slightly weaker legendary knight couldn't hold on, and the starlight enveloping him vanished in an instant. The next second, he exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this, Jensen's heart tightened. He dared not delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hand against the book. Buzz! The starry sky suddenly trembled. The surrounding stars hummed and vibrated, seemingly pulled by an invisible force, shooting toward Sunan like meteors and engulfing him in an instant. Boom! The roar of star collisions echoed through the void. The colossal sound seemed to shake the entire space to its core. The starry sky visibly dimmed, and further away, it became a blur. Jensen panted heavily, his eyes fixed on Sunan's direction. This attack had nearly drained the star book's energy, leaving just enough to barely maintain the starry domain without dissipating. This was his final trump card. If this couldn't deal with Sunan, he truly had no options left. The silver spikes around the area had vanished without a trace. Everyone finally had a moment to catch their breath, their eyes riveted on the distant intertwining flames and starlight. Did it get him? He must be dead, right? Even a second circle legendary knight couldn't withstand that. If not dead, at least severely injured. The flames and starlight slowly dissipated. Jensen and the others instinctively swallowed, their eyes widened, yet the scene before them was bone-chilling, leaving them cold as ice. Sunan stood there leisurely, not a scratch on him. Even his clothes were intact, not a single corner missing. Unscathed. Impossible. Jensen's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The Star Book's full-powered attack couldn't even harm Sunan. The faces of the other two turned ghostly pale, their expressions filled with despair. Facing such a terrifying opponent, they had no chance of victory. Sunan glanced at the dimmed extreme protection ring on his right hand, slightly surprised. He had to admit, that previous attack was indeed formidable. The extreme protection ring's 1,000 points of defense couldn't withstand it, only the magic rune core's defense absorbed the excess damage. In terms of defense value, Sunan estimated the attack's power to be at least between 1,200 and 1,400. Some weaker level 3 wizard apprentices might be severely injured even if they could withstand it. Redheart was likely severely injured by this move back then. Retracting his gaze, Sunan looked up at Jensen and the others. Facing Sunan's indifferent gaze, Jensen and the others instinctively took a step back, their faces pale. By now, they understood the church had severely underestimated Sunan's strength. In just 2 or 3 years, Sunan's power had grown astonishingly, far exceeding the past. Even Archbishop Oviach might not be able to defeat Sunan. But they had no way to relay this information back to the church. Under their terrified and hopeless gazes, a storm of silver light assaulted them once more, filling their entire field of vision. In the hall, the nobles watched as Sunan and Jensen suddenly vanished, exchanging puzzled glances. Can Chief Priest Jensen and the others defeat Sunan? The current lord of Yan City, Viscount Bodman, wiped his sweat, unable to help but ask in worry. If they couldn't defeat Sunan, the other nobles could escape, but his territory was here. If he didn't run, he'd die, and if he ran, he'd lose everything. Don't worry. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Count Nolai reassured them. Chief Priest Jensen came prepared this time and will surely defeat Sunan. Count Nolai is right. Sunan is just one person, surely no match for Chief Priest Jensen and the others. Judging by Chief Priest Jensen's confident demeanor earlier, there shouldn't be any problem. As if to quell their unease, everyone echoed Count Nolai's words. But despite their words, none had any intention of staying in the hall. They immediately wanted to leave and gather the army to surround the place. However, just as they stepped out of the hall, they heard a cacophony of shouts and clashes. What happened? Count Nolai frowned and demanded. A guard immediately stepped forward to report, Count, there are 2 monsters in the courtyard. What monsters? Count Nolai looked confused. Wasn't Sunan entangled with the Spark Church? How were there monsters? Could it be more stone golems? But Count Nolai soon found out. With a loud crash, a nearby wall collapsed, and amidst the dust, a giant lizard covered in black and red scales, with sparks flickering between its teeth, and a jet-black giant spider with razor-sharp forelimbs burst through. Both monsters were drenched in blood, as if they'd been through a bloodbath, leaving one to wonder how many guards they'd killed on their way in. What are those monsters? They're coming. Stop them. The nobles' guards, gathered not far from the council chamber, rushed over at the commotion. Seeing the giant lizard and spider, they were startled but still charged under their lord's orders. These guards were almost all formal knights. However, once engaged, they realized their prideful strength meant nothing against these 2 monsters. The giant lizard easily snapped a knight in half with a single bite, then whipped its tail, sending 3 knights flying with a loud crack. While still in midair, the sound of bones shattering echoed, their bodies twisting grotesquely, lifeless. The jet-black spider was even more ferocious, effortlessly slicing a knight in half with a flick of its forelimb, as smoothly as cutting through tofu. Conversely, their weapons left nothing but sparks on the monsters, not even a scratch. In less than half a minute, the guards suffered heavy casualties, retreating in defeat. The nobles turned pale, helpless. They never imagined the heavily guarded lord's mansion would be breached by 2 monsters, their knights unable to stop them. They wanted to call for reinforcements, but with the enemy so close, it was too late to summon troops from the camp. Moreover, the camp was under attack, and whether reinforcements could arrive in time was uncertain. What do we do, Count? Everyone turned to Count Nolai. A veteran of many battles, Count Nolai remained composed, drawing his knight's sword with a deep breath. We break through. Once we reach the camp, we'll be safe. Viscount Bodman hesitated, shouldn't we wait for Chief Priest Jensen and the others? Several nobles instinctively nodded. If possible, they preferred not to risk a breakout. The 2 monsters looked formidable. Their guards could hold out a while, maybe until Chief Priest Jensen killed Sunan. Then, with their help, the monsters would be easily dealt with. Count Nolai frowned, about to speak when a chilling voice from behind made his spine tingle. Too bad, no need to wait. Everyone turned, shocked, to see Sunan back in the hall. The Spark Church members were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Sunan's indifferent expression, their faces turned ashen, hearts gripped by fear. Where is Chief Priest Jensen and the others? Viscount Bodman stammered, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Sunan glanced at him mockingly, ignoring the obvious question. In fact, he didn't need to answer. Seeing Sunan there and the Spark Church members missing, the nobles guessed the outcome, their faces filled with horror. The next moment, Sunan raised a finger. In an instant, lightning surged forth, engulfing the nobles. Most were knight level, the strongest being Count Nolai, an intermediate Grand Knight. Dealing with such minions, Sunan didn't even bother casting spells, directly manipulating energy particles to form tangible elements, annihilating them on the spot. After the lightning subsided, charred bodies lay strewn across the hall. Only Count Nolai's body remained intact, his aged face frozen in disbelief and despair. A count, slain so brazenly in his domain's heart, would leave anyone feeling indignant. With the nobles dead, the remaining guards quickly lost their will to fight. Most fled in panic, while the few loyal enough to seek revenge for their lords were bisected by the twin-blade spider before they could reach Sunan. Sunan didn't linger, strolling leisurely outside. Along the way, soldiers rushing to protect their lords were effortlessly dealt with by the shadow dragon and twin-blade spider. A second circle legendary level pet and puppet easily overwhelmed these non-knight soldiers. Even knight-level officers couldn't stop them. Sunan plowed through, first visiting the Spark Church's branch in Yuan City before recovering the golems at the city gate and camp, then leaving at his leisure. The tens of thousands of troops stationed in Yuan City couldn't even halt his steps, helplessly watching him leave, leaving chaos in his wake. Sunan Province, High Cliff City. He stood atop a hill, gazing at the distant castle outline, his eyes glinting. High Cliff City's unique geography placed it on a mountainside, backed by a steep, 500 to 600 meter cliff, its smooth face unclimbable even for knights. Dense forests flanked the castle on both sides, with only a front path accessible to people. A fortress easy to defend, hard to attack. If possible, he didn't want to tackle this tough nut. But High Cliff City blocked the path to advancing into Sunan Province. Without taking it, if the war intensified and High Cliff's troops attacked from behind, cutting off supplies, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Sunan Province's terrain was mostly hilly. Once High Cliff City was captured, the Black Rock Cavalry's strategic depth would expand significantly, allowing them to isolate and conquer Sunan Province's towns. Capturing High Cliff City would be half the battle won. That's why he personally led the army here. This battle was of utmost importance. My lord. Breton approached, handing him a scroll. This is the battle report from the rear. He opened it, his face lighting up with joy. As expected of Sunan, he never disappoints. Seeing Breton's curious expression, he smiled, tossing the report over. See for yourself. Breton read it, his face breaking into a delighted grin. Count Noli, Viscount Zurich, Viscount Duby. Viscount Bodeman, a total of 23 nobles killed. Chief Priest Jensen of the Spark Church also killed, Yuan City's church branch in ruins. The Lake Blue Province Vanguard Army heavily damaged, estimated casualties over 2,000. Amazing! Even the usually composed Breton couldn't hide his excitement at the report. With such a heavy blow, the Vanguard Army in Yuan City, having lost its commanders, wouldn't recover easily or attack Jinmei City anytime soon. Until new commanders and reinforcements arrived in Yuan City, Jinmei City was safe from Lake Blue Province's threats. Whether Lake Blue Province could quickly dispatch new commanders and reinforcements, Breton doubted. After all, Sunan had said Yuan City was just the first stop, with many more surprises for Lake Blue Province and the Spark Church. With Sunan, Lake Blue Province isn't a concern for now. Stay Lai and Jinmei City can handle it. We can't lag behind Sunan. We need to take High Cliff City quickly. He, filled with determination, turned to Breton and asked. Is the puppet army in position? They're at the designated location. Breton nodded firmly. Good, order the attack. Yes, my lord. Soon, a resonant horn sounded. On the plain below the hill, the Shimmer army, poised for action, began moving, gradually accelerating toward High Cliff City, culminating in a charge. With towering stone golems leading the way, the imposing army surged toward High Cliff City like a tidal wave. On the stone-built city walls, the commanders watched the approaching army, especially the colossal stone giants at the front, their faces turning pale. Is this Shimmer Territory's golem army? Can our soldiers fight these monsters? I heard these golems have knight-level combat power. Seeing the enemy approach, their morale plummeting, High Cliff City Lord, Viscount Wilkin, interrupted his subordinates' chatter loudly. What's there to panic about? This terrain is narrow and steep. The enemy can't deploy their full force, and we have plenty of troops. If we work together, they can't take High Cliff City. I've called for reinforcements from the Count. Hold for 3 days, and they'll arrive, then we'll be safe. Viscount Wilkins' rallying successfully restored the defenders' morale. But then, chaos erupted in the rear. A soldier rushed over, panic-stricken. My lord, it's bad, the enemy's army climbed the cliff behind us. Viscount Wilkins' face changed drastically. He grabbed the soldier's collar, his face livid, shouting, impossible. That cliff is unclimbable even for knights. What army could scale it? Spiders, big spiders. The soldier stammered, there are many of them. We can't stop them at the gate, and they're already in the city, heading this way. Viscount Wilkin released the soldier, rushing to the city wall to look. Sure enough, he saw dust clouds and figures moving in the distance, huge black spiders rampaging through the crowd, approaching rapidly. Seeing this, Viscount Wilkin's vision darkened, staggering, almost falling. His aide quickly supported him, panicking, "My lord, are you okay?" Viscount Wilkin couldn't respond, his face pale, one thought echoing in his mind. It's over. Completely over. Meanwhile, the heavy footsteps of the stone golems reached the city walls. The towering stone golems, like charging tanks, crashed into the walls heavily. Boom. Chapter 121, Completely Unpolluted Pure Energy. Lake Blue City, Spark Church Headquarters. Even in the densely packed provincial capital, the Spark Church's headquarters occupied a vast area in the city center. The church building was constructed with opulence, with even the outer walls made from expensive marble, exuding luxury at every turn. At this moment, a distinguished guest had arrived in the church's reception hall. Brack and Yoris hurriedly entered, and as they stepped into the hall, they saw Marquis Lake Blue sitting on the sofa with a dark expression, the cup of red tea in front of him untouched. The two exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. "It's been a long time, Marquis. It's rare to see such an esteemed guest, truly an honor for our church." Yoris forced a smile, starting with a flattery. However, Marquis Lake Blue was unimpressed, responding coldly, "I'm afraid if I don't come now, I might never get the chance again." Brack chuckled, "Marquis, you jest." Marquis Lake Blue cut him off unceremoniously, "I'm not joking." He tossed a battle report onto the coffee table. "In just 2 months, 1 count, 3 viscounts and 13 barons under my command have been killed, all slain by Sunan, who brazenly stormed into their manors and left unchallenged. Now, all the nobles in my territory are in a state of panic, fearing that one day they might be visited by Sunan, the god of death. Even I, a marquis, feel utterly unsafe. Before this, what did your Spark Church promise me? You said you'd handle Sunan, but what happened? Even you are being driven to distraction by Sunan." Brack and Yoris both wore grim expressions, unable to offer a word of rebuttal. In fact, the Spark Church had also suffered significant losses during this time. In every town where a lord was assassinated, the local Spark Church branch was inevitably destroyed, with nearly all followers killed. The successive bad news left the two chief priests anxious and fearful. Sunan's displayed power far exceeded the intelligence they had gathered. Even Jensen, who carried sacred artifacts, was killed by Sunan. They had been racking their brains on how to deal with Sunan and explain to Archbishop Oviech. "Marquis, we indeed underestimated Sunan's strength this time, but rest assured, Archbishop Oviech will soon emerge from seclusion. With his intervention, Sunan will surely be killed." Brack vowed solemnly. "Let's hope you can deliver, instead of just boasting." Marquis Lake Blue's face remained stern, but his tone softened slightly. "There's one more thing. Previously, you mentioned that the cost of creating stone golems was high, and Sunan couldn't possibly mass-produce them. But what's happening now? According to reports from Sunan province, Shimmer territory has deployed no less than 3 golem armies on the front lines, each with 200 to 300 stone golems, totaling 800 to 900. How do you explain this discrepancy?" Brack and Yoris exchanged looks of surprise. They weren't entirely sure, as the Spark Church's influence hadn't yet penetrated the army, and Marquis Lake Blue's access to battle reports was undoubtedly faster. But 800 to 900 stone golems, that number was astonishing. During the battle with Marquis Goldrock, Shimmer territory had fewer than 200 stone golems. Where did Sunan get the resources to create so many golems? Yoris's expression shifted suddenly, and he blurted out, "The forest cabin." Brack quickly caught on, nodding in agreement, "Yes, it must be the forest cabin supporting Sunan. Otherwise, Shimmer territory's income alone couldn't possibly sustain Sunan's golem production." "The forest cabin?" Marquis Lake Blue looked skeptical. "I've heard a bit about this wizard organization, but isn't the forest cabin known for keeping a low profile and not interfering in national affairs?" Yoris sneered, "That may have been true before, but now Sunan likely joined the forest cabin and somehow persuaded other wizards. They previously destroyed many of our church branches. So they were responsible." Marquis Lake Blue had a sudden realization. He had heard of the Spark Church being attacked in various cities, wondering which force was responsible. It turned out to be the forest cabin. Yet immediately, Marquis Lake Blue's expression grew grim. Dealing with Sunan alone was already challenging. If the forest cabin was involved, could they handle it? Suddenly, Marquis Lake Blue felt a pang of regret. Had he declared his stance too early by siding with the royal family? Perhaps he should have waited, assessed the situation, and decided later. Seeing Marquis Lake Blue's changing demeanor, Yoris and Brack quickly guessed his concerns. Brack was about to speak words of comfort when a slightly aged voice reached their ears. The forest cabin is not involved in this matter. Yoris and Brack turned sharply, their faces lighting up with joy. Archbishop! You've emerged. The figure that abruptly appeared in the hall was an elderly man with white hair. Despite his silver locks, his skin was tight and his complexion rosy, making it hard to believe he was a centenarian. Only his pale blue eyes hinted at the wisdom of age. Clad in a finely crafted but not overly ornate starry blue robe, he exuded calm and vitality. Marquis Lake Blue immediately recognized the figure as Archbishop Oviach, the highest-ranking and most powerful figure in the Spark Church, aside from the often absent Pope. Rumor had it that the royal family's wizard had perished at the hands of this archbishop. A figure stronger than a wizard. Marquis Lake Blue stood up. Facing such a formidable being, even he dared not rely solely on his marquis status to treat him lightly. Nice to meet you, Marquis Lake Blue. I apologize for being in seclusion and unable to personally welcome you earlier. Oviach's demeanor and tone were unexpectedly gentle, betraying no hint of arrogance. Marquis Lake Blue forced a smile. Archbishop, you're too kind. After a pause, he couldn't help but ask, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Oviach smiled slightly. I previously had a confrontation with a wizard from the forest cabin. They were after a particular sacred artifact from our church, not intentionally opposing us. The other wizards from the forest cabin won't intervene in this war. I see. Marquis Lake Blue breathed a sigh of relief, and Sunan. Rest assured, Marquis Lake Blue, I will personally deal with Sunan. Sunan is the backbone of Shimmer Territory. Once he's dead, Shimmer Territory will be nothing to fear. Hearing Oviach's personal assurance, Marquis Lake Blue relaxed, his smile finally gaining some sincerity. Then I'll leave it to Archbishop Oviach. I look forward to your good news. In a quiet room, Sunan focused intently on the book in his hands. This was the sacred artifact he had obtained from Jensen, later learning from other Spark Church followers that it was called the Star Book. The other, a golden beetle, was also a sacred artifact of the Spark Church. While continuously assassinating nobles in Lake Blue Province and destroying Spark Church branches, Sunan had also taken time to study these two sacred artifacts. His efforts were not in vain, as he made some interesting discoveries. Generally speaking, sacred artifacts contain divine grace. The Star Book and the Golden Beetle were no exceptions. Sunan extracted 2 strands of divine grace from them. He opened his palm, and above it hovered 2 strands of golden light, as thin as hair, intertwining gracefully with faint glimmers of light around them, forming a beautiful scene. One strand was noticeably thicker, extracted from the Star Book. Divine Grace, 1, 2, standard units, pure energy containing faith imprints, with mental pollution effects. Absorbing it will alter thoughts and cognition, gradually leading to fervent faith in the source of divine energy. Divine Grace, in essence, is a form of divine energy, purified by deities to a pure state. Its purity rivals that of soul energy. Of course, this divine energy shares a similar flaw with soul energy. It contains faith imprints. Absorbing it recklessly would inevitably lead to one's soul being corrupted by faith, eventually turning them into a believer or even a fanatic of the deity. Moreover, this form of pollution is more severe than soul absorption. Absorbing different souls leads to conflicting consciousness, thoughts, memories, and emotions, resulting in mental confusion and loss of sanity. But fundamentally, one's consciousness remains dominant, retaining most of their self-will. Faith corruption is different. The faith imprints within divine grace forcibly distort the absorber's will and cognition. Even if one's memories remain the same, appearing normal, their consciousness, thoughts, and emotions undergo significant changes, becoming a puppet devoid of self-will, with everything revolving around the deity. For wizards, or apprentices, who pursue self and truth, this is utterly intolerable. When faced with the choice between madness and becoming a puppet, wizards, or apprentices, would rather choose the former. What surprised Sunan was that the 2 strands of divine grace extracted from the Star Book and Golden Beetle, though containing faith imprints, seemed oddly mechanical. It was as if they had lost their controller, operating on predetermined routines. Similar to the golems in wizarding lore. If the deity behind this strand of divine grace had perished, the divine grace and faith imprints would have completely dissipated. Since the divine grace and faith imprints still exist, it means the deity still exists or hasn't entirely perished. Sealed? Asleep? Sunan shook his head. As far as he knew, the Spark Church had been around for less than 50 years. Before that, the so-called star god had little following. Such an extremely weak, near non-existent faith couldn't sustain most deities for over a millennia, except for a few exceptionally powerful ones. Even in a sealed or dormant state, it wouldn't work. Sunan pondered, unable to fathom it. What exactly was the star god behind the Spark Church? After contemplating for a while, Sunan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and turned his attention to another issue. Although divine grace has many drawbacks, they all stem from the faith imprints. In other words, if the faith imprints are removed, divine grace becomes truly unpolluted pure energy. It can be absorbed to enhance mental strength. This differs from soul pollution. The consciousness, memory, thoughts, and emotions of a soul are inseparable. Unless the entire soul is destroyed, they can't be removed. However, faith imprints can be removed. Because of this unique property of divine grace, many wizards pursued and captured deities, extracting divine energy to purify and enhance their mental strength. Ordinary wizard apprentices certainly can't remove faith imprints, including Sunan himself. But he had the cube. The cube, when synthesizing and enhancing similar items, also weakens and eventually eliminates their side effects. This was the case with the dragon blood and divine blood amber. From this, it seemed the cube could also eliminate the side effects of divine grace. If the faith corruption of divine blood amber can be eliminated, there's no reason divine grace can't be. Sunan opened the cube and placed the 2 strands of divine grace inside. In an instant, the synthesis interface displayed new items and information. Divine energy, 3 standard units, pure energy containing faint faith imprints, with slight mental pollution effects. Absorbing it will alter thoughts and cognition, gradually leading to fervent faith in the source of divine energy. It works. Sunan's eyes lit up. Compared to the unsynthesized divine grace, the synthesized divine energy's description now had a prefix faint before faith imprints and slight before mental pollution. This indicated that the side effects of divine grace could indeed be weakened through synthesis. This way, obtaining more sacred artifacts and extracting more divine grace could allow for synthesizing completely unpolluted divine energy, which could be absorbed to enhance mental strength. Sunan smiled with delight. Now he had another method to enhance mental strength. It seemed he was truly going to clash with the Spark Church. Opting not to synthesize, Sunan closed the cube and returned the divine grace to his spatial ring before retrieving the divine blood amber. During this time, he had destroyed many Spark Church branches, acquiring over a dozen divine blood ambers, all synthesized into the high-grade divine blood amber, further improving his meditation efficiency. Just 2 days ago, he successfully constructed the 13th star ring. His mental strength had increased to 38.13. 5 star rings to go. The level 14 star ring meditation method required an astonishing 1.5 million proficiency to upgrade. My current daily meditation increases proficiency by about 4,300 points, taking roughly 12 months to construct the 14th star ring. However, if I can use divine energy to enhance mental strength, it should significantly shorten the time. Chapter 122, This feeling is almost nostalgic. Starlight Calendar 1254, Month of Flowing Fire, July. Shimmer Territory was waging a 2-front war, simultaneously attacking Saman Province and Purple Bamboo Province. With the Golem Army and Blackrock Cavalry at their command, the Shimmer forces were unstoppable on the battlefield, achieving victory after victory as the armies of Saman and Purple Bamboo Provinces were forced to retreat. Month of Scrolls, August. Marquis of Shimmer personally led the army deep into Saman Province, advancing toward one of its top 3 military strongholds, the city of Val. In a decisive battle, the Shimmer forces crushed the city's garrison. All 30,000 defenders were annihilated, and Marquis Saman, who personally led the defense, was killed in action. News of this spread like wildfire throughout the Starlight Duchy. The royalist nobles, who had previously boasted about quelling the rebellion, suddenly fell silent. Although Marquis Saman's eldest son quickly inherited the title and assumed command, it was clear to all that the fall of Saman province was only a matter of time. To face and simultaneously defeat 2 provinces alone, achieving such a dazzling victory, Shimmer territory once again demonstrated its formidable military might. Lake Blue City, Zack's Tavern. The place was buzzing with noise. Fueled by alcohol, many patrons had rolled up their sleeves, fervently debating the war that had become the talk of the town. It looks like Sunan province is done for. Shimmer territory is fierce. At first, I thought the Marquis of Shimmer had lost his mind rebelling, but now I see they had the strength to back it up. If you ask me, the royal family made a blunder trying to force people to believe in the Spark Church. What good is that church? They haven't donated a single copper coin to me. SHH, are you crazy? Saying that out loud, better watch out for the guards. Humph, I bet Shimmer territory will be here soon. Just wait and see. Not necessarily. In a corner, Sunan listened to the discussions around him, a slight smile on his lips. It seemed his elder brother's side was progressing smoothly. Once tonight's task is done, the operations in Lake Blue Province will be over. Then I'll head to Giant Nan City to check out the Spark Church headquarters. That's where I should find the sacred artifacts. Despite having killed over 100 priests and ministers, Sunan had yet to find a single sacred artifact. He estimated that only high-ranking officials like chief priests or archbishops would possess them. It's getting late, time to move. Glancing at the night sky outside, Sunan placed a gold coin on the table and left. Darkness had fully descended. The night shrouded Lake Blue City, the moon obscured by clouds, casting a dim light. A moonless, windy night, the perfect time for action. As he moved, Sunan repeatedly encountered patrolling guards. The closer he got to the city center, the more frequently the patrols appeared. Yet, they seemed oblivious to Sunan, passing him by without a glance. Before long, Sunan reached his destination for the night, the estate of Marquis Lake Blue. As expected, the place was heavily guarded, with fully armed soldiers visible inside and out. Numerous soldiers surrounded the estate, sealing it off completely. Clearly, the recent deaths of many vassal nobles had put immense pressure on Marquis Lake Blue. He was on constant alert for a visit from Sunan. Sunan didn't reveal himself to charge in head-on. It was obvious, even to a fool, that both Marquis Lake Blue and the Spark Church would have anticipated his ultimate target was here. Both parties likely had elaborate traps ready inside the estate, waiting for him to walk into them. Though unafraid, Sunan had no intention of foolishly rushing in. With a simple thought, countless golem puppets appeared on the street before the estate, charging thunderously toward the gate without a word. The sudden attack left the guards momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their senses. Enemy attack! Shouts echoed, shattering the night's silence and spreading far under the dark sky. Inside the estate, lights flared up, and the entire place buzzed with activity, like water poured onto boiling oil. By then, the charging golem puppets had already collided with the estate's outer defenses. Leading the charge was a steel golem. An officer, who seemed to hold a significant rank, swung his sword at the steel golem, his blade gleaming with battle energy. He attempted to halt the golem with his grand knight-level strength, only to be crushed along with his sword by the golem's punch. More golem puppets surged forward in a frenzy. In an instant, the area before the estate gate became a battlefield of flying flesh and blood. Facing hundreds of knight-level golems, the soldiers, mostly with apprentice knight-level strength, couldn't withstand the onslaught. Occasionally, a knight officer would engage, only to be quickly cut into pieces by twin-blade spiders emerging from the shadows. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the golem puppets breached the defenses, collapsing the gates and walls to enter the estate, clashing with the guards rushing out. Compared to the outer defenses, the estate's guards were clearly more elite. Leading them was even a first circle legendary knight, who alone held back the steel golem, greatly easing the pressure on other soldiers and officers. Nearby, Sunan stood on a rooftop, calmly observing the battle below. He wasn't in a hurry. Marquis Lake Blue's men alone couldn't stop the golem puppets, he was waiting for the Spark Church to reveal themselves. Clang! Another sword strike landed on the steel golem's arm, leaving a notch as Laron quickly retreated, avoiding the incoming steel fist. Damn, this big guy is absurdly tough. Since becoming a legendary knight, Laron hadn't faced a creature so impervious to damage. Despite his numerous attacks, the opponent's body, harder than fine steel, only bore a few notches, an absurd feat. How long do those Spark Church bastards plan to hide? Laron cursed under his breath. Just then, a faint whistling sound came from behind. In an instant, a chill ran up Laurent's spine, making his scalp tingle. He felt a long-forgotten, intense threat of death. Without hesitation, Laurent dove forward, rolling awkwardly to narrowly evade the sharp leg blades slashing from behind. A spider puppet. Turning around, Laurent saw a jet-black spider puppet attacking him. But he quickly realized something was amiss. He had observed those spider puppets, though powerful, they were only at peak night level. Yet this spider puppet's previous strike and the current feeling it gave him were both extremely dangerous. Even more dangerous than that steel giant. Before Laurent could figure it out, the spider puppet lunged again, its gleaming leg blades slashing from both sides with lightning speed. With no time to react, Laurent dodged the right blade and parried the left with his sword. Clang! In the crisp clash of metal, Laurent felt an unstoppable force pressing down on his blade, forcing him to his knees. Impossible! Laurent was aghast. Not even the steel giant had such terrifying strength. This puppet was clearly built for speed, yet its strength was supposed to be its weak point. Unfortunately, reality left him little time to ponder as the spider puppet raised its leg blades again, slashing them down fiercely. Swish swish swish! A storm of blades descended upon him. After only 2 or 3 breaths, Laurent's steel-forged night sword shattered into pieces. The flurry of blades tore through his battle aura shield, and searing pain engulfed his body. In the moments before his consciousness faded into eternal darkness, Laurent had only one thought. Second Circle Legendary. This damn puppet was Second Circle Legendary. With Laurent's death, the guards quickly fell into disarray. At that moment, a sigh echoed from afar. A flash of eerie blue light shot through the air, striking the twin-blade spider that had killed Laurent, sending it flying dozens of meters before crashing into a tree and rolling over the ground several times before stopping. Simultaneously, a squad of knights clad in armor and starry cloaks charged from all directions, attacking the golem puppets. Lord Sunan, please reveal yourself. Oviach emerged from the corridor, followed by Marquis Lake Blue, Yoris, and Brack. All 3 wore grim expressions. After painstakingly setting such a trap to catch Sunan, they hadn't expected him to force them into action without even showing himself. In this situation, if Sunan decided to flee, they stood little chance of stopping him tonight. Unexpectedly, as soon as Oviach spoke, a figure appeared at the ruined gate. It was Sunan. Seeing Sunan, Marquis Lake Blue, Yoris, and Brack all showed expressions of mixed resentment and apprehension. Only Oviach remained calm, speaking warmly. Nice to meet you, Lord Sunan. Archbishop Oviach. Sunan raised an eyebrow, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the star-shaped necklace on Oviach's chest. He had just witnessed Oviach transform the necklace into a blue spear, which sent the twin-blade spider flying with a single strike. The ability to injure a Second Circle Legendary level twin-blade spider in one hit clearly indicated the necklace was a sacred artifact. Oviach nodded slightly, confirming Sunan's speculation. Since you've shown yourself, you wish to settle things with us, correct? Indeed. Sunan smiled slightly. Both sides knew well that the accumulated enmity left no room for reconciliation, a decisive outcome, even life or death, was inevitable. Exchanging a glance, Oviach and Sunan simultaneously took action, leaping into the air and flying out of the estate, disappearing into the night sky. Why didn't Archbishop Oviach deal with Sunan here? Marquis Lake Blue frowned, we made all these preparations. Yoris shook his head, Sunan wouldn't fall for it. Didn't you notice he never set foot inside the estate? Both Sunan and Archbishop Oviach wanted to end things, but neither was foolish enough to relinquish control to the other. Sunan wouldn't step into the estate, and Oviach didn't want to face Sunan and his golem army simultaneously. The current situation was acceptable to both. What remained was to see whose true strength prevailed. Let's take care of these golems first. Brack retrieved an amber, tossing it into the air. Under the moonlight, a shriveled, grey-white piece of skin encased in the amber was faintly visible. Starlight fell upon the amber, causing it to radiate brightly before exploding like fireworks, scattering into countless tiny points of light. Simultaneously, intricate runes slowly emerged on the ground, emitting a faint glow that resonated with the falling starlight, creating a strange wave that enveloped the entire estate. The Spark Church followers, engaged in battle, suddenly felt invigorated, as if they had taken potions, their strength and speed inexplicably surging. In contrast, the golem puppets became noticeably sluggish, as if weighed down by invisible shackles. The tide of battle quickly reversed. Now, the Spark Church held the upper hand. Yet Brack and Yoris remained tense. The former drew his sword, while the latter opened the star book in his hand. The two watched warily as the twin-blade spider crawled in from outside the ruins. This was the true formidable foe. Once again, the familiar starry galaxy. Sunan looked at Oviach opposite him, curiously asking, "How many sacred artifacts does the Spark Church have? How are they made?" Oviach glanced at Sunan in surprise. "You know more than I expected, distinguishing between sacred artifacts and divine artifacts. The two wizards I met before mistook sacred artifacts for divine ones. But there's no need for you to know how sacred artifacts are made. After all, the dead need not know so much." Sunan chuckled, "So confident? Didn't you let a wizard escape last time?" "That's because I didn't use my true power." Oviach spoke calmly, his gaze deep as an ancient pool. "Such power has significant backlash. I don't use it lightly unless it's to kill a crucial enemy. But Lord Sunan, you are worthy of it. I'm honored." Sunan laughed dryly. "Then please, experience the power of the divine." As Oviach's words fell, brilliant starlight erupted from him. In an instant, the elder's originally calm and ancient aura transformed, enveloping him in a vast and ancient presence from a bygone era. Amid the dazzling starlight, Oviach seemed to become a true deity, looking at Sunan with the detached gaze of one viewing an ant. A heavy oppressive force enveloped Sunan, as if a boulder rolled from his heart, leaving him breathless. He took a deep breath and sighed. "It's been a long time since I felt this. It's almost nostalgic." Oviach paused, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Chapter 123, In terms of endurance, he feared no one. Oviach was filled with doubt and unease. He understood all too well the terrifying pressure this state of his imposed upon his enemies. The last time he revealed such power, the royal family's wizard had turned pale with fear. Yet Sunan seemed unfazed, even showing a nostalgic, reminiscent expression. Judging by his tone, it seemed he had encountered similar situations before. But how could that be possible? Besides himself, were there other humans on the continent who wielded divine power? Sunan quickly adapted to the oppressive aura surrounding him. In his past life, he had faced similar situations countless times. Divine emissaries, demigods, and even actual deities, he had confronted them all personally. Compared to those formidable and terrifying beings, Oviach was hardly worth mentioning. Sunan could see that Oviach was merely absorbing divine energy into his body and using it. In his current state, Oviach was essentially half a sacred artifact, with his will and cognition already twisted by faith imprints. "True divine power is far beyond your level," Sunan chuckled, and before the puzzled Oviach could respond, he raised his hand, releasing a spell missile that struck Oviach. However, the starlight surrounding Oviach merely flickered slightly, extinguishing the incoming spell missile. Oviach snapped back to reality, his expression turning icy. He tore the star-shaped necklace from his neck, clenched it tightly in his hand, and in the next instant, a brilliant starlight burst from his palm, quickly forming a ghostly blue spear. Swoosh! The ghostly blue spear tore through the void, hurtling toward Sunan with an ear-piercing screech. But Sunan had already completed another spell. His entire form blurred, splitting into 8 identical figures dispersing in all directions. Mirror image. One of the figures was pierced by the ghostly blue spear and shattered like a bubble. A mere illusion. Oviach snorted, taking out a star book, and with a slap of his palm on its pages, an invisible wave spread out, shattering each Sunan one by one until only the real one remained. Sunan was unfazed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he had already cast lightness, tenacity, and shield spells on himself, preparing yet another spell. Scorching Ray. A searing, crimson beam shot toward Oviach, but it was once again blocked by the starlight enveloping him. "Useless. You can't harm me." Oviach spoke coldly. Entering this state, his demeanor seemed to transform entirely, lacking his previous warmth and calm. Hearing this, Sunan merely shrugged, ignoring him. There was no such thing as an invincible defense. Any defense, no matter how strong, had its limits. It could either have a cumulative damage threshold, like the extreme protection ring, or a limit for instant damage, requiring substantial energy to sustain, like the magic rune core. In either case, once the damage accumulated to a certain point, it could be breached. Quickly calculating, Sunan hurled a high-level rune gem, transforming it into lightning that struck Oviach. At the moment of impact, Oviach's starlight flared brightly. Though he ultimately blocked the lightning, his reaction revealed a hint of vulnerability. "Just as I thought," Sunan's eyes flashed with a smile. Your defense must consume a lot of divine grace, right? Oviach's expression darkened. So what if it does? Can you hold out until I exhaust my divine grace? As he spoke, his hand was already pressing on the star book again. The surrounding stars hummed and tremored, then plummeted like a meteor shower toward Sunan. Sunan nimbly dodged while swiftly countering with high-level rune gems. The battle quickly escalated. Both sides exchanged blows, dodging to minimize damage, testing who would falter first. In this, Oviach was confident. When he killed the royal family's wizard, he used only 7 or 8 years' worth of accumulated divine grace. Now, with nearly 40 years' worth within him, even if Sunan was stronger than that wizard, it should be more than enough to exhaust him. But as time wore on, Oviach's expression grew uneasy. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Sunan had endured 5 star falls and 7 star spears, yet showed no sign of exhaustion. Just how many magical items did this guy have? Oviach wasn't entirely ignorant of magical items. By his estimation, even if Sunan carried 30 or 40 alchemical-grade magical items, they should have been depleted by now. Could Sunan have multiple Twilight-grade protective magical items? And more than one? As Oviach was gripped by shock, 4 enormous grey claw shadows materialized, clawing down on him. Startled, Oviach wasn't afraid of harm, the starlight guarded him, and the claw shadows couldn't touch him. What shocked him was that these 4 grey claw shadows drained nearly 4 years' worth of divine grace. This power is definitely not just Twilight grade. Oviach was aghast. The next moment, 6 more grey claw shadows appeared. Oviach's face turned green. He tried to dodge, but the claw shadows pursued him relentlessly, draining nearly 6 years' worth of divine grace. In just a moment, his divine grace was reduced to merely 7 or 8 years' worth. Oviach suddenly realized that high-intensity attacks and defenses had already consumed a vast amount of divine grace. Looking at Sunan, he remained composed and unperturbed. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? For the first time, a sense of dread crept into Oviach's heart. Sunan watched Oviach's demeanor, inwardly amused. He had a total of 10 extreme protection rings, and had only used 7 so far, with 3 remaining. Even if the extreme protection rings were depleted, there was still the magic rune core. In fact, if not for conserving mental energy for using the magic rune core's defense, his attacks could have been even more aggressive. The calamity ring was used up, but for this operation, he had prepared enough high-level rune gems, with over 20 left in his spatial ring, enough to overwhelm Oviach. In terms of endurance, he truly feared no one. With a flick of his wrist, 3 high-level rune gems appeared in Sunan's palm, which he hurled without hesitation. In an instant, flames, lightning, and a raging storm engulfed Oviach. Crack! The surrounding starry domain finally gave way, shattering with a crash. Sunan blinked, and in an instant, he was back in the night sky. Looking at Oviach, he had transformed into a streak of starlight, fleeing into the distance. That last strike had drained over 4 years' worth of Oviach's divine grace and shattered his will to fight. By now, he understood that he was no match for Sunan, and when his divine grace was fully expended, it would be his end. Seizing the moment with a bit of divine grace left, he fled. If he could reach the church headquarters in Giant Nan City, there might still be a chance for a comeback. But his hope was destined to be in vain. Before he could get far, a wave of heat washed over him from the side. Oviach turned in horror, seeing a rush of flames tinged with sulphurous breath. Buzz! The starlight around Oviach flared, extinguishing the flames instantly, but the next moment, a dragon-like beast pounced, clawing and biting. The two struggled, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Damn it! Oviach was furious and terrified, summoning a star spear to strike the beast, but just as he moved, the beast released him and retreated. Oviach hesitated, a dreadful premonition arising. Sure enough, a torrent of silver metal stormed in from all directions. Swish swish swish! Countless spikes rained down on Oviach, causing the starlight to flicker erratically. After 2 or 3 breaths, the starlight finally shattered, and the spikes pierced through Oviach's body. In an instant, the Archbishop of the Spark Church was reduced to a bloodied figure. Wait! He only managed to utter a single syllable before being shredded into a mist of blood. The silver light vanished, and silence returned to the night. Sunan descended slowly, glancing at the shadow dragon to confirm it was uninjured, then turned his attention to the items on the ground. A book and a star-shaped necklace. With mage hand, he retrieved the book and necklace, focusing on them with a nod. This star book contained divine grace, at least 4 or 5 times that of the one obtained from Jensen. Which made sense, considering it was held by an archbishop and far more powerful than the previous one. The star-shaped necklace contained less divine grace, comparable to the previous star book. The divine grace extracted from these 2 sacred artifacts, combined with the previous amount, should be enough to synthesize completely unpolluted pure energy. The thought of soon increasing his mental strength brought Sunan a surge of joy. The heartache from spending over 10,000 gold coins on high-level rune gems during the battle eased considerably. Stowing his items, Sunan recast floating spell and flew back toward the estate. Inside the estate, the battle raged on. With the Starlight's blessing, the Spark Church followers unleashed formidable strength, backed by soldiers gradually arriving from outside, firmly suppressing the golem puppets. Elsewhere, Brack and Yoris couldn't defeat the second circle legendary spider puppet but, with their sacred artifacts, held their ground for the time being. The tide seemed to turn in their favor. Yet Marquis Lake Blue's heart remained heavy, unable to find peace, as he frequently glanced toward where Sunan and Oviach had gone. He knew well that the outcome here was inconsequential, the true decider was the battle between Sunan and Oviach. If Oviach could kill Sunan, the golem puppets would pose no threat. But if Sunan won, everyone present faced certain doom tonight. Seeing Marquis Lake Blue's furrowed brow, Casper spoke softly, "Don't worry, Marquis. With the Archbishop himself involved, there's nothing to worry about." Casper's tone was full of confidence. Outsiders might not know, but those in the mid to high ranks of the Spark Church understood that Archbishop Oviach was favored by the divine, a wielder of divine power. Even a wizard couldn't stand against a divine-favored archbishop. From the moment Sunan chose to reveal himself rather than flee, his fate was sealed. Once Sunan is dealt with, Shimmer territory will be no threat. Suppressing the rebellion will clear the way for the Church's mission in the Starlight Duchy, ushering in prosperity for the Church. Casper mused silently, a smile curling his lips. Just then, a startled cry rang out. "Someone's coming!" Everyone looked up to see a silhouette approaching from afar. As the figure drew closer, their features became clear. Upon recognizing the youthful face, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Casper turned ashen, exclaiming in disbelief. "Impossible! How can it be Sunan? How could the Archbishop lose?" Marquis Lake Blue couldn't focus on Casper's outburst. From the moment Sunan appeared in view, he felt as though plunged into an icy abyss, cold seeping through his limbs. With even Oviach defeated, no one in Lake Blue province could stop Sunan. They were finished. Regret flooded Marquis Lake Blue's heart. He was filled with remorse. Had he known how unreliable the Spark Church was, he would never have rushed to take sides. Even defying the Grand Duke's orders, enduring a reprimand and losing some territory would have been better than losing everything, even his life. He should have known better. Turning to Casper, who was pale-faced beside him, Marquis Lake Blue was suddenly overcome with rage. He drew his sword and thrust it into Casper's chest. Caught in his despair, Casper hadn't expected an attack from Marquis Lake Blue. Unprepared, he was skewered, looking at the Marquis with shock and anger. You. Before he could finish, Marquis Lake Blue withdrew his sword and beheaded him. Sunan, landing on the ground, watched this unfold, his expression amused. Internal strife already? Clang! Marquis Lake Blue dropped his weapon, forcing a smile at Sunan. "Lord Sunan, there's no need for us to be in this position. We had no real enmity, did we? It was all the Spark Church's doing. I can switch sides and offer Lake Blue Province with open arms, just spare me and my family." Sunan looked deeply at Marquis Lake Blue, then smiled faintly. Seeing this, the Marquis was overjoyed, thinking Sunan agreed. But the next moment, a bolt of lightning pierced his forehead. "Eliminating you and your family, Lake Blue Province will still be ours, and much cleaner." With Marquis Lake Blue's face frozen in disbelief and resentment, Sunan spoke calmly. Without another glance at the fallen body, he turned his gaze to Yoris and Brack, fleeing into the distance. Upon Sunan's appearance, the 2 Spark Church chief priests had abandoned their followers and fled. But Sunan had anticipated this. They hadn't gone far before being intercepted by the Shadow Dragon. The twin-blade spider quickly joined the pursuit. 2 second circle legendaries against 2 first circle legendaries, the outcome was certain. Sunan shifted his focus to clearing the battlefield. The night deepened. Moments later, Sunan calmly exited the estate, glanced at the now silent darkness behind him, and soared into the sky, vanishing into the night. Chapter 124, The Immortal Society. Starlight Calendar 1254, Month of Scrolls, August. Marquis Lake Blue was killed in his mansion. His entire family was wiped out overnight. The news spread, causing an uproar among the upper echelons of the Starlight Duchy. The nobles aligned with the royal family were in a state of panic, fearing that Sunan might come for them in the middle of the night. Lake Blue Province, with the death of Marquis Lake Blue and the annihilation of his heirs, fell into chaos without a leader. Seizing the opportunity, Baron Staley marched north from Jinmei City, capturing 4 towns, including Yuan City, in just half a month, advancing with unstoppable momentum. If most of the Shimmer Territory's army wasn't engaged in the other 2 provinces, Baron Staley's forces alone might have taken the entire Lake Blue Province. In the same year, the month of harvest, September, the Shimmer army captured the central city of Saman Province, Saman City, capturing the new Marquis of Saman. Thus, the entire Saman Province fell into the hands of Shimmer Territory. After a 3-day rest, the Marquis of Shimmer led his army, along with Baron Jodin stationed in Mengguang City, to attack Purple Bamboo Province. In less than a month, they captured over 2/3 of the province. It was clear to any observer that the fall of Purple Bamboo Province was inevitable. As for the royal family, the Red Leaf Province army was still locked in a stalemate with Marquis White Tower. Despite having the upper hand, there was no sign of a quick victory. As for Frost Province, it was still under reconstruction, with negligible military power. At this point, the tide of the war had completely turned. Many who previously supported the royal family and mocked Shimmer Territory fell silent. In their place, discussions about Shimmer Territory overthrowing the royal family grew louder and more prevalent. In a tavern, in a room, Sunan gazed at the swirling golden light in his palm, a satisfied smile on his face. Divine energy, 12 standard units, completely purified pure energy, capable of converting into any form of energy. It worked. Completely unpolluted pure energy. After draining all divine grace from the sacred artifacts, Sunan finally synthesized 12 standard units of pure divine energy. Without hesitation, he twisted his fingers, entwining the golden light around them, and pressed it to his forehead. Under the guidance of his invisible mental power, the golden light gradually sank into his forehead and disappeared. A familiar sensation of elevation surged from deep within his mind. This was the feeling brought on by a significant increase in mental strength in a short period. Sunan closed his eyes tightly, patiently converting the divine energy into mental strength bit by bit. It was unclear how much time passed, but finally, the last trace of divine energy was depleted, and Sunan opened his eyes, immediately checking his status. Mental strength 41.26. Not bad, an increase of 3.02. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. The divine energy did not disappoint him. Without constructing a new star ring, it would have taken at least 3 to 4 years of meditation to achieve such a growth in mental strength through normal training. Additionally, the increase in mental strength would also improve the growth rate of his star ring meditation proficiency. The exact extent of the increase will need some practice to determine. But that's not urgent right now. First, I'll deal with the Spark Church. Sunan moved to the window, opened it, and looked down at the street below. After killing Oviach and Marquis Lake Blue, he had hurried to Giant Nan City in Red Leaf Province. This was also the headquarters of the Spark Church. Since the Grand Duke of Starlight had declared the Spark Church as the state religion, Giant Nan City had effectively become their territory. The entire city was under the control of the Spark Church, and even the city guards had been replaced by the so-called Holy Order. The warriors clad in armor and starry cloaks that Sunan had seen at Marquis Lake Blue's mansion were members of this Holy Order. Sunan had expected Giant Nan City to go into lockdown after Oviach's death, with security becoming even tighter. But upon arrival, he found the situation quite different from what he had anticipated. The city remained peaceful, with bustling streets and no sign of heightened alertness. In contrast, the Holy Order soldiers stationed at the city gates appeared anxious and distracted. According to tavern patrons, the Holy Order had been rarely seen patrolling the streets lately. The Spark Church's thrice-weekly worship ceremonies had also been cancelled several times. All indications pointed to chaos within the upper ranks of the Spark Church, affecting those below them. Sunan found this odd. Even with Oviach's death, the Spark Church shouldn't have been thrown into such disarray. After all, it was only the Archbishop who had died, not the Pope. Shaking his head, Sunan activated his invisibility robe and leaped from the window, heading toward the Spark Church headquarters. Regardless of the situation, today he intended to settle things with the Spark Church. And perhaps seize another batch of sacred artifacts. The Spark Church headquarters was situated in the heart of Giant Nan City, originally the residence of the city's lord, now repurposed as the church's central hub. Upon arrival, Sunan was surprised to find not a single guard at the entrance. The doors were wide open, and an eerie silence pervaded inside. Sunan sensed something was amiss. This didn't feel like a trap. His initial plan was to use golem puppets to assault the headquarters, forcing the Spark Church to reveal their full strength before making his move. But now, seeing the situation, he changed his mind and charged straight in. He passed through the doors and corridors, arriving in a wide courtyard. Upon entering, Sunan was greeted by the sight of countless bones scattered across the ground. Pale skeletons lay in disarray, numbering over 100 at a glance. Closer inspection revealed tiny bite marks on the bones, likely left by some small creature. Scattered remnants of fabric suggested they were once the starry cloaks unique to the Spark Church. It seems someone beat me to the punch. Sunan's eyes flashed with suspicion. Who else held such a grudge against the Spark Church that they would attack its headquarters? Despite his curiosity, Sunan moved quickly, heading deeper inside. Along the way, more pale skeletons were visible. Judging by the battle scars around, the intruder was extraordinarily powerful, leaving the church members with little chance to resist, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Reaching the rear courtyard, Sunan finally heard the sounds of a battle ahead. He slowed his pace, advancing quietly. In the spacious central courtyard, a fierce battle was underway. On one side were over 100 Spark Church followers, forming a semicircle defense against a building. On the other side, to Sunan's surprise, was a swarm of insects. They resembled bees but with terrifying, tooth-filled round mouths where heads should be. Despite their small size, only egg-sized, they moved with incredible speed, their teeth sharp enough to bite noticeable gaps in the church members' armor. Sunan realized how the bite marks on the bones he saw earlier were made. These people had been devoured, flesh and all, by the insects before him. Wizards' apprentices. Sunan narrowed his eyes slightly. These insects seemed like the work of a wizard's apprentice. Just then, a buzzing sound erupted as another swarm of insects flew in from another entrance to the courtyard. Seeing this, the Spark Church followers showed despair. They were already struggling to hold on, and now another swarm of these terrifying insects appeared, only worsening their predicament. But what happened next surprised them. The insects didn't attack them but charged toward another entrance to the courtyard. "I've been discovered." Sunan frowned, opening his mouth to unleash a powerful sonic wave. Shattering sound wave. A visible distortion whirled out like a cannonball, striking the insect swarm, shredding many of them instantly. The once dense swarm seemed to have a chunk taken out, leaving an empty space. Sunan then waved his hand, sending a surge of flames to incinerate the remaining insects. As he acted, Sunan dropped his invisibility, revealing himself. The nearby Spark Church followers were stunned. The swarm that had taken all their effort to merely withstand was effortlessly eradicated by this mysterious figure, giving them a sense of disbelief as if in a dream. Among them, a figure of some standing quickly recognized Sunan, exclaiming in shock. "Sunan!" The followers gasped, their gazes toward Sunan shifting instantly. This was Sunan? The wizard who single-handedly dismantled Lake Blue Province's military setup and killed Archbishop Oviach. The group despaired. Their current foe was already insurmountable, and now a terrifying new enemy had appeared. They truly had no hope of survival. Ignoring the church followers' reactions, Sunan turned toward the courtyard's diagonal entrance. "Come out, no need to hide." A low chuckle echoed as a man in a grey robe stepped out from a corner. Sunan's gaze fell on the newcomer's face, causing him to frown. The man's appearance was strikingly abstract. It seemed as if human and insect features were fused into a grotesque and unsettling visage, almost dropping one's san value just by looking. The pale skin exposed on his body occasionally bulged and writhed, as if something was moving beneath. A wizard's apprentice fused with some insect-beast bloodline. Sunan understood slightly. As expected of a wizard's apprentice who could kill Oviach, you indeed have some skill. The grey-robed man's eyes, resembling insect compound eyes, coldly stared at Sunan. "You came for the divine remains, didn't you?" "Divine remains?" Sunan's expression shifted. Could this be the reason behind the Spark Church's possession of divine blood and sacred artifacts? But who was this man, and how did he know the Spark Church's secrets? His mind raced with thoughts, but Sunan remained composed, calmly replying, "What if I am?" The grey-robed man's lips curled into a disturbing grin, revealing an eerie smile. "Then I'm afraid you'll have to give it up. The divine remains of the Spark Church are what the Immortal Society seeks." The Immortal Society? A wizard's apprentice organization? If true, judging by the name, these wizard apprentices seem to have grand ambitions. "You're trying to steal the fruits." Sunan sneered. The Spark Church's fall was almost entirely his doing. This so-called Immortal Society's wizard apprentice had done nothing but appeared at the last moment to seize the fruits of his labor. How could he tolerate such a thing? "So, you're not giving up?" The grey-robed man chuckled. Sunan didn't waste words, immediately firing a spell missile. 7 spell missiles roared toward the grey-robed man, who exploded into a swarm of insects, scattering out of the courtyard with a cold parting shot. "You'll regret this." Sunan was momentarily taken aback by the man's audacity, speaking so brazenly yet fleeing so decisively. His words and actions were completely inconsistent. After confirming the grey-robed man had truly left, Sunan shook his head, turning his gaze to the remaining Spark Church followers. With the departure of the grey-robed man, the insects also flew away, leaving the church members collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and looking at Sunan with fear. One menace had left, but another remained. Sunan approached the elder who had first recognized him, asking, "Who was that just now?" I don't know," the elder replied fearfully. "He infiltrated the headquarters once before but was driven off by Archbishop Oviach." Mentioning Archbishop Oviach, the elder's gaze toward Sunan was even more fearful. After all, it was rumored that Oviach had died at the hands of the man before them. Sunan realized that the grey-robed man had left so promptly because he knew he couldn't win. Was he planning to bring reinforcements? But to escape Oviach unscathed, the grey-robed man must have been a formidable level 3 wizard's apprentice. It seemed the Immortal Society wasn't a second-rate faction, he needed to ask others about it at their next gathering. "Where are the divine remains?" Sunan asked next. "I don't know about any divine remains," the elder replied, bewildered. Sunan frowned, casting a charm person spell and asking again, receiving the same answer. The others were equally clueless. After some thought, Sunan asked, "Where is your pope?" "The pope is still in seclusion," the elder glanced at the building behind him. Clearly, that was where the Spark Church's pope was secluded. Sunan sneered, "With all this happening, your pope still has the mind to remain in seclusion." Quite composed. In the Spark Church, below the pope were Archbishop Oviach and the 3 chief priests, Jensen, Yoris, and Brack. Now all 4 had fallen to Sunan, leaving the church's upper echelons virtually wiped out. Yet their pope hadn't stepped out to take charge, remaining in seclusion. It was incomprehensible. No wonder the Spark Church was in disarray, even having their headquarters invaded and nearly all followers slaughtered. The pope's chamber is made of refined steel, impervious to even legendary knights, and only Archbishop Oviach had the key. "We can't open it or contact the pope." "The key?" Sunan recalled and shook his head. He had struck Oviach too hard during their fight, leaving nothing but sacred artifacts. Even if there had been a key, it was long gone. It seemed he needed to curb his tendency to overdo it. Refocusing, Sunan looked at the building. His curiosity was growing. According to these followers, the Pope of the Spark Church was rarely seen, with Oviach handling most church affairs. Only Oviach could meet and contact the Pope. This was undoubtedly abnormal. It was almost as if Oviach had complete control over the Spark Church, rendering the Pope a superfluous figure. This was not how a normal church should operate. Chapter 125, The Machine That Converts Faith into Power. Having obtained the information he needed, Sunan wasted no time in eliminating the remaining Spark Church followers. Leaving the Shadow Dragon and Twin-Blade Spider to guard outside against any surprise attacks from the grey-robed man, Sunan proceeded inside the building. At the end of the silent corridor stood a tightly shut metal door. As the Spark Church follower had mentioned, the door and walls were cast from refined steel, harder than black iron. Not even a second circle legendary knight could break through quickly. However, it was no challenge for Sunan. He approached the metal door, glanced at the intricate lock, and cast a lock-opening spell. With a click, the lock opened. Despite being a zero-circle spell, lock opening was highly practical. No matter how complex the lock, unless it was an arcane or magical lock, a single spell could unlock it. The Spark Church had designed this chamber to deter knights and ordinary people, but it was useless against a wizard's apprentice with a lock-opening spell. Pushing open the heavy metal door, the scene inside quickly unfolded before Sunan. The chamber was empty, devoid of any furniture, featuring only cold metal floors, walls, and ceilings. In the center of the room lay a solitary figure. It was a man in his 40s, dressed in a luxurious starry robe, lying motionless on the ground, with a gem-encrusted crown and a golden staff beside him. This man was the Pope of the Spark Church? Sunan observed from the doorway for a while, a peculiar expression forming on his face. Through his spiritual sense, Sunan detected that the man's soul had completely dissipated, with no trace of spiritual energy. Yet, strangely, he hadn't died, his body still showing signs of life. It was like a corpse that was still alive. This bizarre situation puzzled Sunan. He cast a ray of enfeeblement on the man, but the spell was neutralized by a mysterious force. This force felt very familiar to him. Divine grace. Sunan's eyes narrowed as he cautiously approached the man, remaining vigilant. Even as he drew near, the man showed no response. Seeing this, Sunan began to examine him directly. After a moment, he confirmed that the Pope of the Spark Church had indeed lost his soul completely. The remaining shell of a body was sustained solely by the divine grace within, preventing it from dying or decaying. What surprised Sunan was that, although extremely slight, so slight it was almost undetectable, the divine grace within the man's body was indeed slowly increasing. I see. After a brief consideration, Sunan quickly understood. The Pope of the Spark Church had become a machine that could receive faith and convert it into divine grace. He had no consciousness or ability to act, relying on divine grace to sustain life, lying day after day in the chamber, converting faith. This explained why the Spark Church rarely saw their Pope. He was, in essence, already dead, leaving only a physical shell. The true controller behind the Spark Church was Archbishop Oviach. This also explained how Oviach had access to so much divine grace. It seemed the entire church's divine grace was monopolized by him. But the question remained, humans couldn't convert faith into divine grace. For the Pope to accomplish this, there must be another reason. Recalling the grey-robed man's mention of divine remains, Sunan developed a hypothesis. He carefully examined the Pope's body and soon noticed something unusual. The Pope's right ring finger differed from the rest of his body, containing more divine grace. With a closer spiritual examination, Sunan confirmed that the ring finger didn't belong to the Pope and had been surgically attached. The strength of this finger was astonishing. Even with a blade formed from the magic rune core, Sunan couldn't leave a scratch on it. Even considering the divine grace's protective effect, this strength far exceeded that of a first circle legendary knight. This was no ordinary human body part. Clearly, this ring finger was the so-called divine remains. To graft divine remains onto oneself, should I call you brave or foolish? Sunan couldn't help but remark. Divine beings were far superior to humans, their essence overwhelming ordinary people. Even a fragment of a deity's remains posed a formidable pollution to humans. Even formal wizards wouldn't dare to fuse divine remains onto themselves. For a mere legendary knight to do so was suicidal. The Pope's soul was likely obliterated by the divine remains, erasing his consciousness and transforming his body into a tool for absorbing faith and converting it into divine grace. Every moment, the body was being altered by divine grace, gradually transforming into a form closer to the divine remains. Given time, if the Spark Church expanded and faith multiplied tenfold over millennia, this body might fully transform into a divine body. At that point, the true star god might resurrect from the divine body. Such is the terror of deities. Even if most of a divine body is destroyed, leaving only a fragment, with enough faith and time, it can still be reborn. Moreover, deities can gradually twist the will and cognition of those who come into contact with divine remains, turning them into self-motivated believers striving for the deity's resurrection. In this sense, all deities could be considered malevolent. Such sinister things. I wonder what the Immortal Society's wizard apprentices want with this. Do they have a way to purify divine energy? After pondering with no answer, Sunan shook his head, refocusing on the body before him. He grasped the divine remains finger and gently pulled, feeling the divine grace within the Pope rapidly surge, seemingly alive, gathering into the ring finger. Seizing the opportunity, Sunan formed a silver knife with his magic, decisively severing the connection between the divine remains and the Pope, successfully separating the two. He had obtained the divine remains finger. Sunan checked the ring finger. It contained only a small amount of divine grace, possibly because Oviach had extracted a portion. Even so, it held 10 times the divine grace of the Star Book, likely enough to increase his mental strength by 2 or 3 points. Overjoyed, Sunan stored the finger in the cube. Though it possessed life force, it lacked consciousness, allowing the cube to contain it. With the divine remains removed, the Pope's body rapidly decayed, bones exposed, eventually disintegrating completely. In moments, only a shallow pile of ash remained. "It's over," Sunan murmured. Without the tool to convert faith, even if some spark church members survived, they couldn't produce more sacred artifacts or divine blood. Lacking a means to quickly increase strength, the church would soon collapse, ceasing to threaten anyone. After today, the spark church would become history. Having completed his task, Sunan left the chamber and headed to the storeroom and Oviach's residence. These locations were revealed by interrogated church members. If there were any treasures in the headquarters, they were likely in these places. As expected, Sunan found a hoard of gold and jewels in the storeroom, initially estimating their value at over 50,000 gold coins. Though not a vast sum, it was impressive for a church still in its growth phase to have such cash flow. Enough to produce 2 or 3 second circle legendary twin-blade spiders. Unfortunately, Oviach's residence yielded no such rewards, only some documents and secret records. Sunan had hoped to find at least 1 or 2 more sacred artifacts. With everything done, Sunan left Giant Nan City without delay. Having dismantled the Spark Church, his mission was essentially accomplished. Next, he would return to deal with the divine remains properly. Red Leaf Province, Starlight City. Deep within the palace, the Grand Duke of Starlight walked through the empty corridor, weariness etched on his face, his graying silver hair adding to his aged, haggard appearance. The news from the front lines grew increasingly dire. The royal army couldn't defeat Marquis White Tower's forces, bogged down in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the rebels surged through Purple Bamboo Province, advancing unimpeded. The pleas for help from Marquis Purple Bamboo came one after another, yet the royal family had no troops to spare. At this rate, Purple Bamboo Province might not last a month before falling to the rebels. The situation had deteriorated to an alarming degree. How did it come to this? The Grand Duke of Starlight sighed wearily, recalling the Spark Church's mention of a wizard named Sunan. He understood wizards better than most. After all, the royal family had once housed a wizard. Though powerful, that wizard wasn't skilled in creating golem puppets, let alone forming elite forces like the Golem Army and Blackrock Cavalry. He had never heard of a wizard capable of single-handedly influencing the course of large-scale warfare. This misjudgment had led to the current predicament. Deep in thought, the Grand Duke reached the door to the chamber at the corridor's end. He paused, straightening his attire, and gently knocked, speaking respectfully. "Great-granduncle." Silence. After a long pause, a deep voice responded from behind the door. "Enter." The Grand Duke exhaled slightly and entered. The chamber was simply furnished, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. There were no decorations, not even a painting. A plain-looking man, appearing around 40, sat in the chair, his gaze calm as he looked over. Seeing that familiar face, unchanged for decades, a surge of jealousy rose within the Grand Duke's heart. Looking at the Grand Duke, the man sighed with a complex expression, saying, "You shouldn't have allied with the Spark Church. There is no such thing as a free lunch. So-called deities aren't benevolent, and gaining immortality through their gifts comes with great cost. Even if you extend your life, you might become their puppets. This time, you made a mistake." The Grand Duke smiled bitterly, saying in a pained voice, "Great-granduncle, it's all my fault. I let greed cloud my judgment. But now the Spark Church is gone, the rebels are approaching, and I'm out of options. I can only turn to you." The man asked calmly, "What do you want me to do?" The Grand Duke hastily replied, "Please, great-granduncle, kill Sunan. If Sunan dies, I still have a chance to defeat the rebels." The man was silent for a long time before asking, "If Sunan dies, are you certain you can suppress the rebellion?" The Grand Duke hesitated, then gritted his teeth, "Even if I can't win, I'll fight to the death. I won't let the Kessler family be shamed." This time, the man remained silent even longer. Finally, as the Grand Duke waited anxiously, the man spoke. "Very well, I will seek out Sunan." "Thank you, great-granduncle." The Grand Duke was overjoyed. 50 years ago, his great-granduncle was already a third-circle legendary knight. With him involved, the hope of defeating Sunan was high. Had it not been for the cursed Spark Church luring him with promises of immortality, with great-granduncle around, he wouldn't have feared their threat or cooperated with them. Who could have guessed the Spark Church was so useless, acting high and mighty, yet crumbling so easily? He hadn't even reached his limit, and the Spark Church had already fallen to Sunan. What a disgrace! Regardless, with great-granduncle's help, there was hope of resolving this crisis. Seeing his great-granduncle gesture, the Grand Duke wisely took his leave. As he turned away, he didn't see the meaningful look in his great-granduncle's eyes. Starlight Calendar 1254, month of autumn's end, October. The Shimmer Army conquered Purple Bamboo Province, fully annexing it. They then marched north, joining forces with Baron Staley's troops, capturing all of Lake Blue Province in just a month. Thus, 4 of the 7 provinces of the Starlight Duchy fell to Shimmer territory. Another, White Tower Province, was allied with Shimmer territory. Only Red Leaf Province and Frost Province remained under royal control. Frost Province was still recovering, its military strength negligible. Only Red Leaf Province had a fighting chance. With the war at this stage, even the most optimistic no longer believed the royal family could turn the tide. Starlight Calendar 1254, month of Frostfall, November. The Shimmer and White Tower armies gathered on the Red Leaf Province border, poised for battle.